She is RBC's head of U.S. equity strategist. We're going to discuss the next catalyst for U.S. stocks. This is Open Interest.
Så skal vi se. Uff, ikke gjort ut, pengene går, oppvikler, bla 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 bla. Det er sikkert tenker også på noe vært. En konto kopi, en annen kontroll på siden av. Det er ikke noe sånn. Det har blitt 30 000 borte, man satser man kan ta på seg og sånt. Når 20 dager om penger taper, for må si meg at jeg synes det er jævlig stund. Hallo! Jeg synes det er rart at dere fortsetter å shorte og se markedet beveger seg slik også det resten av markedet gratis i søm frem siden av alt. Jeg synes at det er utrolig kjipt, men er litt lurt, om det er seriøst.
These are companies that are growing their market.
Great companies in the US are the companies.
Ja, det er veldig, veldig enkelt da. Markedet har gått opp like mye på en uke som gjort på et år, og så må du passe på marginene dine, som jeg har sagt hver eneste dag. Jeg passer på marginene mine hele tiden. Og jeg kommer ikke til å gjøre en annen strategi, ingenting. Jeg kommer til å gjøre akkurat det jeg har gjort. Eneste var litt lettere for meg også å trade, for nå tror jeg ikke at det kommer så mye mer fra han. Så kan du si det at du skal aldri gått short for det... Er jeg live nå, eller? Du skal aldri gått short for det han sa det skal gå opp. Det vet vi jo ikke. Han har hele tiden sagt at han ikke skal gå ned mer enn 145% på Kina. Det er løgn om. Han har også sagt at det ikke skal gå under 80%. Det gjorde han jo, nå er han nede på 30%. Så det er det som har skjedd. Alle har fått den i trynet nå. Og hvis du gikk long i forrige uke, så fikk du den rett i trynet nå også, for da ramlet det jo med masse på åpning. Så det er liksom, sånn er det med trading, liksom. Og så må du passe på marginene dine. Jeg har fått den rett i trynet selv, så det eneste jeg skal gjøre nå er at jeg skal trade inn, gevinst, ta tap, ta gevinst, ta tap, ta gevinst, ta tap. Jeg har ikke villet tradet noen ting nesten på 14 dager, på grunn av jeg har ikke visst. Jeg har ikke visst hva han skal si, for han har sagt forskjellige ting hele tiden. Og denne sinnssyke verdensnyheten som har kommet, den har ikke kommet i dag. Den skulle komme på onsdag, komme på torsdag, komme på fredag, den skulle komme i dag. Den har ikke kommet. Så liksom, jeg får ikke gjort noe mer enn det jeg gjør nå, liksom. Og jeg må bare gjøre det jeg alltid gjør. Og jeg kan ikke drive og passe på at dere går i brudd. Jeg trader på min konto, og så må man ta og se på prosentene sine. Altså sånn er det liksom. Og så kan du si da at man skulle kanskje aldri trade noe når han prater og holder på som han gjør, men det vet ikke jeg. Jeg aner ikke. Jeg har aldri sett dette her før. Det er helt nytt for meg også. Jeg har aldri sett at markedet har gått opp så mye. Nå er vi opp mer på halvannen uke enn hva vi var før tariffkrigen. Og tariffkrigen er verre. Men krigen er ikke ferdig. Det er en pause på 90 dager. Fortsatt er det 10% flatt over hele og 30% på Kina. Inflasjonen er fortsatt stigende. De kan ikke sette ned renta. Butikkhyllene går fortsatt tomme for varer neste uke. Men det er ikke det folk ser på. Det er derfor jeg tjener masse penger på aksjer. Du ser på alle aksjene mine, jeg har gått rett i taket. Koa går oppover, Aksel går oppover, Vår Energi går oppover, TGS går oppover. Alt det funker som det skal. Men det er ikke avhengig av Trump. Trump sier ting, så går det en vei, det går en annen vei, og så vil det være hele tiden. Det eneste man skal gjøre er å passe på marginene sine. Ikke sant? Det er liksom... jeg får ikke gjort noe mer enn at jeg bare trader som jeg gjør, og jeg har ikke tørt å gjøre noe på 2 uker, for han har sagt forskjellige ting hver dag. Så kan du si at det er jævla dumt, men jeg tør ikke gjøre noe, jeg tør ikke trade så mye. Er enig med det å gå feil vei i et marked som går så riktig som du har vært kjempeflink før, så har du satt masse skal få ut, men gjør det aldri heller ikke. Jo, men jeg kan ikke, jeg kommer ikke til å trade bare for at noen sier det. Jeg må være i sving liksom, og hvis jeg er utrygg på markedet, så da bare passer jeg på marginene mine, så tør jeg ikke gjøre så mye. For når jeg først trader, så trader jeg hardt, og nå tør jeg nesten ikke trade. Jeg gjør sånn små hedge nå og er livredd liksom, for det kommer en Twitter-melding fra han hele tiden. Det er ikke noe som er nytt. Det er en grunn til at Det er en grunn til at hvis du ser på nyhetene nå, så sier alle det at inflasjonen stiger videre. Det er alt annet negativt. Er man utrygg? Nei, du må se på marginene dine. Jeg har masse marginer. Jeg tåler dette her. Den har ikke kommet ennå, vet du. Den verdens største nyheten har ikke kommet ennå.
It seems undeniable that the direction of travel here is positive.
Yeah, absolutely. This was a big step forward in ratcheting down the trade tensions that had gotten pretty high recently. Remember, China just a few days ago said, we're not going to have any conversations with you unless you take those tariffs down. So that condition seems to have been met during these weekend talks in Geneva.
G3 Sund, jeg har sagt hele tiden, følg med på marginene. Jeg kan ikke si noe klarere enn oss. Følg med på marginene, følg med på marginene, følg med på marginene, følg med på marginene, følg med på marginene. Ja, hele tiden, Ray K. Jeg har puttet marginer helt til. Passer på. Alltid over 500 har marginer. Hvorfor man styrt marginer frem på det? Jo, det står jo over hele her da, Regina. Det står, skal vi se, kan ta printscreen. Det står helt øverst. Skal vi se marginer.
Our trades are, I believe, since the first term, right? Since the first U.S.-China trade war. How does 30 and 10 look compared to historical, recent historical tariffs between China and the U.S.?
Yeah, look, they're still pretty high. And if you add the sectoral tariffs from the first Trump administration to the 30%. They're still pretty high tariffs, and a lot of companies won't be able to do business at this level. But as the International Chamber of Commerce said today, these are more commercially viable at this level. They're not low by any means, but they're certainly better than the 100+% that the companies were facing last week. These now will kick in on Wednesday, and so we'll see how the effect of trade. The other issue is whether the tariffs will remain, or could they be raised again if talks go nowhere? Could they go higher? That cloud of uncertainty is just extended months.
Vi har opp 1000 poeng på en natt.
Let's go back to 2018, because in 2018 you had the US and China agreed to put their trade dispute on hold, basically, but then you had the US back away from that deal. There were 18 phase 1 trade deal.
Vi har opp 900. Det er helt uhørt. Det er like mye som på et halvt år, eller?
Yeah, that's the perfect example of the kind of thing that they could try to negotiate again, but it takes a long time.
Ja, det
you
blir
have a
relativt
lot
normalt.
of fine print to go through. You have a lot of back and forth with your.
Nei, men da er det bare så ta ut litt tapt av Ray K. Det er ikke noe verre enn det. Jeg kan ikke gjøre noe annerledes.
The Secretary Bessent did mention
Vi gikk inn 1000 og gått opp på
purchases
Ja, det gjorde
by
vi.
China, which were a central part of
Men
the
det er ikke
phase 1
forventet når
trade
det falt
deal that
såpass
was
mye tilbake.
negotiated.
At det smeller opp
3
igjen?
months again is a
Nei, egentlig
very
ikke.
short
Det er dårlig
period of
makro.
time.
Det er bare Trump som har pratet da.
A more likely
Så
scenario
spørsmålet er hvor mye
is
skal man
that
stole
they
på
will
Trump?
focus
Det er
on
det som er problemet her da.
tariffs. That's the 20,
Det er det som er så jævlig vanskelig.
20%,
Jeg aner ikke hva mer han vil si.
They could focus on that. China
Over
could
til
try
dagens
to make
åpning,
some
hva
progress
tenker
in
du?
that area,
Jeg aner ikke. Han har fortsatt en stor nyhet til da. Som han sier han skal dra opp fra hatten. Verdens største nyhet. Jeg vet ikke hva det er for noe. Jeg aner ikke.
All right, Brendan, great to have your perspective.
Det er veldig vanskelig å gjøre noe som helst der, altså.
Brendan Murray there out of London. Katie?
Meanwhile, you can see this news really working its way through the pre-market.
It's pretty incredible.
It
I mean,
is.
it just doesn't. I don't know if it's me, like I haven't had enough caffeine today. I don't feel like we're looking at a 3-4% rally in futures.
You might
Sier de
have
nå
a case
på
of
TV
Mondays,
sier han
because
nå.
if we hold
De
at
skjønner
these
ikke
gains,
noe
it'll be
det er
the biggest
liksom,
rally
det er ingen
for
som
the
skjønner
S&P
noe.
500 for one day since we saw President Trump come through with that 90-day pause on overall tariffs earlier in April. But it's big tech that's leading this rally, of course. The NASDAQ 100 is still lower year to date than the S&P 500, so bouncing back to a greater degree. But it's the small caps that are in charge right now. We'll see also if that one is sustainable as well. And coming up, Lori Calvasino, she is RBC Capital Markets Head of U.S. Equity Strategy. We'll walk through all the action with her next. This is Open Interest.
2 sekunder.
I'm David Weston. Join me for the next generation of Wall Street Week, telling stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. Each week, we'll go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
Above all else, it's a mission.
It's done nothing but grow immensely. To me, that's an extraordinary sign.
We can be the change that we want to see.
Watch the all-new Wall Street Week. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Bringing you up to the minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in Luanda, Angola, and this is Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is the Asia trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Jeg har ikke gjort noen ting der. Jeg tror fortsatt at dette her bare
the consequence for US markets. We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Jeg kommer til å ta tap etterpå på low risk, tenker jeg. Jeg setter en halvannen kontrakt imot, og så tar jeg gevinst, tap, gevinst da. Det er det jeg kommer til å gjøre i dag. Det er ikke noe annerledes syn enn hva det var for 14 dager siden.
Well, U.S. futures are surging on the back of positive news out of the U.S. and China from this weekend in Switzerland. Lori Calvasina, in her latest note, writes, trade war de-escalation can serve as the next catalyst for now, but we think the secondary impacts of recent policy disruption still ultimately matter to the stock market. I'm pleased to say that Lori joins us now. Great to see you in person.
Thanks for having me.
So give us some context here, because right now it seems like a close your eyes and buy sort of situation, but talk us through some of the recent policy disruption still matter.
So look, you know, we've all been focused on tariffs, and my team, we read through earnings transcripts every week, and we kind of at the end of every week write up a tally of what we read and what we learned, and it's kind of been the same stuff on tariffs, right? Mitigation, pricing, maybe changing to quarterly guidance. But that story, you know, seems pretty clear at this point. What we've noticed the last couple weeks, if we've gotten some distance from the industrials and we've started to hear from a bigger mix of companies, we've been hearing about the funding freezes. We've been hearing a little bit about Doge. You know, early on there was even, you know, one of the publishing companies that was talking about some skittishness among school districts because of Department of Education issues. And if you look at actually the layoffs on the Challenger data, what we saw earlier this year was that big spike in layoff announcements was actually pretty consistent with what we see in recessions. And it's not clear to me that you would have seen all that show up in the data yet. So we do think this summer we're still going to be seeing some reverberations from all of that. I'm really excited, to be honest, that we have a bunch of retailers coming out.
Nei, det går helt fint, Flippen. Det er kun de første som var med på de tradesene før Trump-greiene som det går utover, ikke de andre.
But I do want to hear how some of these retailers are going to navigate around this, because the reality is the tariffs are still higher than what we had a few months ago. There's still issues to be worked around, and we need to sort of really understand, has the uncertainty been alleviated enough in the eyes of corporate America? Because if it hasn't, then we do worry about them pulling the layoff lever down the road.
Well, nobody's worried about uncertainty lacking from this administration's next 3.5 years, right? So my question is this the best case scenario? Like, if it's close your eyes and buy into the cash trade, do we then sell? Because we've gotten to the best we're going to see for this year.
So what I will tell you is the setup is different for different parts of the market. If we look at the small caps, they went down to 12.65 times on April 8th, which is within the range of a recession type PE multiple. Way below
12.6.
12.65 times on
rough.
April 8th. And 11 to 13 since the 1991 recession when we've bottomed out on the Russell PE. That's been about, kind of that 11 to 13 range, whether it's a recession or not. If I look at a similar metric on the S&P, I forget the exact number, but it was like we fell to like maybe 17, 16 and change, way above the average, which is a little above 15. And so we didn't, and there I'm talking about kind of more of an equal weighted, kind of look at the individual
stocks. So the S&P
stocks.
500 historical average is like 15, 16.
Yeah, and we just never really got to, definitely we saw valuations come off the boil, right? Like they improved a ton, even when you kick out the top 10 market cap names, kind of that Mag 7 Plus trade. But we never got to a cheap valuation point, right? And so, I think it's a little bit challenging. If you look at what we saw priced in on the April 8th lows in terms of just price decline, which is probably a better gauge for that market, we had a growth scare. We had a recession near
Soneng, jeg har hatt veldig små posisjoner. Jeg har vært veldig forsiktig. Jeg har faktisk ikke gjort noen posisjoner nesten på 2
small
uker.
caps, and I feel like they priced in some significant pain. I don't quite see the same degree of pain that was priced in the large cap space.
All right, Laura, you are sticking with us through the opening bell, and here's the setup as we head to break. You can see the S&P 500 roaring higher. Those relatively cheap small caps leading the charge right now. The Russell 2000 up 4.3%. Stick with us. This is Open Interest.
Så vi må følge på Trumperen da. I hvert fall strategien var å få ta ut shorten sånn litt etter litt, og så trede litt. Jeg tror ikke det kommer så mye mer fra Trump. For det som kom i dag med Kina var det var liksom det vi gått og ventet på. Jeg lurer på om det her som er det verdensnyheten. Drug price cut på 59%. Jeg aner ikke. Det var han skulle komme med en verdensnyhet i dag i hvert fall. Så Trump snakker igjen da. Ja. Ikke sant. Når skal han prate, Ludvig? Det er vanskelig å si, Tim. Det kan gjøre det. På åpning så kan alt skje, for det er veldig vanskelig å si.
$2 billion investment in the last 2 years. It's a massive amount.
Yes,
det er short-covering av alt i dag, sant? Vi har gått opp så mye på natta.
And upgrading our quality standards.
Ja, faen meg 900
so that
poeng
we
på
can
natta.
adhere to the US FDA and European standards, because some of our vaccines now are going even to the West, which is a fundamental shift in our strategy, from back in the day when my father started the business, where we were predominantly in India and the developing
India-centric, now you're more global.
Yes.
So you're about 8,000 strong in this
Yes.
facility? All Indian nationals?
Mostly Indian, yes. I would say 99% of talent that we've trained overseas and in India. We have our own internal skill building
Over
center
50 get sånn. Jeg fyller på mer hvis det blir verre marginer. Blir det bra, så tar jeg ut.
Vaccine for tetanus, but it's producing a lot more vaccines now. What is
Jeg
the
har bare
next big thing you think?
2,5
Pandemic
kontrakter.
flu vaccine is something
Eller 3,
that we're
det er alt
working
jeg
on, and
har.
I think the world will need that. Not only for the annual flu cases, but God forbid there's a flu pandemic. I think we are very well poised to make 1.5–2 billion doses and roll it out very quickly to protect the world. And we have, of course, the other vaccines, as we talked about, HPV and malaria, that we've just launched, and we're going to scale that up as well.
Pluss minus 35 er det vel.
US tech is influencing global markets.
Technology is driving business across Europe.
Companies in Asia are betting on tech.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
All right, we are moments away from the start of trading. This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. We're looking at massive massive gains in futures. I mean, more than 3% on the S&P right now. The NASDAQ futures up 4%, and as we've been noting, the small caps doing even better. So right now, a little bit more than 4% there. We hear the opening bells. Douglas Dynamics, Plow, ringing the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange, and down at the NASDAQ market site, you have Palvella Therapeutics, which, okay, the stock hasn't done great, but maybe today's the day, right? Because all tide should be, a rising tide should lift all boats except for drug makers.
Except for drug makers, yeah. So we'll see how Palvella turns out and all of that. I do have some good news, though, and that's what's happening with the Magnificent Seven tech stocks right now. You can see Tesla, Amazon, Apple, Meta, all some of the stocks that are rallying in a big way right now. The really narrative here is just that this is a risk-on rally. These are some of the stocks that have been most beaten up over the past couple of weeks, and as such, it's some of the fiercest rebounders right now. It's going to be really interesting to see how sustainable this bid is, Matt.
All right, well, let's get to the pharma stocks that you mentioned. For the most part, they're getting hit very hard as President Trump is expected any moment now to sign an executive order to drastically cut U.S. prescription drug costs. He wants Americans to pay the same low prices as other countries. Pharmaceutical manufacturers want Americans to continue to pay way more than anybody else in the entire world for the drugs that we buy. We're awaiting that EO signing from President Trump. You can see there, we're going to go to the White House in just a moment, scheduled to do that at 9:30 with the Health and Human Services Secretary, that's not him, at the White House, and we'll bring it to you live as soon as it happens. For more, let's go to Bloomberg's
Du får bare følge med og se hva som skjer, da. Gir det litt mer enn 2 uker. Gir det litt mer når John Trump ikke prater så fælt, for å se hva som skjer.
Yeah, hey Matt, so you outlined some of it there. We are expecting President Trump to sign some executive orders that would mandate that the U.S. pays the lowest price for a pharmaceutical that any other country pays. He says this would amount to most favored nation status, often used in trade deals. It appears evident that this White House is going to invoke allegations of unfair and discriminatory trade practices in order to spur some negotiations on. And a White House official tells us that they are expecting these drug makers to negotiate immediately, that one of the big focuses here is going to be on weight loss drugs, but they also described this order as being broadly sweeping. We do know that the HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will be there in the room as well, and this White House official says that HHS is going to push for some more direct sales to the consumer when it comes to pharmaceutical drugs. We should also note that we are expecting the FTC and the DOJ to take a bigger stance when it comes to cracking down on anti-competitive practices
På grunn av Donald Trump har sagt det han har sagt.
So
Og han har pratet markedet. Jeg får ikke gjort noe med det. Du får se om jeg har rett, om inflasjonen stiger. Da får du se om jeg treffer på det. Og så får du se om shipping krasjer, som jeg har sagt kommer til å skje. Og så får du se om TGS går i taket, som jeg har sagt kommer til å skje. Så får du se om alt. Du må ha litt perspektiv mer enn 2 uker. Donald Trump er verdens president akkurat nå. Han twittrer ting hele tiden. Fortsatt så er alt likt. Ja, men da gjør du det. Da gjør du det.
De-escalation between the US and China is the major story. We have been seeing so many companies,
jeg gjør ikke noe annerledes. Sorry, ass.
AI, Mag 7 tech stocks, stop CapEx and instead say they're going to buy back shares. Do you expect that to continue?
På fredag gjorde jeg 20 trades.
Well, what we found
For
is that ISM new orders tends to be
helt fram til fredag har det vært riktig en dritt for min del. Så får vi se hvor mange trades jeg gjør i dag.
CapEx trends. Now, the broader S&P has actually had some pretty good CapEx trends if you look at the preliminary data through 1Q, but we actually put this in our weekly today. Like, we went through and looked at like all the sectors and looked at small cap and large cap and mid cap, and what we found is basically the only sleeve that's seen strong CapEx is the top 10 market cap names in the S&P 500, which is the AI trade. Everyone else has been weak, but the weakness we've continued to see in that ISM new orders would portend that we would, you know, have a few more
of weak CapEx.
So I think it makes sense, and I will say on the buybacks, when I've been doing my earnings model on the S&P, what I've noticed the last couple quarters is we haven't
alt offentlig. Det ikke noe som lukket her. Jeg gjør dette live, for faen.
Understood exactly what was going on, but I know in that last quarter, I think it was actually 1Q, we actually saw a growth in the share count by about 1%, a little less than that. So it may just be there's some pent-up demand for the buybacks as well.
I also want to get your thoughts on the cross-asset picture right now, because it's hard to not notice amid this big rally that we're seeing in the stock market, what is going on in the bond market. You look at the 10-year Treasury yield up about 8 basis points right now. You have the 2-year yield up even more as people recalibrate their Fed rate cut bets. But when it comes to your 10-year yield at 4.5%, I mean, what does that mean for corporations if we continue to bounce along in this range?
So what we've done historically, or what we've seen historically when we've looked at like different flavors of interest rates against the effective interest rates that companies are actually paying, it's less about the Fed funds. You see more of a correlation with 10-year yields. And I'll tell you, when I did my last recalibration on my earnings model, so this was before this last reporting season, we took our number down to, I forget where we were before, maybe like 264, we took it down to 258. One of the things offsetting some of our kind of weaker GDP assumptions, margin cuts that we put in, was a better interest expense environment, and we had basically 10-year yield around 4% and a couple cuts from the Fed. So that was a sort of a tailwind we saw directly coming in, and if we have to rejigger things at some point, right?
Jeg skjønner folk skuffa og sur for at jeg har tatt penger. Jeg har ikke gjort noe på 14 dager, men jeg har vært jævlig usikker. Og da begynte den treden med Tesla. Når han forandret loven. Etter det så har jeg bare sittet og sett. Så jeg kunne sikkert gjort mye annerledes, men jeg har ikke tørt å gjøre en dritt. Jeg har bare sittet og så fulgt med. Så jeg kunne sikkert gjort ting litt annerledes, men jeg trader aldri når jeg er usikker. Jeg synes det er veldig ubehagelig. Jeg vil heller sitte i minus og heller trade opp igjen.
5%. I mean, if you put in that tail risk, I mean, how big of a worry is that?
Bare fordi han sier det han sier, så er det liksom ikke nok for meg å bare nå kjøper vi fordi Trump sier kjøp. For meg det er ikke Jeg ser på inflasjonen, jeg ser på tiåringen, jeg ser på gullet, jeg ser på oljen, jeg ser på alt. Og nå vet jeg at tariffene er i hvert fall på pause i 90 dager, det er 30%, fortsatt alt for høyt. Det vil bare pike inflasjonen, sånn tenker jeg. Dette er jo langt fra ferdig. Det er bare markedet som ikke skjønner det. Så egentlig skal man ikke gjøre noen ting nå. Viking Power har ikke fått noe. Takk skal du ha, Elian. Jeg fikk tariffen rett i trynet. Men jeg må bare gjøre det beste å komme ut av det og trade inn igjen. Jeg gjør det live, så får vi se om jeg får det til da.
Right? Yeah, if you just look at the historical backtest data, and I've been using this study since like 08, 09, like in the financial business, I used to be a small cap strategist, and so we had this GDP test we developed, and works for the S&P 500 as well. And if you just look at GDP in different ranges, and look at what stocks did during that actual year, negative GDP, as long as it's a final down GDP, stocks tend to rise because you discount the problems in advance. When you're sitting in that 0 to 1 or 1 to 2% range, it's not always true, but more often than not, you're down than up in the stock market. And it's a worse hit rate if you're in the 0 to 1 than a 1 to 2, but both are not great. You really need to be above 2 to kind of have a positive return environment for stocks. And I think the reason why is, if I just look back over the history of my career, whenever you're sort of sitting at that really weak GDP, it's that constant fear of tipping into the abyss. Right. And it's that fear of tipping, and it's that anticipation that tends to take stocks down, as opposed, once you're there, people who have been around long enough know it's a buying opportunity.
Lori, we have less than a minute left, but I think that is so fascinating. And I wonder how the Fed factors into that, because I imagine if you have negative GDP, you know that the Fed is going to be cutting rates, whereas if it's just sort of, sluggish to bad, but still positive, it's not as much of a guarantee.
Yeah, and look, I think they're in a tricky spot right now, right? And we really leave the Fed calls to our rates team and our economics team. I know that they're looking for cuts to start later this year. And, it really does depend on what the data shows. And they think, kind of the risk of that data, turning negative at some point is still there. I think it'll be interesting to sort of see how the inflation backdrop plays into everything, because they have a very tricky dual mandate right now, but they are watching the data, and I think that's the appropriate thing to do.
All right, Lori, great having you on the program. Thanks so much for joining us. Lori Calvasina there from RBC Capital Markets. Let's get a look at some of the other stocks on the move this morning. For that, we go to Bloomberg's Nora Melinda. Nora, what do you got?
Matt, I'm seeing green all across the board this morning. Of course, we're seeing Wall Street seeing a relief rally, a broad-based relief rally, as people are really exhaling after we got this news today that U.S. was cutting its levies on China from 145% to 30%, with China cutting its tariffs on the U.S. to 10% from 125%. But we're really seeing big tech companies, we're seeing chip makers, semiconductors, all rallying off of this news. Of course, we're seeing a lot of these companies that do a lot of their manufacturing in China. So this is great news for them. But also in the consumer space, we're seeing names like Nike, we're seeing Starbucks, we're seeing Amazon, we're seeing all these companies really rallying as it really gives a bit of a tailwind here for the market. Lastly, I'm looking at travel and leisure companies. Now we're seeing Delta, we're also seeing American United, Carnival, a lot of these names really just rallying in sympathy off of this news today. Lots to see that is in the green today, Matt.
All right, Nora, thank you for that. It's Bloomberg's Nora Melinda with a great roundup of some of the biggest movers at the opening bell. And coming up, as we've been mentioning, President Donald Trump's vows to cut U.S. drug prices by up to 80%, hitting pharma stocks. We'll discuss next with pharma analyst Emily Field of Barclays. This is Open Interest.
All right, let's cut right to it. This is Bloomberg's new show, Primer. Technology is a $1 trillion game. Won, lost, won again, just by backing the right science at precisely the right moment.
My life has been focused on how can you elicit intelligence from brain cells in a dish.
This is the fundamental building block of our fusion technology.
We're doing things that have never been done by anybody, ever.
Everyone is selling the future. If you want to understand what's coming, you'll want to watch Primer, because details matter.
Lasers on.
So do lasers.
There we go.
Oh, and it's on all these lovely channels. Hope you're jotting this down.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at the Forbidden City in Beijing, and this is Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Onen, only on Bloomberg.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising course conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
Welcome back to Open Interest. Let's check in on this rally right now because you have the S&P higher by 2.5%. That's a little bit lower than where we were pre-market, but still a really robust start to this trading week. Coming out of this weekend, you have big tech really leading the charge when it comes to your big indexes. When it comes to the small guys, they're also in the green in a big way. The Russell 2000 up by nearly 4%. We'll see how sustainable that is. But it's time now for our top calls. Some of the analyst action in focus this morning. And first up, Marriott and Hilton both getting upgraded over at Jefferies. The analyst says that the companies are set to grow through the uncertain business climate. Next up, you have Target getting cut to a sell over at Bernstein. The firm says that it faces a difficult trade-off between fueling sales growth and maintaining margins, but in the risk-on rally, you can see shares up over 6%. And finally, we have Warner Music getting downgraded over at Goldman on reduced visibility. The company reported weaker subscription and ad-supported streaming growth in its latest quarter. Now, back to one of the big stories up today, and that is that President Donald Trump says that he'll mandate a cut in U.S. medicine prices that could reach 80%. The president is set to discuss his plan in just a few moments at the White House. And as we wait, we're joined now by Emily Field. She is head of European Pharma Research over at Barclays. And Emily, reading through your research, it sounds like you see some potential silver linings here for the overall industry.
Yeah, thanks for having me. So obviously, this is all kind of coming out in real time, but at least in Trump's last executive order specifically relating to drug pricing, there were actually some things that makes pharma happy in there, which is, they talked about getting rid of this so-called pill penalty, which basically it cuts a few years off of exclusivity for small molecule drugs or pills versus infused drugs that when they're being negotiated for with the IRA. Now, we'll have to hear what they have to say today, but as the text of this seems to be going around, all of our stocks opened down hard this morning in Europe, and since many of them are now in the green. So I think people are taking at least what we've learned so far positively relative to where we were, 8 hours ago.
Hey, Emily, I'm wondering, from your perspective as someone who's covered this industry for a long time, why hasn't any other president or Congress been able to substantially lower drug prices? I've lived in other countries for many years, and I'm always shocked that I'm paying sometimes 10x the amount for drugs here than I am in other rich, developed countries like the UK and Germany. Why wasn't President Biden able to achieve this? Why wasn't President Obama able to achieve this? And do you have confidence that Trump will?
Yeah, so, President Biden actually, with the Inflation Reduction Act, did introduce some component of drug price lowering via Medicare drug price negotiation. And that only happens for Medicare specifically after drugs have been on the market a number of years. Going way, way back to the Affordable Care Act, actually, pharma was pretty much let off the hook there, and I think that really came down to that act passing, by the skin of its teeth. And this whole argument that pharma has, which is a part of this executive order we see here today, is that the U.S. does, in a way, subsidize the rest of the world, paying lower prices. These are companies that have to spend billions and billions and billions in R&D. A lot of that, and even more, as we're seeing with all the tariff announcements, is going to be spent in the U.S. So is America, to a degree, subsidizing the rest of the world in the higher drug prices that they pay? There's certainly an element of truth to that, but what causes that to harmonize? We've actually seen some European chief executives, such as the CEOs of Novartis and Sanofi, write published op-eds saying, hey, maybe Europe should start paying a little bit more. So it certainly feels like on both sides of the Atlantic that this issue is not going to go away.
Well, that's exactly where I wanted to go. The narrative that the U.S. pharma industry subsidizes the rest of the world, clearly that idea has currency in this White House. And how does this potentially rework the global pharma landscape? As you mentioned, there's some folks coming out and saying, maybe these European companies should step up a little bit. But in your view, how does this actually play out?
Yeah, that is such a good question because exactly to that point, we had a policy expert speak at our global healthcare conference back in March. And, of this particular person's opinion, who sounded pretty close to the president, he said, that Trump doesn't particularly care if Americans pay less or Europeans pay more, but he thinks Americans are getting a bad deal. Now, it does look like that there's, heavily in the text of this executive order, it talks about industry speaking to HHS and trying to have a constructive dialogue. So it looks like that, can everybody get together and play ball in a way where everybody can save some face and have a great photo op in a few months' time? That would be a win for everybody probably. But I think this is still very, very light on details on both sides of the Atlantic in terms of what could actually in the devil's in the details, right? And a lot of this stuff, as addressed in the EO, does require a law to change in the United States. So there's a lot of words out there right now, but not a lot of specifics.
Well, you know what, Emily, I look specifically at Wegovy or Ozempic, right? And here in the U.S., Americans pay over $1,000 a month for these drugs. Maybe if they get cut a deal, it's still like a car lease, right? In the UK, in Germany, in Sweden, you're paying like $100, maybe $150 a month. What have those countries done in order to get those kind of deals, and why
Jeg ser rentene begynner å stige her, som veldig negativt.
All right, maybe President Trump will address that. Unfortunately, Emily, I got to go straight to him. He's speaking now at the White House. Let's take a listen to the president.
Strong weekend. Before we begin, let me say a few words about the historic events that took place over the last few days.
Det her det som vanskelig nå, ikke sant?
One Saturday,
Han
my
prater hele
administration
tiden.
helped broker a full and immediate ceasefire, I think a permanent one, between India and Pakistan, ending a dangerous conflict of two nations with lots of nuclear weapons. And they were going at it hot and heavy, and it was seemingly not going to stop. And I'm very proud to let you know that the leadership of India and Pakistan was unwavering, powerful, but unwavering in both cases, and having these. They really were, from the standpoint of having the strength and the wisdom and fortitude to fully know and to understand the gravity of the situation. And we helped a lot. And we helped also with trade. I said, come on, we're going to do a lot of trade with you guys. Let's stop it. Let's stop it. If you stop it, we're doing trade. If you don't stop it, we're not going to do any trade. People have never really used trade the way I used it. That I can tell you. And all of a sudden they said, I think we're going to stop. And they have. And they did it for a lot of reasons, but trade is a big one. We're going to do a lot of trade with Pakistan. We're going to do a lot of trade with India. We're negotiating with India right now. We're going to be soon negotiating with Pakistan. And we stopped the nuclear conflict. I think it could have been a bad nuclear war. Millions of people could have been killed. So I'm very proud of that. I also want to thank Vice President Vance and Secretary of State Rubio for their work and efforts. They worked very hard on that. We also, as you know,
Trump stoppa en atomkrig, sa han akkurat. Han har redda millioner av mennesker nå fra å dø.
Have ceased firing, and they've let it be known that they're not going to be firing at American ships anymore, not going to be firing at Americans anymore. This was a heavy barrage that lasted for approximately 50 days. And as you know, they've been in war essentially for forever. But over the last 10 years, they've been very difficult for other countries. Nobody was able to do what we did. But they stopped, and we take their word for it. Their surrogates and them directly said, we don't want to do this anymore. And so we were satisfied with that. In addition, yesterday we achieved a total reset with China after productive talks in Geneva. Both sides now agreed to reduce the tariffs imposed after April 2nd to 10% for 90 days as negotiators continue on the larger structural issues. And I want to tell you that a couple of things. First of all, that doesn't include the tariffs that are already on, that are our tariffs, and it doesn't include tariffs on cars, steel, aluminum, things such as that, or tariffs that may be imposed on pharmaceuticals, because we want to bring the pharmaceutical business back to the United States, and they're already starting to come back now based on tariffs, because they don't want to pay 25, 50, or 100% tariffs, so they're moving them back to the United States.
50 poeng på at han pratet igjen her.
Tim Cook this morning, and he's going to, I think, even up his numbers, $500 billion. He's going to be building a lot of plants in the United States for Apple, and we look forward to that. I really do look forward to that. But the talks in Geneva were very friendly. The relationship is very good. We're not looking to hurt China. China was being hurt very badly. They were closing up factories. They were having a lot of
man må passe på marginen, altså, hele tiden.
They were very happy to be able to do
something.
Sånn
som det nå, når det går opp så mye og så fort opp og ned, så må marginer av alt.
I'll speak to President Xi maybe at the end of the week We have some other things we're doing. But one of the biggest things that we're doing...
Det som ofte med marginer også, at du mister den antageligvis nesten alltid på toppen.
We made a great deal with China, a great trade deal, but it was a much bigger deal originally, and then they canceled it right in the last day. Some of you faces I remember were there when that happened. I remember you. And we had a deal where they opened up their country to trade with the United States, and they took that away at the last moment, and then I canceled the whole thing, and then 6 months later we ended up doing a smaller deal, but it was a big deal. It was $50 billion worth of product that they were going to purchase from our farmers, etc. And we agreed to that. People thought it was 15 because they were doing 15. We made it 50 because I misunderstood the 15. I said, you got to get 50. Because when I asked, if you remember the story, when I asked, what are we doing with them? My Secretary of Agriculture at the time, Sonny Perdue, said, sir, it's about 15 billion and we're asking for 15. And I thought he said 50. So I said, so they came back with the deal at 15. And I said, no way, I want 50. Because you said 50. They said, sir, we didn't say that. Anyway, bottom line, I said, go back and ask for 50, and they gave us 50. And they were honoring the deal, and we would call them up a lot for the corn and for the wheat and for everything. They were honoring the deal, and then when Biden got in, they no longer honored the deal. There was nobody to call. I would call on an average of once every 2 weeks to say, come on, you have to speed it up a little bit. And our farmers were doing great. I said to them, buy more land and bigger tractors, if you remember. But the deal was a very good deal. But the best part of the deal was that we opened up China. China agreed to open itself up to American business to go in. And it would have been a great thing, I think, for China. They would be able to see things that they haven't seen. They would be able to buy products that they had never been able to buy. Would have been great for American business. I think it would have brought unity between China, better unity between China and the United States. And the bottom line is that they canceled it the last day. We were all set to sign it, and then I went a little bit angry. I got a little angry. I said, they canceled the deal. The deal was done. It was all ready to be signed, and people went over, they came back to me, sir, they don't want to sign the opening up China. Well, the biggest thing that we're discussing is the opening up China, and they've agreed to do that, but it's going to take a while to paper it. You know, that's not the easiest thing to paper. But that's the single, I think, to me, some people would disagree. Some people would say we're getting a lot of money with tariffs or whatever, but, you know, especially when you add what we already have. Because remember, we're already getting the 50% on steel and different things. That's not included in these numbers, so you can add that. But the biggest thing to me is the opening up. It would be, I think it would be fantastic for our businesses if we could go in and compete with China. It would be a lot of jobs for China. It would be, I think, at a time when they can frankly use the jobs. And that's what we're talking about. So that's a very, very important element to add. So when Scott, I watched him speak the other day, and I think he didn't want to say it, but I said, it's okay to say it. Look, if we don't get it, we don't get it. But if we don't get it, it won't be a positive thing. But if we do get it, I think it's maybe the most important thing to happen. Because if you think about it, we opened up our country to China. They come, we don't, I mean, they have very few restrictions. And they didn't open their country to us. Never made sense to me. It's not fair. And they've agreed to open China, fully open China. And I think it's going to be fantastic for China. I think it's going to be fantastic for us. And I think it's going to be great for unification and peace. China will also suspend and remove all of its non-monetary barriers. They've agreed to do that. Well, they're very numerous. But again, to me, the biggest thing that came out of that meeting is they've agreed. Now we have to get it papered, but they've agreed to open up China. It's going to be great for everybody. And third, I'm very happy to announce that Idan Alexander, an American citizen who until recently most thought was no longer living, thought was dead, is going to be released in about 2 hours, actually. And he's going to be released before the eyes of Steve Witkoff, who has done a fantastic job. I just, you know, I know a lot of people that have a lot of talent. I know Steve had a lot of talent. But I know a lot of people with a lot of talent, but I had...
Hører dere at han prater nå? Trump? Eller hører dere ikke at han
special
prater?
personality. Aside from being a good deal maker, had a special way about him, and it was Steve. Knew very little about the subject matter, who does? But he learned it in about 2 hours. And he's been fantastic, so I want to just thank Steve. But they're going to be releasing Idan in about 2 hours from now, or sometime today, let's say. And again, they thought he was dead just a short while ago. His parents are so happy. They're so happy. So it's, as you know, Idan's the only American citizen who's captured and held hostage by Hamas since October 7th, 2023. And he's coming home to his parents, which is really great news. I mean, to me, it's big news. They thought he was dead. So that's that. So we'll be heading there, and we'll be seeing 3 primary countries. You know all about that: Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar. On Thursday's meeting with Russia and Ukraine is very important. I was very insistent that that meeting take place. I think good things can come out of that meeting. Stop the bloodshed of the horrible. It's a bloodbath. But that 5,000 more, it's really much more, trying to be conservative, more than 5,000 soldiers. Russian, they're not American soldiers, they're from Russia, they're from Ukraine, but they're people. They're human souls, and they're being killed at levels that we haven't seen since the Second World War. And it's every week. A lot of drone fighting. It's a whole new form of warfare, and it's violent and vicious. And so that's it. I'd like to go back to China just for a second. They're very heavy on the fentanyl. We're charging them, as you know, 20% for the fact that they send fentanyl into our country. And they've agreed that they're going to stop that. And, you know, they'll be rewarded by not having to pay, you know, hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. So the fentanyl should stop. It comes from China. It's amazing. And comes through our southern border, comes through our northern border too, comes through Canada, and comes through our southern border, much more through the southern border. But so that's a very important subject to me, because everybody in this room has lost friends or people that have family members that have died of fentanyl. So there's a big incentive for China to stop, and I take them at their word. They're going to work on that, I think, very hard. And one thing, when they work on something, they get it done. So now I'm about to depart on a historic visit. Some of you are going with us to, as I said, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and United Arab Emirates. Before I do, I'll sign one of the most consequential executive orders in our country's history. I don't think there's ever been anything signed like this, certainly not with respect to health care, nothing even close. I'm delighted to be joined on this occasion by Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who is doing a really good job, I have to tell you that. CMS Administrator, a friend of mine, Dr. Mehmet Oz, who is an amazing guy. You know, I was telling Bobby before, Oz.
Men verdensnyheten som kom var at han skulle gjøre et bilde for healthcare.
Because when you're in show business, it hurts your reputation a little bit.
Det verdensnyheten hans.
It's good for you, but in terms of
Ingen har reagert på den
professionalism
ennå.
and being a doctor, it sort of hurts your reputation.
Det var hans
This guy went
største
to the best schools, was
verdensnyhet,
best,
tydeligvis.
I mean, top of the line. Then he did a television show, became a success, made a lot of money, all that stuff, but it sort of hurt him. And you know who I compare that to? I hate to say this.
Fikk ikke med den, ja.
A woman.
Han skal gjøre det billigere for healthcare. Han skal sette ned med, jeg tror, egenandel på healthcare. Skal ned med drug price cut by 59%. Det var den verdens viktigste nyheten som hele markedet skulle reagere på. Det har
Tror du vi skal ned, eller?
More of an entertainment person, like Oz. Oz is not an entertainer. He's not really an entertainer. You know the real story. And she isn't either. She is unbelievable. She was one of the strongest district
Hans Imani, jeg kjøpte akkurat her nå som en liten bet. Men han prater jo hele tiden. Jeg sier det hver dag. Jeg kan ikke trade når han prater. Jeg sier det hver dag. Jeg vil egentlig ikke gjøre noe, men nå bare gjør jeg det. Jeg har sagt det nå 2 uker. Han prater hver dag, og han sier sjuke ting hver dag. Verdens viktigste nyhet var at han skal kutte drug prices by 59%. Det verdensnyheten hans I dag. Det JFK Jr.
Ikke en verdensnyhet.
Det bare piss.
Institute of Health, Jay Bhattacharya, who has been
Vi gikk jo opp I dag på grunn av tariffavtalen med Kina. Den bare utsatt, og det basically vant til Kina. Han skulle ikke rikke seg under 145, og så skulle han ikke rikke seg under 80. Endte opp på 30 etter 1 dag I forhandlinger. Det bare sånn, vær så snill da. Hold kjeft, liksom. Slutt.
And I'm not knocking the drug companies. I'm really more knocking the countries than the drug companies because they're forced to do things. But the drug lobby is the strongest lobby in this country. They say the drug lobby. It's between that and lawyers, and they have a lot of power. But starting today, the United States will no longer subsidize the health care of foreign countries, which is what we were doing. We're subsidizing others' health care. Countries where they paid a small fraction of what, for the same drug, that what we pay many, many times more for. And we'll no longer tolerate profiteering and price gouging from Big Pharma, but again, it was really the countries that forced Big Pharma to do things that, frankly, I'm not sure they really felt comfortable doing, but they've gotten away with it, these countries. European Union has been brutal. And the drug companies actually told me stories. It was just brutal how they forced them. And European Union suing all our companies, Apple, Google, Meta, they're suing all of our companies. They end up, they have judges that are European Union-centric, and they get rewarded 15 billion, 17 billion, 20 billion, and they use that to run their operation. Not going to happen any longer, that I can tell you. So what's been happening is we've been subsidizing other countries throughout the world, not just in Europe, throughout the world. European Union was the most difficult from what I understand. I mean, I'll tell you a story. A friend of mine who's a businessman, very, very, very top guy. Most of you would have heard of him. A highly neurotic, brilliant businessman, seriously overweight, and he takes the fat shot drug. And he called me up and he said, President, he calls me, he used to call me Donald, now he calls me President, so that's nice respect. But he's a rough guy, smart guy, very successful, very rich. I wouldn't even know how we would know this, but because he's got comments. President, could I ask you a question? What? I'm in London, and I just paid for this damn fat drug I take. I said, it's not working. He said,
Nå har jeg hentet en halve tapet på den siste shorten, og jeg hentet den nå. Jeg har dratt inn 1000, short på 2000, så nå tar jeg trader jeg den sånn som planen min da. Jeg fortsatt pissnegativ til markedet fortsatt, det ikke noe annerledes egentlig. Men det sånn jeg kommer ut Hvorfor jeg ikke gjort det før nå? For jeg tror ikke han har noe mer å komme med.
In New York, I'm paying $1,300. Now, this is a great businessman, so
he's
not familiar
with
this crazy situation that we have.
Nei, si det.
Men nå jo Kina-grann ute. Nå har han 90 dager på å holde det seg. Det det vi har gått opp. Det vi har gått opp på nå i uke. Kina. Nå det ute av verden.
Ja, jeg leste akkurat noe her nå, men sa han at det var den nyheten han kom med det som var bebudet?
Hva da?
Nei, det skal du si ferdig at jeg leste at den meldingen han annonsert dreier seg om Kanada, men det handler ikke om trade.
country, but now they'll have to do that.
Well,
So for
Det
the
er
first time
som
in many years,
Hanne, det er en annen, men har ikke fått noe, skal du si, kjøttbenet der.
Jeg aner ikke, ja. Jeg ser bare at inflasjonen stiger, ja. Så ser jeg at rentene stiger, og så ser jeg at Kina er ute.
Sometimes 10 times
Ja, men han har ikke sagt noe om Canada nå, har han det?
Nei, ikke ennå. Kanskje det blir en ny stat til USA? Det hadde vært noe.
Between 59 and 80, and I guess even 90%.
Det har jeg jævlig vondt for å tro.
When I worked so hard in the first term, and if I got prices down, remember I was the only one to
Nå har vi ramlet med 900 poeng fra toppen, har vi ikke det?
But I'd get them down like 2%, and I thought it was like
Jeg vet med en annen her, så er det for ikke å se.
Okay.
60, 70, 80, 90%. But actually more than that if you think about it in the way mathematically. And Farmer has to say, we're sorry, but we'll not be able to do this any longer to these countries that have been so tough. They've been very tough, nasty. It's trade. It's trade. And Farmer is also very powerful. And the Democrats have protected Farmer. The Democrats, this is the Democrats have protected Farmer. These are the Democrats. And by the way, I just called the Speaker of the House, and I just called the leader, our leader in the Senate, John Thune, Mike Johnson. Spoke to both of them. I said, when you score, you're going to have to score two things. You're going to have to, number one, score that hundreds of billions of dollars of tariff money is coming in. But even bigger than that, you're going to have to score that your cost for Medicaid and Medicare and just basically pharmaceuticals and drugs is going down at a level that nobody has ever seen before. It'll pay for the Golden Dome. I see the Golden Dome is there, see? That'll easily pay for the Golden Dome. And we'll have a lot of money left over. We need the Golden Dome, by the way, in this world. Although this world's a lot safer today than it was a week ago, and a lot safer than it was 6 months ago. We had people that had no clue what they were doing. So today Americans spend 70% more for prescription drugs than we spent in the year 2000. Think of that. Our country has the highest drug prices anywhere in the world by sometimes a factor of 5, 6, 7, 8 times. It's not like they're slightly higher. They're 6, 7, 8 times. There are even cases of 10 times higher. So that you go 10 times more expensive for the same drug, that's big numbers. Even though the United States is home to only 4% of the world's population, pharmaceutical companies make more than 2/3 of their profits in America. So think of that. With 4% of the population, the pharmaceutical companies make most of their money, most of their profits from America. That's not a good thing. Now, I think, by the way, I have great respect for these companies and for the people that run them. I really do. And I think they did one of the greatest jobs in history for their company, convincing people for many years that this was a fair system. And nobody really understood why. I figured it out. For years, pharmaceutical and drug companies have said that research and development costs were what they are. And for no reason whatsoever, they had to be borne by America alone. Not anymore, they don't. This means American patients were effectively subsidizing socialist healthcare systems in Germany, in all parts of the European Union. They were the toughest of all. They were nasty. And I see that. I see that with trade. The European Union is in many ways nastier than China. Okay?
Reiki, det må du nesten styre selv, altså. For jeg
Oh, they'll come down a lot.
Jeg passer på mine marginer.
They treated us very unfairly.
Nå har jeg tatt inn halve tapet på denne shorten nå, nettopp.
13 million cars, we sell them none.
Og så kommer jeg til å ta ut den, ut neste.
Agricultural products, we sell them virtually none. They don't take our products.
Husk på nytt for meg også da, med Trump. Aldri sett dette før.
Unfair. So they're going to have to pay more for healthcare and we're going to have to pay less. That's all it is.
Han mer på TV enn skuespillere på film.
European Union. But because it's the world, the numbers are for the healthcare company not as bad as you would think. They'll make the same. I think the healthcare companies should make pretty much the same money. I really don't believe they should be affected very much because It's just a redistribution of wealth. It's a redistribution where it could be the same top line, but it's going to be distributed differently. Europe's going to have to pay a little bit more. The rest of the world's going to have to pay a little bit more. America's going to pay a lot less. Again, because it's a much smaller population.
Jeg innbiller meg at det blir litt mer volum nå også. Men det er fortsatt negativt til markedet. Det blir bare at det nå
Basically, what we're doing is equalizing. There's a new word that I came up with, which I think is probably the best.
Kan man liksom ikke bruke Kina-argumentet som man har gjort hver dag nå?
We're going to pay what Europe's going to pay. We're going to all pay. Now, there may be some countries in dire need, and I would be willing to sacrifice that, but and help them. But it's called most favored nation. We are going to pay the lowest price there is.
Volumet kom inn ganske kraftig I forhold til start her nå, men
That's
det
the
noe
price that we're going
normalt.
to get. So remember that. So we're no longer paying 10 times
Blir det
more
mer.
than another country. Whoever is paying the lowest price, we will look at that price and we will say that's the price we're going to pay. Most favored nations. That's what it is.
Han stopper jo ikke,
One
vet du. Han
breast
fortsetter
cancer
bare å prate.
drug costs Americans over $16,000 per bottle, but the same drug from the same factory, manufactured by the same company, is 1/6 that price in Australia and 1/10 that price in Sweden. 1/10 for the identical product. A common asthma drug costs almost $500 here in America, but costs less than $40 in the United Kingdom. So $40 in the United Kingdom, which is where this gentleman told me he paid a small amount for his shot. But think of that, so $40 versus $500 here.
Men
That's
sånn
not
som,
even bad. Much worse examples.
sånn
And the
som
weight loss drug,
Støre og
Ozempic costs 10 times more in the United States than in the rest of the developed world.
Starmer
10 times more.
og
Why? What did we do?
Stoltenberg
Suckers.
krøp.
But we never had a
Når de
president
pratet
that
med
had
han,
the courage to
så har han
do
sikkert
this.
balltak på det også.
And nobody knew the system like I do. I mean, I've gotten to know this system so well. And I don't think it's fair that it benefits Obamacare. Obamacare is a failure. It's not a good health care. It works. I made it work. I had an obligation to make it work, or an obligation to let it die. I chose that we had to make it work. I had to make it as good as possible. And I had a choice. I could have let it fail or make it as good as possible. As good as possible means it was still not very good, but it survived. And we did the right thing. But this makes everything worse. And I don't want to have a bad form of healthcare work because of the fact I was able to cut drug prices by 80 or 90%. So we're going to maybe come up with something. I think this gives the Republicans a chance to actually do healthcare that's much better than Obamacare.
Trump's dog every day.
Which
every day is
Trump. Along with Congress. But I do want to say that Democrats could have done this a long time ago. They have fought like hell for the drug companies, and they knew they were doing the wrong thing. And it's going to be very hard. I was just telling the leader and the speaker that it's going to be very hard for the Democrats to vote against the one big beautiful deal, the greatest tax cuts in history.
Skal vi ned, eller skal vi opp?
Now you have the big drug
Opp så lenge han prater, ned når han ikke prater.
It makes that whole situation different from a scoring standpoint. I just
Rentene stiger ganske kraftig her nå, som også ikke bra. Og den verdensnyheten hans den han prater om nå, den healthcare. Det ikke så mange som bryr seg om, tydeligvis. Det var den som var den viktigste.
But as big as the tariffs are, this is something that really hits quickly. 5 years ago, I signed an executive order to confront
this disaster,
but only confront it in a minor way. It was
Vi var jo opp her nå med over 900 poeng på topp her.
It took people a little while to understand a very complicated system. But Joe Biden, without any knowledge of what he was doing, terminated the policy and then pretended to negotiate under a new system. And then you take a look, 5 out of the 10 drugs that he negotiated are now over 200% more expensive in America than the rest of the world, and far more expensive than when he even got involved. Much more expensive than when he got involved. Joe Biden's plan was as you know, because you wrote about it, you don't say it very loudly, but it was a very big failure, was his whole presidency. First, I'm directing the U.S. Trade Representative.
Ja, så helt til under 28-15, så er det snart å gå ned.
By blocking their products unless they accept bottom line and very low dollar amounts for their product, unfairly shifting the cost burden onto American patients.
Han hater virkelig Biden.
And we'll be taking a look at that very strongly. The biggest thing we're going to do is we're going to tell those countries, like those represented by the unions, that
Biden var jo ikke med.
They want to get
Han var jo
you,
helt
and they don't have
hjernedød.
to sell cars into the United States anymore.
De skulle ikke hate senile mennesker.
And they won't get.
Jeg tror han ble styrt av Hillary og Obama.
From
Det
that
jeg tror.
standpoint, they were given a price by the European
Trump
Union and other
10 ganger
countries.
kjappere.
This is what you do. This is what we're going to pay. We're not going to pay
Han
anymore.
helt rå,
Let
egentlig.
America
Han jo
pay
bare
it,
en
because
jævla
it was a
klovn.
big shortfall. Let America pay it. And that's what we did, but we're not doing it anymore. Next, my administration will secure what we're calling most favored nations drug pricing. The principle is simple. Whatever the lowest price paid for a drug in other developed countries, that is the price that Americans will pay. And we're using the term other developed countries because there are some
Hvis det er Sell on
countries
News nå, så ser det ikke så jævla bra ut da.
and that's fine. I think that's very good.
Når det var han skulle komme ut med den
Pharmaceutical prices will be reduced almost
store
immediately
nyheten.
by 50 to 80
Når
to
var det han skulle komme ut med den
90%.
svære nyheten?
Det er det man snakker om nå. Han kommer med den på Truth Social i dag. Drug prices be cut by 59%. Det er ingen som på en måte har skjønt at det er verdensnyhet da.
Reductions, my administration will also cut out the middlemen.
Men det var ikke noe med tariff og sånne ting.
Nei, han sa det. Det har ikke noe med tariffer og sånn. Det er at medisiner skal få ned prisen på reseptbelagte medisiner.
Ja, det kom jo med i går.
Ja, det var verdensnyheten.
At the most
Oh, ja.
favored nation price directly to the American citizen.
Og det var jo snakket om tidligere at de skal betale for mye til farmasiselskapene. De tar seg for betalt.
Ja, det har han rett i da.
Så ja, det har han nok, men altså, det er jo ikke noen nyhet.
Nei, han står jo og prater om at det er den største avtalen i USAs historie. Det er det han sier nå.
Det
er det verdensnyhet.
Det blir verdensnyhet hvis han har kuttet det her også.
Men det folk ikke skjønner, er at tariffavtalen med Kina, den er bare på pause. Den er fortsatt 30% for høy.
We did some great things with trade with India and
Det har folk helt
Pakistan.
glemt i dag tidlig.
We helped the
Da var det bare sånn her,
heated situation.
alt ordner seg. Det er i dialog. Det er liksom,
Millions, I mean, many of people.
han kledde jo ikke av Kina. Han bøyde
Jeg
seg
følger
for
med
Kina.
for det, men var det 30% de satte på, eller var det 60?
Nei, jeg tror det var 30. Han gikk fra 145 ned til 30.
Ja, ja, først 80 og så ned til 30.
Dramatic downward pressure on prices.
Han sa jo på fredag, torsdag, så sa han jo ikke under 145, og så på fredag så sa han, ja, ok, 80 da.
That are doing this, and we will add it onto the price.
De kineserne må ha sett det rett gjennom han kameraten.
We charge them for doing business in America.
Jeg tipper han er jævla sånn tøff på sosiale medier, og så tipper han er mye mer rundt i kantene i møter.
Should equalize, everybody should say, pay the same
Ja.
price. And special interests may not like this very much, but the
Well, never
American
the
people
France.
will. I mean, I'm doing this for the American people. I'm doing this against the most powerful lobby in the world, probably the drug lobby, drug and pharmaceutical lobby. But it's one of the most important orders I think that's ever been signed, certainly with regard to healthcare or
The most important order ever that ever has been decided and signed. Det er liksom,
Robert F.
det er
Kennedy
derfor.
to say a few words, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an extraordinary day. This is an issue that I grew up in the Democratic Party, and every major Democratic leader for 20 years has been making this promise to the American people. This was the fulcrum of Bernie Sanders' runs for presidency, that he was going to eliminate this discrepancy between Europe and the United States. But as it turns out, None of them were doing it. It's one of these
Jeg har,
promises that politicians make to their constituents.
Når jeg lomma nå, så lommet jeg med en kontrakt, og så halvannen kontrakt. Den siste shorten jeg har en halv kontrakt. Men jeg kommer til, hvis markedet sånn som nå, så kommer jeg til å gjøre mange trades. Jeg kommer sikkert til å trade inn, kanskje, trade inn 10% av det, kanskje.
Pharmaceutical companies, the industry itself spends 3 times what the next largest lobby.
Men jeg må være komfortabel, så gjør jeg ingenting.
This was an issue that people talked about, but
nobody
was doing anything
because
it was radioactive. You couldn't get it by Congress. We now have a president who is a man of his word, who has the courage. President Trump was taking money from the pharmaceutical industry too. I think they gave you $100 million.
Det stemmer, Slumdag.
He can't be bought, unlike most of the politicians in this country. And he is standing here for the American people. I don't know whether writers like Lord Elizabeth Warren or Robert Reich were saying that President Trump is on this side of the oligarchs. There has never been a president more willing to stand up to the oligarchs.
Den nå på, jeg puttet opp i 20 000 og 10 000 har gjort, så den på 55, jeg tror den var på 40. Jeg puttet opp i penger på torsdag. Og så tar jeg det ut igjen når marginen enda bedre. Så jeg justerer det hele tiden.
Our country represents 75% of the revenues for pharmaceutical companies.
For jeg aner ikke hva han Trump sier, og da må jeg passe på den nok marginen. Da kan jeg trede
capita on drugs.
Nå er vi straks på day low fra åpning i hvert fall.
They spend 1/5 of what we do. And this
is tryn til helvete.
And this, drug companies, Europeans, if you ask them, it made no sense what they were saying.
Jeg tror at veldig mange nå ble skuffet over den avtalen med Kina, av de som kan dette her. For inflasjonen vil jo stige som bare faen. Og de fikk jo inflasjonstallene forrige uke, som var alt for høye. Og så kommer det CPI-tallet i morgen, og tiåringen går rett i taket her.
Europeans raised the price of their drugs by just 20%. That is $10 trillion that can be spent on innovation and the health of all people.
Det som litt annerledes med indekser og aksjer da, aksjer så har du mye bedre tid på deg. Det reagerer ikke på seg på sekundene, på nanosekundene som indeksen gjør da. Så det liksom
are big Bernie Sanders fans. And when I told them that this was going to happen, they had tears in their eyes.
Aksjer bruker tid på å forstå markedet, og så kommer liksom en sånn sunn bevegelse når markedet får summet seg sammen da. Mens med indeksen så får du sånne irrasjonelle opp og ned, og opp og ned før ordentlig retningen kommer, og den kan komme gjerne etter, den kan komme på en dag, den kan komme til en uke, men det så vanvittige svingninger på indeksen, for det så mange som det så høye belåninger. Nå rammer det her. Men, ja, så det det folk må forstå, skille mellom aksjer, altså indekser noe helt annet, marginen liksom alfa og megas. Who's on a blood thinner, who can't afford her copay. President Trump, God bless you for having me. Moms har betalt selv, som påvirker uteprisene kundene. Kina, Spania og USA har ikke tatt den utenfor meg, så jeg skjønner ikke helt hvordan det blir. Ikke jeg heller. For han mener at det landene skal betale tariffen, så jeg skjønner ikke selv hva han mener. Så du helt inne på noe med Petrina, men jeg har gitt opp Trump. Han i dialog med 200 land. Det eksisterer 195 land, så jeg vet hva faen
Most people who have thought about this process agree that it is patently unfair to tolerate the numbers that Secretary Kennedy and President Trump reflected here. On this chart to my left is a list of the 10 drugs that were negotiated in the IRA. Again, this is the
ja, jeg bare jævla trist, ja. For jeg synes det så trist at det mange som tar med penger, og så ramler det først nå, liksom.
That was able to be obtained by the Biden
administration. Det blir nok ikke rammer det sånn helt enda.
Ja, men kan vi hente en gappen ned til 2.500?
The most favorable price
was being paid by the United States. So the closest to me, Bob, you can point to the Jardinians, the closest one.
Jeg blir tatt ut her nå.
The one that's closest to you. That means that we are paying in America 4 times.
Jeg hentet en på shorten også, jeg faen meg hentet en 7000 spenn, 10% på hele skiten. På det fallet der nå, liksom.
Jeg
hentet en 80 000.
Helvete, hvor mye er det du har nå?
Ja, jeg tror det heftig.
Ja, du må passe på.
That stated, President Trump has over and over again indicated, and Secretary Kennedy reflected as well, we want innovation. We want our technology
så jævla
the best they can to make the best solutions for drugs that cure as many people in America and around
the world. Det så skummelt, men jeg helt enig, jeg tror det står til helvete, så jeg... Og treffer oss gjøre en jævla kule da, for nå går rentene videre oppover, og Trump har ikke noe mer krutt. Verdensnyheten hans var reseptbelagte medisiner.
Han tok den der ut, og så stoppet, og så gikk den fortsatt ned. Jeg har vært $11,180 i dag.
Jævlig bra. På sånn prop-konto?
På sånn
prop firms?
Together with people standing in the back.
Nei, på min.
We're doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Are going to be approaching pharmaceutical companies to talk specifically about what we want the most favored nation price to be based on the best data we have.
Da går jeg snart litt penger på den ene shorten nå her, se, hvis det fortsetter.
Interaction with these corporate leaders, many of whom we've
spoken to. Falt med 320 poeng her på rappen.
Is not right the way it is. They're patriotic Americans. They want what's right. But the fact that in my lifetime, as Secretary Kennedy said,
men hvorfor faller det så jævlig nå?
An aggressive approach, thanks to President Trump, on taking on the special interests, should give all Americans confidence.
Nei, vi gikk det jo bare toppen oppover, tenker jeg. Og en heftig motstand opp på 20.800 og 15-20-ish.
Hvor mange kontrakter shorter du nå? 100, eller?
Jay, you want to go next?
Ja.
So I teach economics at Stanford.
Tok du 100 kontrakter?
Nei, 50.
And one thing that's really, really simple in economics is that when you have a persistent price difference for the same product between two countries, there is something deeply wrong. And what President Trump has done is
Jeg bør vente 30 sekunder med å sette ut stopplåsen min nå.
a long time ago. What we're going to do is make sure that those prices become much closer to equal, like a competitive market you'd expect. Right now what's happening is the American people are subsidizing at in large fraction the research and development efforts for drug companies around the world by the higher prices that we pay. With this new order, Europe will share the burden of that. And in fact, if you may think of it as like as somehow it's going after drug companies, actually it's helping drug companies. Because what we're also going to do with this order, what President Trump has done with this order, is he's said to European governments, look, if you are taking advantage of the drug companies by forcing them to charge very, very low prices, we're going to defend American drug companies in Europe. At the same time, we're standing up for the American consumer who's been paying far too high prices for far too long. I can go back decades to point to congressional report after government report of tremendously high drug prices, much higher than the rest of the world, and nothing has been done about it until this moment. And I'm really, really proud, President Trump, that you've done this. I'm really proud to be included in this and looking forward to the work ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the many doctors I've talked to about this very issue, thank you for taking the bull by the horns. Presidents on both sides of the aisle have talked about this and floated it and said they've wanted to do it, so you've had the courage to do it. Thank you. I've been a surgical oncologist at Johns Hopkins for 22 years, and I have seen patients suffer. We didn't take an oath to heal patients and then watch their life get ruined financially with their home, mortgage, going down the drain with GoFundMe campaigns.
Jeg kopierer ikke den før han setter en ny. Med mindre det er et sånt valg at du kan ta det eksisterende, men jeg vet ikke om det.
Nei, du er bare på nye transaksjoner.
By 10, 12, 15 times higher prices than we see in other countries. The fundamental problem in healthcare is that we've had non-competitive markets. We can do little things around the edges, or we can transfer those markets to competitive markets, and that's what this executive order does today. Imagine
Nei, jeg begynner å nærme seg halvveis I åpningen her. Altså I det første gapet.
a regular car, and then hearing that people in London are buying it for $10,000
Ja, det
every
vet man
day all
når
day
den
long.
kom Jeg vet ikke hvorfor det gappa opp sånn, jeg husker ikke det. Men
I dag tidlig?
This
ja.
executive order,
Det gappa opp på grunn
it's
av tariffen med
transformative.
Trump.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Ja, det var ja.
Var det som gjorde det?
So
Men
thank you very
teknisk
much.
nå så ser det jo
everybody. I
grisete
think
ut
it's
da.
a very important day. In many ways,
Ja, da er det jo ned til 309 igjen, så det er jo, eller,
go to Pakistan and India.
har jo noe på 460 området.
And by the way, many other deals are coming in very much. At a certain point, we'll just set the price because we know where we
Ja,
are.
men da har jo ikke det jeg tenker da sånn fundamentalt nå da. Hvis vi faller nå på at nyhetene er ute, da har han ikke noe mer å dra på den der hatten sin. Nå har han brukt tariffen på Kina hele uka for å lure oss, og bare alt ordner seg, så er det bare på pause, fortsatt alt for høy tariff. Det er negativt. Verdensnyhetene hans som skulle forandre hele verden, det er litt medisinnyheter som ikke biter på noen ting.
I think you have very good things happening there too, by the way. I think
Basically det er ingenting som har skjedd, og han har blåst dette opp så jævlig i halvannen uke. Det kan hende at de store gutta bare this is not good enough. For det er en grunn til at de kjører renta opp. Jeg tipper at dollaren også styrker seg.
I think they
Eller har den falt, eller?
understand that I mean business, and I think they're being very reasonable thus far. And don't underestimate Thursday in Turkey. President Erdogan is going to be a great host, and we are doing some work with him having to do with Syria too, by the way. We're going to have to make a decision on the sanctions, which we may very well relieve. We may take them off of Syria because we want to give them a fresh start.
Jeg er short CMS. Jeg var long i stad på et par trades. Vurderer å sette en sånn liten long her nå. Men det ser ikke bra ut.
The potential for a good meeting, that a meeting wasn't going to take place. I insisted that that meeting take place. And it is taking place. And I think you may have a good result out of the Thursday meeting in Russia and Ukraine. And I believe the two leaders were going to be there. I was thinking about flying over. I don't know where I'm going to be on Thursday. I've got so many meetings. But I was thinking about actually flying over there. There's a possibility of it, I guess, if I think things can happen. But we got to get it done. We got to save 5,000 lives a week. 5,000 lives is really more than that. It's worse than that. And when you see and you don't want to see it, but when you see the satellite photographs of the battlefield with arms and legs and heads all over the place, separated by 30 yards from bodies, doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. So we're working very hard to see if we can end that bloodbath. Okay, there shouldn't be too many questions. It's been covered pretty well.
Mr. President, thank you for taking questions. Two quick ones for you, starting on trade. If a longer-term deal is not reached with China at the end of these 90 days, can the American people expect those tariffs to go back up to 145%?
No, but they would go up substantially higher.
Oi!
145, you're really decoupling because nobody's going to buy. But they can go, they got
Nå truer det med høyere tariffer mot Kina hvis ikke de får avtale om 90 dager. Da har vi plutselig gått opp 900 poeng på at det var en avtale som ikke var en avtale likevel. Det er sikkert derfor det faller. Er det ingen som hører det jeg hører?
Jo da. Loud and clear.
Han er jo helt han sier bare han er helt off.
Taking Boeing so long to build a new Air Force One. You know, we have an Air Force One that's 40 years old. And if you take a look at that compared to the new...
Vi har faen meg opp 1000 poeng på i dag tidlig på grunn av å ordne seg med tariffen. Og så er det faen ikke ordnet det hele tatt.
Arab countries and the planes they have parked alongside of the United States of America plane. It's like from a different planet.
Ja, får se mer fall.
And it's close to 40 years old, might be more than 40 years old now. And we, when I first came in, I signed an order to get it built. I took it over from the Obama administration. They had originally agreed. I got the price down much lower. And then when the election didn't exactly work out the way that it should have, a lot of work was not done on the plane because a lot of people didn't know. They made change orders that were so stupid, so ridiculous. And it ended up being a total mess. a real mess. And when I came back, I said, by the way, what's going on with the Boeings that are coming in? Well, sir, they're way behind, and they're way behind. They were way behind. Another mess.
Så jeg er enig. Vi må se om det er makro, eller om det bare er litt teknisk på det.
And I think Qatar, who has really, we've helped them a lot over the years in terms of security and safety. I think they, and very, very nicely, and I have a lot of respect for the leadership and for the leader, Qatar. And I think they knew about it because they buy Boeings. They buy a lot of Boeings. And they knew about it. And they said, we would like to do something. And if we can get a 747 as a contribution to our Defense Department to use during a couple of years while they're building the other ones, I think that was a very nice gesture. Now, I could be a stupid person and say, oh, no, we don't want a free plane. We give free things out. We'll take one, too. And it helps us out because, again, we're talking about we have 40-year-old aircraft. The money we spend, the maintenance we spend on those planes to keep them tippy-top is astronomical. You wouldn't even believe it. So I think it's a great gesture from Qatar. I appreciate it very much. I would never be one to turn down that kind of an offer. I mean, I could be a stupid person, say, no, we don't want a free, very expensive airplane. But I thought it was a great gesture. And I think it was a gesture because of the fact that we have helped and continue to, we will continue to, all of those countries, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, and others, we keep them safe. If it wasn't for us, they probably wouldn't exist right now. And I think this was just a gesture of good faith. And I don't get it. Someday it'll be like Ronald Reagan. They decommission them. You know, they get to a certain age, they decommission them. It'll go to my library. They're talking about going to my library in years out. But I thought it was a great gesture. And it's something that was done by Ronald Reagan. They actually decommissioned the plane and he put it in his library. And it actually has made the library, I think a Boeing 707, it's actually made the library more successful. So it was good.
Do you plan to use the
Bounce nog greit der igjen.
No, I don't. No, it would go directly to the library after I leave office. I wouldn't be using it. No.
Mr. President, on the hostage, you said that the release of the American hostage, Ellen Alexander, is a step in good faith to end this war. Do you expect any progress and perhaps announcement on ceasefire during your trip to the Middle East?
We hope that we're going to have other hostages released too, as you know. So when I met with the hostages 3 weeks ago that were there for quite a while, you remember the 10 people that came in, mostly young people, 1 or 2 were a little bit older. They were explaining the trials and tribulations. I mean, they went through hell. And I said, how many are there? They said 59. I said, that's a lot. I didn't realize, because we got a lot out. You know, we got a lot of hostages out, I think you will acknowledge. They said 59, but then they said, they followed that up by saying 59, of which 24 are living, the rest are dead. But the people whose son, mostly son, I think 1 daughter in this case, but mostly sons are there, or husbands are there, those people want the dead bodies as much as they want the live body. I have a mother that calls me, but came up to me when I first met her, and she said, sir, please get my son out. He's dead, but they have his body. And I asked her about that, and it's as though he were alive. The level of wanting that body back is the same. It couldn't be any more, as though he were alive. So, you know, getting the bodies back is very important. That could be a thing having to do with the religion. It could be said. I was amazed at the level of importance. It's the same as if the son or husband or whatever was alive. So they said 59. In fact, they came in with a number 59 written out on like a sign on their chest. But they came to thank me for getting them out. And I said, what does the 59 mean? They said, well, that means there are 59 people. But then they said, but 24 are living. Now it's 21. The number's 21. So now it's actually, we'll get Eitan today. We think we're getting him today. So it's 20. So they have 20 live hostages there. The rest are dead bodies.
Mr. President, are you
open to negotiating your tariffs on cars, steel, and aluminum with China or any other country?
Well,
Det var det jeg snakket om forrige uke, det Stig. Den breaking newsen der.
Business back into this country. We have commitments, and not only commitments, they've already started construction on many plants. They've left Mexico in a few cases. In a few cases, they've left Canada. They're not going to build in Canada. They're going to build here because we have the market, and the tariffs have been amazing. The election and the tariffs. November 5th was a big day, and on top of that, of course, you wouldn't have the tariffs without the election, I guess, if you look at it. But we have at least 11 committed massive car factories that are going to be built, that are in the process of being built. And some are going through, some have actually started. We also have renovations of existing factories where they weren't utilizing the full factory from years gone by, and now they're under full renovation. They'll be opening up full factories in a very short period of time. Our car industry is, I think we're going to have the #1 industry. You know, if you look at Japan and these others, they do tremendously with cars, and they can do that too. But you know, if they want to sell cars in the United States, they're going to have to build factories in the United States, because I'm interested in cars for the United States. Now, one other thing is, in our tax bill, we're giving not only no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, but also we're going to get a deduction for people that borrow money to buy a car if it's made.
Han skal bare prate hele dagen, eller?
If it's not, we have no interest.
Meeting with between President Putin as well as President Zelensky.
Skulle man ha mat her?
If President Putin doesn't show up to these talks in person in Turkey, will you join Europe in putting higher sanctions on Russia?
If I felt it would be important toward getting the deal done, I'm the one that insisted on the meeting. They couldn't get a meeting because one said ceasefire, one said no ceasefire. It was going back and forth. I said, look, at this point, we got to stop it. Just go to the meeting. The meeting's been set. Go to the meeting on Thursday. And if I thought it would be helpful, I don't know where I'm going to be at that particular point. I'll be someplace in the Middle East, but I would fly there if I thought it would be helpful. Yeah, please.
Refugees. I want to ask you about South African refugees. Dozens of Afrikaners who claim discrimination in their home country are heading to the United States,
Right.
where your administration is going to welcome them as refugees. Now, this comes as you've halted virtually all refugee admissions for people fleeing famine and war from countries like Sudan and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Why are you creating an expedited path into the country for Afrikaners but not others?
Because they're being killed, and we don't want to see people be killed. Now, South Africa leadership is coming to see me, I understand, sometime next week. And, you know, we're supposed to have I guess a G20 meeting there or something, but we're having a G20 meeting. I don't know how we can go unless that situation's taken care of, but it's a genocide that's taking place that you people don't want to write about, but it's a terrible thing that's taking place, and farmers are being killed. They happen to be white, but whether they're white or black makes no difference to me, but white farmers are being brutally killed, and their land is being confiscated in South Africa. And the newspapers and the media, television media, doesn't even talk about it. If it were the other way around, they'd talk about it. That would be the only story they'd talk about. And I don't care who they are. I don't care about their race, their color. I don't care about their height, their weight. I don't care about anything. I just know that what's happening is terrible. I have people that live in South Africa. They say it's a terrible situation taking place. So we've essentially extended citizenship to those people to escape from that violence and come here. Yeah.
Please. Mr. President, thank you. Are you letting China off the hook for these 90 days, and do you really believe that they will follow through with non-tariff barriers and remove those?
Non-monetary tariffs, yeah. Yeah, I think they're going to follow through. I think they want it very badly. I think they want the deal very badly. Again, this doesn't include the steel tariffs that I put on a long time ago that Biden tried to get off, but he couldn't get them off because it was too much money. You know, I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China, what a lot of people don't know, but we put on the tariffs originally. And if I didn't do that, we wouldn't have a steel industry today. Now we have a thriving steel industry. It'll be thriving much more with what we're doing because this is the next level. But it doesn't include that, doesn't include cars, doesn't include pharmaceuticals when we do that. And the reason we're doing that will be to get them to come back in the country. You know, there are, again, I always say it because a lot of people forget, but if a company like Eli Lilly, which is making a massive investment in the United States right now. They're building many, many plants. They've already started like 7 of them, many plants, but they are not going to be tariffed. There's no tariff cost. So they're all doing that. They're all coming back to the United States. I mean, I'll tell you what, I hope I get the benefit of watching this because, as president, because, you know, it takes a little while to do this stuff. And we're doing it early in the administration. If you think of it, we have, I believe, if you look at the real total, it's over $10 trillion committed for plants and factories. Other administrations haven't had $1 trillion over a 4-year period, even over an 8-year period. We have over 10 trillion committed in one form or the other over 2 months. Give me a break. I'm here to hear 3, but let's give me a break on the first month. We want to get acclimated. But, you know, but if you think about it, it's really 2 months. And so in 2 months, we have an investment already of over $10 trillion. And other presidents haven't had that done over a year, over 4 years in some cases. It's unprecedented. There's never been anything like it. It's a very exciting time in America. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
All right, that was President Trump in the White House making some comments about a wide range of issues, particularly centered on healthcare and the news that the Trump administration aims to cut U.S. drug prices pretty dramatically across the board. So that could be, Alex, just huge for just, I guess, healthcare, because you always wonder why drugs are so expensive. I'm not sure I understand why they are, but at least President Trump, all right, he's still talking. We'll go back to President Trump in the White House.
I think you're going to see a tremendous cut. I don't think. I mean, I know you're going to see it in Medicaid and Medicare. That cut will be massive because drugs are 50–60% of the cost. So Medicaid costs are going down and Medicare costs are going down because of what we're doing today. And there's no, it's not like, oh, gee, well, maybe it won't happen. It's going to happen because the other countries have no choice. Now, the drug companies are going to have to say, listen, if you don't pay more, we're not going to give you the drug, and they're willing to do that. So that's it. They have to. We have to equalize.
Mr. President, what is Mr.
price controls?
Say it.
How do you respond to the fact that this?
It's not price control. No, no. What was price control is before. If you want to talk about price control, is what they were doing. They were making us pay. They set a price, and they said, "Here's what we're going to pay, and anything else charge America." Because at that time they had a very stupid president, and it really went crazy during the last 4 years. And remember this, the Democrats are the ones that allowed this to happen. They were the ones that were the protector of this pricing system. And I think it's going to be very hard. You'll have to ask Democrats, are they going to vote against the one great, big, beautiful deal that's being negotiated now, tax cuts, etc., when now on top of the tax cuts and regulation cuts, all the things, now you're going to say that the price of your medicine is going down by 60, 70, 80%. You're going to vote against it? I think a lot of Democrats are going to be forced to do something that their leaders are going to beg them not to do, and that's vote for the bill. I don't see how they can vote against it. How can they vote against it when drug prices, drugs and pharmaceuticals are going to be down 70, 80%? It's going to be very interesting.
Mr. President, what do you say to people who view that luxury jet as a personal gift to you? Why not leave it behind?
You're ABC fake news, right?
Why not?
Only ABC. Well, a few of you would. Let me tell you, you should be embarrassed asking that question. They're giving us a free jet. I could say, no, 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 don't give us. I want to pay you $1 billion or 400 million or whatever it is. Or I could say, thank you very much. You know, there was an old golfer named Sam Snead. Did you ever hear him? He won 82 tournaments. He was a great golfer. And he had a motto, when they give you a putt, you say, thank you very much. You pick up your ball and you walk to the next hole. A lot of people are stupid. They say, no, no, I insist on putting it. Then they putt it and they miss it. And their partner gets angry at them. You know what? Remember that, Sam Snead. When they give you a putt, you pick it up and you walk to the next hole and you say, thank you very much.
Respectfully, sir, as a businessman, some people may look at this and say, have you ever been given a gift worth millions of dollars and then not received anything?
It's not a gift to me, it's a gift to the Department of Defense. And you should know better. because you've been embarrassed enough, and so has your network. Your network is a disaster. ABC is a disaster. Here is the bill. Bobby, come on over here. Now you're talking about trillions and trillions of dollars. Thank you very much, everybody.
Han er jævla kjapp. Han er ganske rå.
You've been listening to
Han er jo ganske rå, selv om han er helt gæren.
House for the
Jeg
last
var heldig
hour
med å
signing an
drikke.
executive order on drug
Han er jo
pricing.
helt rå.
Wide ranging
Faen, kan ikke ta fra
interview
det.
slash news conference. The big headlines here is that Big Pharma must stop price gouging. That was one of the big takeaways. He's saying that drug prices could go down by as much as 90% for some, or even more. Also taking a shot here at the middlemen, saying they're going to cut out the middlemen to accelerate price reductions. Now, in essence, blaming other countries rather than the drug makers for that. Now, if you take a look at some of the PBMs, the pharmacy benefit managers, that those middlemen, that's who he's talking about, like a CVS, the stock is down by about 2.75%, did get a sharp move lower, now definitely off the lows of the session, but some of the other drug stocks actually rebounding despite some of the headlines here, Paul.
Yeah, interesting here. It's interesting. I used to think film accounting in Hollywood was the most difficult accounting, but healthcare accounting, I honest with you, I just don't understand it. There's so many different parties involved. I'm not sure who's paying, but drug costs are a huge issue for most people. And when you take a look at your bill at the end of the day, the drug prices are a big, big part of it. So to the extent that those can come down, that could be a good thing for consumers. Let's check in with Jerry Smith. It's his job to understand this stuff. He's a biotech reporter for Bloomberg News, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. So I guess what we know now, Jerry, is that the president's executive order is looking to bring drug prices down. Can that happen, or how does that happen, I guess? Can that happen? How does it happen? Do we know?
Yeah, I think that's what a lot of investors were wondering, and I think we've learned more details in the last few hours, and I think the takeaway is that this is not going to be as bad for the pharmaceutical industry as many people initially feared. I know that President Trump originally announced this last night on Truth Social, and I think overnight there was a lot of fears that he could go directly to what's called a most favored nation policy. And the idea is that the US government would pay the same amount for drugs for Medicare or Medicaid than a country that's paying the lowest amount. But what we've learned in the last hour is that there's a lot of nuance here. We're starting to get more details. President Trump suggesting that maybe this is going to be legislation that comes out of Congress.
Okay.
There's going to be 180 days of negotiations before they potentially go to this most favored nation policy. I think there was initially a lot of concern. Now you're looking at the stocks of companies like Merck and Pfizer that were down this morning and are now recovering. And I think investors, this takeaway is this maybe is not as bad as they initially feared.
And also what we've learned, in particular with trade, is that we have an opening salvo and then there is negotiation.
Right.
When we take a look at the issue of drug pricing, on the flip side, it's like, well, we need high prices for R&D, and the U.S. gets the benefit of that R&D first. On the flip side, it's like, well, why should we pay more for drugs that are our drugs versus other countries? Which is right, or what are the nuances there?
Yeah, I mean, Trump is right that the U.S. pays more for medicine than anyone else in the world. So, these are drug companies that they spend a lot of money on R&D, and to recover that, they charge the prices that they charge. And in countries like in Europe, where these drug makers are negotiating directly with these governments, the governments draw a really hard line, and you do see a substantial difference in the price of what people in the U.S. pay for drugs and what people in other parts of the world do. So that part of it is correct. But how do you lower the price of drugs? I mean, one thing that came up in this press conference we just saw is that President Trump's talking about going after the middlemen. These are these shadowy players. You don't really get a great sense of who they are. They're called pharmacy benefit managers, or PBMs. Drug companies have for a long time said that these PBMs are a large reason why the prices go up, and they're inserting themselves into the drug price negotiations, and that's raising the price. So Donald Trump's talking about going after them as well, which is something that the drug makers have been pushing for.
So is the expectation that this is just the opening salvo and what will be a longer term negotiation amongst all the parties, or is this something that a stroke of a pen can move, I guess?
I think what
Nvidia opp 3,3%. Men det kom en jævla dårlig nyhet fra Nvidia
this is not going to be the Trump
i går, egentlig,
administration
som gjør at
saying
Nvidia
you
ikke skal
have to
ned.
charge this amount. This
Ja.
is 100
Nei, Xavier
going
ikke
forward from the start of the
Botox har ikke blåst der.
They're going to be a negotiation. There's some threats
Ingen
from
har
the
blåst.
administration that if the drug makers don't
Hæ?
play the ball and don't lower
Ingen
the
av kontoene
prices,
mine har
that
blåst.
the
Nei,
administration
dine,
would
nei.
potentially start importing drugs from overseas, which would lower the price for Americans and provide more competition for these companies. There's also a suggestion that they might take a closer look at M&A. So there's some threats here if the drug makers don't play ball and come to the table and lower their prices. But I think there's some relief from investors that this is not going to be as disastrous as we might have thought of a few hours ago.
All right, Jerry, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Jerry Smith, biotech reporter, former media reporter at Bloomberg News. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder.
Men de som ikke har den samme marginen, de er blåst.
Ja, de må passe på marginen, altså.
Access to world's only global
Ja.
audio business network.
Ja, det er sånn at jeg skrev det vel tidligere, at man må følge med hva det har innpå der, og ta et valg.
Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research.
Jeg har byttet opp i penger 2 ganger, det sa jeg forrige uke.
Starts right now. S&P 500 up 2.6%.
Tenker du bare peiser på med scalping, så tar du igjen det lett.
Ja, det er det jeg har gjort nå i dag. Jeg har
This
et
is
par tredje
Bloomberg
til, og så har jeg tatt ut
Intelligence
halve
with
shorten.
Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been in
Men
U.S.
du kjenner meg, Stig. Jeg må
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the
volum, jeg må være
fat?
litt
The
på.
semiconductor business is a really
Jo, jo.
cyclical business.
Breaking market
Nei,
headlines and
scalper den
corporate
fort.
news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A
Ikke
that
noe
we've
overlapp.
seen?
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut.
Da blir det faktisk pisk med pigg jaw.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg
Jeg,
Radio.
sorry, jeg har nok litt ansvar for det også, for jeg var jo ganske negativ.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We have a great hour lined up for you. We just heard a very wide-ranging press conference with President Trump signing an executive order on drug pricing. We'll follow this story for you, including the equity reaction with Sam Pazzelli. He heads up our pharmaceutical coverage for Bloomberg Intelligence. Plus, Nathan Dean, Bloomberg Intelligence senior policy analyst, will join us on the latest. James Abate, managing director and chief investment officer at Center Asset Management. Also, how do you invest then with this environment? And Brant Standridge, president, consumer and business banking at Huntington Bank. We're going to discuss the bank's expansion as many other banks wind up pulling back, plus the overall growth story. How is the consumer doing? Their worries and then their facts. So what are the facts? actually look like? But let's kick it all off for you right now with a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And it's only Monday.
It's only Monday.
This Bloomberg Business Flash being brought to you by Commonwealth. Join over 2,000 independent financial advisors who are taking control of their growth with advisor-centered support and future-ready technologies. Grow on your own terms with a partner dedicated to your success. Go to commonwealth.com to learn how. Stocks surging. The major averages after the news that the U.S. and China are going to temporarily lower tariffs while they work on a long-term deal. 9 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500 are up. You have consumer discretionary and information technology leading the charge. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index, that was up 4.7%. President Trump, they are signing the executive order with the intent of lowering the price of prescription medicines. The current plan seems similar to one proposed during his first term. The pharmacy benefit managers, as you mentioned before, Alex, they're among the lower stocks right now. CVS shares down about 2.7%. Meantime, Seema Shah, principal global investor, says the U.S.-China trade talks, they have set the tone for these markets.
If it's telling us that at least the Trump administration is not going to be moving forward with tariffs at this kind of level or the level before today, I think that is definitely good news, and there's certainly going to be a positive impact for the U.S. economy and for the Chinese economy as well.
Right now, the S&P 500, 149 points higher. That's up 2.6% at 5809 on the index. It is worth noting the S&P 500 still down over 5% from its high. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 988 points. Pairing some of the earlier gains, up 2.4%. And the NASDAQ 100 right now up 3.2%. That is a 645-point pop. And just in time for grilling season, U.S. beef prices hitting record highs. These are cattle futures, wholesale beef cutout prices, whatever that is, and retail prices all soaring heading into the summer months. This was on the CME on Friday, at least. The live cattle futures settled up 0.2% to nearly $2.15 a pound, and that is a record for the futures.
All right.
And we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Alex.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City. We're streaming live on YouTube as well, so head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Live Podcast. That's where you'll find us. Market Drivers today is brought to you by Interactive Brokers. Trade over 10,000 U.S. stocks and ETFs, U.S. equity index options, U.S. treasuries, and more on your timetable. Learn more at ibkr.com/around-the-clock. Stocks moving higher, as John Tucker was reporting. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. I'm Paul Sweeney with Alex Steele, and we're joined by Bloomberg's Christine Aquino. Christine, what are you looking at?
Well, Paul, we're going to have to take a look at those drug makers, aren't we? Because of that executive order that President Donald Trump said he's going to be signing. Taking a look at Pfizer specifically, that's actually up more than 2% at the moment. Pre-market losses there a little bit, but definitely reversing those. I think this is because we did get a little bit of a steer on what President Trump is going to be doing on this. He posted on his social media account earlier that there will be cuts of, quote, 59% plus in terms of prices, but investors also digesting some of the details. Looks like the focus is going to be primarily on Medicare and weight loss drugs, so perhaps less broad than some investors were anticipating, and so we're seeing a bit of a gain on Pfizer shares and other related stocks.
Well, also, we just, it's an opening salvo, so if that's the opening, it's not as bad as expected, then maybe that winds up helping just the theme. You're also looking at Best Buy.
Yes,
what's going on here?
Best Buy. Well, that is one of the key beneficiaries of those successful weekend talks between the U.S. and China, or at least signs of improved relations between the two countries. Best Buy, of course, one of the retailers in the U.S. are primarily exposed to those imports from China potentially dropping off or becoming more costly. Bloomberg Intelligence analysts saying that, because retailers were entering the year holding less than 1% or 1% less of inventory than they had over the past 3 years. Best Buy among the retailers that would really have been exposed if we did get an effective trade embargo between the U.S. and China. But looks like that's going to be less the case now, more cordial relations, at least between the two countries. We'll see if we can get a deal that has details that offer the same sort of reassurance to investors.
All right, what else we got here?
Looking at Nike as well, Paul, that is up at the moment more than 6%. Again, another beneficiary of those U.S.-China talks. And note that half of Nike's shoes are made in Vietnam, but the overall trade optimism is helping because, of course, we were also off the back of the U.S. Striking a deal with the U.K. And, Nike definitely struggling in other aspects as well. We have seen last week the company announcing changes to its senior leadership team. And last April, Nike was also President Trump to exempt footwear from tariffs. So the fact that there seems to be more trade optimism, definitely good news for Nike for today.
Yep, everyone's seeking out some of those exemptions for sure. All right, Christine, thanks a lot. Christine Aquino joining us there. And for more conversations just like this, listen to our new Stock Movers podcast. Subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Listen to Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere else that you get your podcasts. Let's go deeper in the market here, because lots of questions. Yes, we're seeing a rally, right? We're unwinding a lot of the positions that just about a couple weeks ago we thought were sure bets, like short dollar, short oil, get out of some cyclical stocks, don't like the small caps. All of a sudden, that's now reversing. Vincent Signorella, Bloomberg macro strategist, joins us now. Vincent, how much of this is now short covering, right-sizing positions versus I re-believe in U.S. economic exceptionalism?
Definitely think it's the former. There's a little re-believe about U.S. situation turning and the trade situation turning around, but I think we're missing a lot of specifics. We've got a lot of generalities. Everybody's hugging and kissing in Switzerland on Saturday, but there's absolutely, the only thing that's come out of it is that we pulled back some of the steeper tariffs that we've imposed on China from that 145% level. But they're still in the 30% range. We still have 10% tariffs across the board with everyone else. There's no relief in cars or aluminum, which shows sort of no effect for Canada and Mexico realistically. Was talking pretty harsh about EU, basically saying that the EU is nastier in dealing than we are with China. So there's still a lot of ifs. There's still a lot of geopolitical risk on the table. We've got a lot of aggression going on in India and Pakistan. The Ukraine situation has not been resolved, and the Middle East is always a hot spot. So a lot of ifs with this rally that you sort of need to take with a grain of salt, I think.
So we are seeing, again, just in the stock market, 2.5% to 3.5% moves higher in the equities. Seen a little bit of a bounce in the U.S. dollar, but a lot less pronounced, really over the last week or so when we saw kind of a re-risking here. What's that tell you that the dollar's maybe not participating as much as other assets?
Dollar is a tricky story. It's the one thing I think you're looking at with the dollar rally is you're seeing a move higher in yields, and so that's probably lifting the dollar a little bit. But you also have inflationary pressures still building, and when you see inflation pressures building, you need a very pronounced increase in yields to offset inflation, so that real yields don't decline, which is something that usually eats into dollar gains. So that's still a big question for investors and where to go in the currency markets. There's a lot of,
Sier at det for mye usikkerhet I markedet. Det som har skjedd nå med Kina er fortsatt usikker. Det som skjer med Europa er fortsatt usikker. Fortsatt samme tariffene på aluminium. Fortsatt samme tariffene på aluminium og menvara. Biler, basically. Ikke noen forandringer på Canada. Flatt 10% tariff over hele verden fortsatt. Basically så har vi gått opp I dag på bare kanskje. Så han tror det masse han der makro-strateg så han sier det at han tror at vi har gått opp på short-covering og basically overskrifter fra Donald Trump da. Hva vil han si?
So if I were going to hide someplace, it would be with the Canadian dollar, maybe the Mexican peso. I would love both of those over the euro, to be perfectly honest.
Vince, we're talking to Eric Balchunas. He covers the ETFs for Bloomberg Intelligence. He says all year, ETFs have been taken in cash into equity ETFs. I mean, how do institutional investors see that when they're selling, but all the retailers are coming in and buying them?
That's been the question, right? Retail's been on the buy. Institutions have been on the sell side. If it turns out the retail's right as we go further and further into the new year, you're going to see those hedge funds, those algo traders, going to have to catch up. Right. They're going to be behind the 8 ball. But so far when you look at the annual gains of the S&P.
De sier at hedgefondene har ikke begynt å handle enda, og de venter på retail, for retail bare kjøper. Vi ser markedet litt videre. Hvis markedet henter seg inn, så må algobottene skrus på. Det han sier.
Institutional investors start to step up, they'll have no choice.
All right, Vince, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Brendan Signorella, Bloomberg macro strategist, joining us there. All right, let's get to some of the logistics here on the policy side. Nathan Dean, Bloomberg Intelligence senior policy analyst, joins us now. So a couple things to dissect. Obviously, one is the executive order for big pharma and drug pricing. The other is, of course, U.S. and China slashing tariffs. Here's what I don't really understand. If we're going to go back to tariffs that were roughly where they were before the 145% and the 125% on the respective countries, why are we getting this sort of celebratory tone in the market?
Well, I think it's just because it's the idea of this pause, that the worst case scenario is maybe not the worst case scenario. But, I go back to what Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said this morning in his interview with Jonathan Ferro, and I'm paraphrasing here. He said, look, the 145% was because of China's retaliatory nature. If you go back to April 2nd and look at the Liberation Day of that 34%, it's a little bit more in line today with that 30%. So I think the market is going to wake up in the next day or so and realize that tariffs are going to remain elevated. Yes, it's not going to be as much as 145%, and that's a good thing. And maybe it opens up the boats so that they can...
Sier det at skjønner ikke hvorfor det rally når tariffen det samme som var før Liberation Day. Og så sier han at de tror at markedet vil våkne opp i morgen og skjønne at tariffen fortsatt alt for høy. Det de sier nå. Så sier han, hvorfor går vi videre oppover da? Nei, vi går videre oppover fordi folk ikke har forstått at tariffen fortsatt for høy. Det bare på pause, men den fortsatt for høy. Vi ligger nå på 30, det var snakk om 34 før møtet med Kina, før 145%. Vi ligger nå på 30%, kontra 34%. Og at oppturen her nå bare relief på folk som ikke helt skjønner To økonomer som sier det nå.
Start coming into the west coast of the United States, and we begin to, alleviate this idea of, shelves being empty and so forth like that. But elevated tariffs are still going to be here, and that's going to be the norm. We're really working towards this key scenario where it's like a 10% baseline tariff, maybe a little bit higher for other countries like China, with special exemptions, maybe for automobiles, pharmaceutical, tech, you name it.
Hey, Nathan, to what extent did politics play a role here? Folks on the Hill, maybe Republicans saying to this White House, hey, we got some elections coming up, and if we're talking about these super high tariffs, that could be a problem for us.
Yeah, I think there was probably more politics here than the White House is probably letting on, and I think it's not so much...
Sier videre at jeg tror at det var mer politikk enn hva The White House går ut og sier i media. Basically så det litt sånn front, de fronter, sånn showmanship som Trump gjør. Jeg sier ingenting, jeg bare sier hva de sier. Det det samme som jeg har sagt hele uka. Så de makroøkonomene her sier jo det at oppturen i dag basert egentlig på vanlige mennesker har ikke helt skjønt at det var snakk om 34 før 30. Så basically så har Kina vunnet enn så lenge. For Trump sa ikke at han skulle rikke seg ned under 145, og så var det 80. Og så fra 80 ned til 30. Så hedgefondene sitter nå og sier at de har ikke noe tro på oppturen. I hvert fall de som de her har snakket med nå. Og de her jobber jo med alle de største gutta. Det makroøkonomer på Bloomberg. Og han som snakker om jo senior policy analyst, så han også på politikken liksom. Så det sikkert derfor vi ser en sånn liten sell-off her nå. Så kan du si da, ok, men en rekyl, det en rebounds på toppen, liksom pullback mener jeg. Mulig. Men hvorfor faen går vi opp da? Vi går opp i dag på pause i tariffen. På en tariff som alt for høy. Hvor butikkene fortsatt ikke har varer i hyllene sine. Altså, in all fairness. Hva har du gjort med KP3-kontoen? Trader Johannes?
30%. I think around 60-80% is where you would have asked me on Friday, I would have said. But, going to 30%, it does give the market a lot of breathing. It'll be permanent. They may be pulling it back and saying, maybe it's only worth 4 to 6 years worth of tax extensions.
What are the dates that we need to pay attention to? Because, quite frankly, I am not paying attention. I am overwhelmed. But you tell me the date I need to pay attention here from what we're going to hear from Congress.
So for the next 2 weeks, you're going to see this debate in the House. Lots of headline risks. But again, it's just headline risks. Ultimately, we think a House vote will probably come at the end of this month, or probably more likely in June. That's when the Senate's going to get it. The Senate's going to say, thank you very much. They're going to essentially throw it out, and then they're going to say, look, we will take and do whatever we want and send it back to you. We think that's going to happen around the 4th of July timeframe. This is also under the assumption that the debt ceiling remains in this bill. Because if the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said the ex-date for that debt ceiling is in August, Congress needs to wrap this up before then. So we're thinking ultimate passage in that mid to late July timeframe. If the debt ceiling provision is stripped out, if they aren't anywhere close to coming to a deal, they'll have to do the debt ceiling separately, and then the real deadline for this is probably going to be the October-November timeframe.
In terms of then the market, as we sort of look ahead to that, what's going to be the next catalyst within the next week or week and a half? What are you looking for?
So I think it's going to really be
masse marginer, Johannes. Jeg fyller på hele tiden.
Chip Roy, for example, he just tweeted out about 20 minutes ago that he is not going to vote for a bill that he, in his words, would add $20 trillion to the deficit. Now, I'm not going to say that we think it will go that far, but you are going to see a lot of statements from Republicans who are not happy with this legislation, and it's just part of the negotiation. So look for this sort of seesaw moment of, yes, we have a deal, no, we don't have a deal. But I think for the next 2 weeks, you're going to see more negative headlines than positives.
Så ser du nå, så sier han videre at det har vært veldig vanskelig uka som var nå, for Donald Trump har sagt, yes, we have a deal, no, we don't have a deal, yes, we have a deal. Og så ser han videre nå at han tror neste uka vil være preget av negative headlines. For de beste headlinesene har han holdt til i dag. Litt det som jeg sa, han lover mye luft og lover mye pompøse greier, og så det liksom ikke så kult allikevel. Nå kommer det ikke fra meg som short, nå kommer det fra en analytiker som sier akkurat det samme. Nå kan du høre på han.
And then sometime, maybe around Memorial Day, I think the Republicans will start to get a better idea of what that plan is going to look like in order to get House passage.
All right, great stuff. Really appreciate it, Nathan. Nathan Dean, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Policy Analyst, joining us there. All right, coming up.
Hørte dere det? Det ikke fordi jeg short. Han har ingenting med meg å gjøre. Han jobber på Bloomberg. Vi har et sånt støttenivå på ca. 20.007. Og liksom komme igjennom der, og så må vi ned forbi 20.006. Det ligger liksom et teppe der. Nvidia opp 4,24%. Den bør egentlig falle i dag. IBM gjorde en avtale, eller så var det Microsoft, hva faen var det? Med ChatGPT. Og IBM there's no question that artificial intelligence AI has real use cases that latest så IBM gjør en avtale med ChatGPT. Nvidia's growth story hinged overgrown demand for more powerful AI accelerations to train and run AI models of increased complexity and costs. However, with businesses struggling to produce positive returns on investment from AI initiatives, the path to positive ROI almost certainly involves bringing down the cost of AI. Så Nvidia's chipper for dyre da. While expanding use of AI can drive demand for GPUs, the track record of business making AI investment works suggests that the future of AI industry involves more efficient AI models capable. Ja, egentlig så sier det da at vi trenger AI-modeller som kan runde på cheaper hardware da. Microsoft recently unveiled a new 1-bit AI model that can run on Central Processing Unit, CPU, and uses 0.4 gigabytes of memory while matching the performance of AI models in the same size class in the same vein earlier this month. Basically da, så sier de at Nvidia for dyr nå. IBM gjør samarbeid med en annen AI, whatever. Så hvis den nyheten blir litt mer kjent, så vil det sikkert presse Nvidia litt.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker, and the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash being brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. This is for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Major stock averages are pushing higher. Risk on today in the S&P 500. 388 stocks are up 112 or lower. NRG Energy, the leader in terms of index points. NRG Energy acquiring a fleet of natural gas powered fired power plants from Ellis Power Equity Advisors. The price tag there about $12 billion, and that includes debt. The news on the trade front giving a boost to the stocks today, but investors say keep in mind we still have this week the inflation data, retail sales, and earnings.
Hvorfor disse makroøkonomene og økonomene som intervjuer har dere skjønt hva de sa for noe om markedet? Hvorfor det ser ut som det kan bli en sell-off? Forstod dere greia sa liksom? Med tariffen, at selv om det 30% tariff, så den alt for høy. Kina startet med 34. Dere har fått med det? Live, eller? Fikk med det, ikke sant? At den oppturen vi har hatt nå i dag basert på ikke noe spesielt. Har noen fått med seg det? Ja. Så den oppturen i dag på 1000 poeng en opptur på ikke noe nytt. På en måte. Det bare har gjort at enkelte mennesker tror at det ikke blir verre. Derfor så gikk det opp. Det blir ikke verre, tror de. Men det akkurat det det kan bli. hva faen gjør de nå med inflasjon da? De kan jo ikke sette ned renta. Det er det mange som ikke tenker på nå, ikke sant? Så se på renta her nå. Dollaren kommer til å stige. Se på renta her nå. Så for å sette penger på kopter, bli med på dette for ballkontoen ser ut som man setter penger, tar penger. Nei, ikke akkurat. Du kan gjøre hva du vil med pengene, men du må i hvert fall sørge for at marginene dine ikke går til helvete. Og sånn som markedet har vært nå siste halvannen uka, så har vi gått opp og ned med 5% på meldinger fra Donald Trump, og da er det jævla vanskelig også å følge meg på copy-trading, fordi jeg holder på blås og kontoen min, ikke sant? Så jeg putter på penger for å bevare mine trades. Og så er det ikke alle som klarer å følge med timen selv, ikke sant? For de bare følger meg, og så glemmer de å se på kontoen sin. Men jeg har jo heller aldri sett dette her før. Dette er helt nytt for meg også. Jeg har aldri sett dette her før. Så selv om jeg antageligvis ender i pluss på alt her nå, som jeg tipper jeg kommer til å gjøre, så har jeg sittet og ikke tjent en krone på 2 uker, og bare sittet her og jukka og hatt vondt i magen. Det er ikke noe kult for meg, liksom. Veldig ukult. Så tenker jeg, faen, for kunne ikke jeg bare gå long, da? Hvorfor gikk jeg bare ikke long, da? Men det blir liksom ikke naturlig, ikke sant? Det blir bare helt feil. Og når han forandret loven på Tesla og Nvidia, så ble alt bare jævla vanskelig. Så lovte han jo... Hvor penger er det som følger opp nå? Det vet jeg ikke. Jeg prøver ikke å følge med, for jeg gidder ikke blande meg der lenger, for jeg merker at jeg blir preget av å følge med, så jeg vil heller bare trade som jeg gjør nå. Ikke følge med på noen ting, bare gjør det jeg gjør. Da tjener jeg i hvert fall penger. Hvis jeg skal drive nervøs for å ta stopplosser og nervøs for å trade, fordi kanskje noen taper meg, jeg kan ikke tenke sånn. Jeg kan bare trade sånn som det jeg gjør. Nå i dag så har jeg tradet inn 5% her nå. Og bare gi faen. Og det er det jeg kommer til å gjøre. Og så for de som vil følge meg, de som ikke vil, de trenger ikke følge meg. Og det kommer til å være et sånt marked i perioder, så går markedet helt feil vei, og da må man bare gjøre det man kan for å overleve marginene. Det er bare å stille spørsmål hvis noen lurer på et eller annet. Jeg følger i hvert fall med på nyhetene.
A lot of probability that we can accomplish that with the EU and Japan. I'm not so sure we can accomplish that with China.
All right, James, as a chief investment officer and somebody who manages money, other folks' money, what do you do here? How's your world changed in the last 4 or 5 months here?
Well, we're of the belief that the risk of recession has been reduced. So clearly, when you think about that, you know, what sectors should investors be looking at? And we've been very much pounding the table that U.S. regional banks are poised to benefit from a number of tailwinds. One's a steepening yield curve, better loan activity, some degree of acceleration in M&A, and even an easing of the regulatory environment. So, you know, when you look at the regional banks, after the recent sell-off that we had, with many trading at price to tangible book multiples just above 1, they have what we believe to be the best asymmetrical opportunity in the market and see them as a prime beneficiary of increased U.S. onshoring and a movement of supply chains to domestic manufacturers. So, you know, for us, the source of funds that people should be looking at are consumer staples, given the recent disappointment and not really being very defensive at all. And even the Magnificent Seven, we think the terrific opportunity for, you know, active management now is really quite unprecedented. And this pivotal moment away from the Magnificent Seven, away as the year progresses, might be quite strong.
All right, James, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I don't envy your position at all. James Abate, Managing Director and Chief Investment Officer of Accenture Asset Management, joining us for a broad take there on the market. Well, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent talked the status of trade negotiations with China on Bloomberg Surveillance earlier this morning, and he told Bloomberg's Lisa Abramowitz and Jonathan Farrow that it would be implausible for tariffs on China to drop below 10%.
Are you saying that tariff rates will only go up from here if this really is a floor of 10% on the Chinese side and 30% on the U.S. side?
I'm not saying that they're going to go up, but it would be implausible that they would go below 10.
That was Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent speaking with Bloomberg Surveillance earlier. Joining us in studio is Michael McKee, Bloomberg International economics and policy correspondent. So we've been hearing like, okay, maybe recession's not the base case anymore, but can we really re-rate growth guesses based on policy that seems to go back to what policy was come April 1st?
Well, we don't know what the policy is at this point. They're making it up as they go along, and it does seem that we're going to have a lower tariff rate maybe on China, but the 10% is still going to be in place around the world, it appears. The president seems to be very firm on that. We don't know what the reciprocal tariffs will end up on or who they will end up on. And there are other tariffs yet to come, pharmaceutical tariffs, despite what he was doing today with drugs. So it's hard to say that anything has in particular changed since April 2nd, other than the fact that everything changes every day. But the overall situation, the idea that we are going to have
ingenting har forandret seg siden 2. april, unntatt at alt forandrer seg fra hver dag.
What's an economist to do, Mike? I mean, one day tariffs are 140%, the next day they're, I don't know what they are, but certainly less than that. I'm thinking about the good folks at the Federal Reserve. I mean, how do they punch things into their model?
Well, I've been hoping that maybe my boss would just send me on vacation till this is all worked
exactly.
out. But the Fed is doing modeling based on scenarios. They can't put exact numbers into their models because we don't have them. But they are looking at situations where there's a baseline 10% tariff and then trying to figure out what additional tariffs might come in on some countries. We've got the auto tariffs and the steel tariffs in place right now, so they can also figure that out. But that's why the Fed says it's data dependent, because they don't have any way to really forecast the future at this point. So the best they can do is the best everybody else can do. And every time you have somebody on here, an economist or a portfolio manager, they're all saying the same thing. We don't know.
Different ways of saying we don't know.
Exactly.
What are you looking for this week in terms of data and the super cool things we need to watch for?
Well, the super cool things we need to watch for, obviously, are tomorrow the Consumer Price Index. That's going to get Wall Street's main focus. And there's a chance that we're going to see some evidence of the Trump tax increases on imports in this. And not just that, but the other tariffs he's put on. The auto taxes, we have seen people try to buy cars ahead of time, you know, including somebody sitting right next to me. And so there is more demand for cars, for new cars, and that means that people are going to be trying to buy used cars. And we've already seen that for the month of April, used cars went up at the fastest pace since 2022. So look for something like that. Look at some consumer goods and how much they've likely gone up. But the big, Thursday's PPI. We'll see what kind of intermediate inputs prices have risen. But what a lot of people are going to want to see is retail sales on Thursday, because we want to know if the consumer, who is extremely depressed, according to all polls, is stopping spending. And if that's the case, then we have more of a problem.
We have a red headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal. Hamas says release is really American hostage in Alexander.
En veldig spesiell uke, eller 2 uker, hvor
Mike,
Donald
is
Trump
Wall
som
Street, Global Wall
har
Street,
hatt
are
sånne
they dialing
kunngjøringer hver dag.
down
Det er
the
ikke
recession
vanlig.
calls? Are you sensing that on
Det har
today's
gått
news?
opp over
What I'm
1000
seeing
poeng
is messages that say
på noen dager, liksom.
we
Det er
don't
ikke
know
vanlig
yet, and so
kost.
we're reluctant to make a decision. I think you'll see people push back a little bit on
Det er derfor det er på
they're all
nyhetene
in
hele tiden.
the
Det her er ikke
35 to 55% range for chances.
Normalt
of a
sett så har du sånn
50%
par
is always my
underpoeng du
favorite.
kan
I have a 50% chance that I'll go to bed by 10 o'clock tonight.
I hope you have. Well, see, this is the thing. The percentages,
Jeg bare
usually when
spør
you
deg.
get to 50%, you end up with a recession. So if you get to 50%, I hope you're in.
Jeg har ikke tradet noen ting nesten på 14 dager.
So
Så vanskelig har det
those
vært.
percentages will be dialed back, but in part that's a way to.
Men hadde jeg bare kjøpt hver dag og lukket øynene mine og ikke brydd meg om nyheter, så hadde jeg tjent penger.
Wants to predict a
Bare
recession
kjøpt,
that
ikke
doesn't
brydd meg,
happen
bare
or
kjøpt,
vice
kjøpt,
versa.
kjøpt hele tiden.
So we're going to kind of be
Det
up
er
in the air
veldig
on that
spesielt.
for a while, and it'll just bounce around. We've got 90 days now till we know what the Chinese tariffs are going to be. We've got still 60 days till we know what the reciprocal tariffs are going to be. In the first term, it was this will happen in 2 weeks, and now 90 days is the new 2 weeks.
All right, so we'll just, like everybody else, we'll just kind of wait for the next tweet and the next social posting and to get a sense of where U.S. Policy is going. Michael
Nå
McKee,
sier de
thanks
da
for
at man
joining us.
må bare vente på
Mike does all the
neste
economic
Twitter-melding
stuff. All right,
fra
so we'll
Donald
confirm
Trump
we're
eller
gonna train
neste
down
melding
to
fra sosiale medier for å vite hvor dette skal
I
gå
never
hen.
fly to DC.
Sånn, det er
Mike-
useriøst, ikke sant?
Mike does. I know. We fight with him all the
goes-
time. No, I'm definitely going to train it. We're
See, he's-
apparently going
Det
to
er
see it. in a couple of
pisseuseriøst.
Yes.
Well, thank you.
Or congratulations, I
Right.
should turn the microphone on. And I can let you know what flights are the best. And
No, train.
Yeah,
all
as
the
we
way.
get stuck in Trenton or something.
Yeah, under the tunnel
Yeah.
going under the Hudson.
Yeah, we've just completely jinxed us, like
Exactly.
till the end of time. All right, Mike, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. All right, coming up, we are going to talk to Brant Standridge, President, Consumer and Business Banking over at Huntington Bank. A lot of other banks are pulling back or just staying pat, but Huntington is also expanding. So we're going to get a read on that. Plus, we want to know about the consumer and lending and what that looks like. He's the perfect person to talk to on that. So we will get the latest for you. This is Bloomberg Intelligence on this Monday, where it's pretty busy if you're a bull to the upside. S&P is up by 2.6%. Volume's pretty strong. The NASDAQ is up 3.5%. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. This flash being brought to you by Commonwealth, supporting more than 2,000 independent financial advisors with a 2-to-1 advisor to staff ratio. Small firm Attentiveness, big advisor impact. Go to Commonwealth.com to learn about their consultative support and technology. Risk on rally after China and the U.S. announced the 90-day truce in the trade war. The value of the dollar climbing. Treasury yields also jumping on expectations that the Fed won't have to cut interest rates so deeply this year. 2-year is up 8 basis points, 3.96 right now. The 10-year is 5 basis points higher. That is at 4.33. Overall, the S&P 500 up 140 points. That is up 2.5%. We're at 5,800 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 909 points. And right now, the NASDAQ 100 is up 627 points. That is up over 3%. Lululemon jumping over 7%. More than a quarter of its fabric comes from mainland China. Retailers like Best Buy and Amazon, they're also jumping because much of what they sell that comes from China and elsewhere in Asia. While investors welcome the China-U.S. trade progress, Lori Calvasina at RBC Capital says what really matters is the impact on company earnings.
It really matters what the companies think about this and how they're going to be managing around it and how that impacts, various things going on with their customers and their decision making. So there's still some more work we have to do to really understand the ramifications here, but it is a nice start to Monday.
Nissan Motor is going to eliminate 11,000 more jobs than previously planned. This is part of a plan to restructure its business. Now, according to NHK, overall job cuts will be closer to something like 20,000. That's about 15% of their entire workforce. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City. We are also streaming live on YouTube, so you can head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Live Podcast, and that's where you'll find us. One of the most read stories on the terminal today, and there's lots of news out there. U.S. President Donald Trump said he would likely speak to Chinese leader Xi Jinping later this week following talks between Washington and Beijing to temporarily lower tariffs and de-escalate the trade war. So I'm kind of always in that camp that talking is better than not talking,
Yes, absolutely.
And I think, so we've already got some agreements here. Just 145% U.S. levies on most Chinese imports. That's going to come down to 30%. 125% Chinese duties on U.S. goods. That would drop to 10% for 3 months to give the countries time to negotiate a broader agreement. So maybe they can get something done, and maybe a discussion between the two leaders can accelerate that.
Yeah. And that raises the question of what do you do with the markets, right? So you look at the rally and you're like, oh, you have lots of optimism, etc. But I wonder in reality how much of that is actually funds. You got a couple things going on, right? Commodity trading advisors, so they're called CTAs. You have volatility controlled funds. You have hedge funds where they sort of shift around based on how much risk they're allowed to kind of carry based on what the markets actually do. So Citi says that CTAs have flipped long on the S&P. They're max long on the NASDAQ 100 and now covering shorts in the Russell 2000 based on moves this morning, and that if you see kind of a change in the S&P, you're going to have to add on to this, meaning that just because you see a rally doesn't mean it's real extended fundamentals.
Yep,
It's
interesting.
My whole fabulous point.
Well, that's good. I love
Jeg mener at rally kan være rally ser i dag også kan være påvirket av fond som har dekket shorten sine med
Stan Ridge, President,
at det
Consumer and Business
at det
Banking
ikke
at Huntington Bank. Hey, Brent, we've had just
aldrig
tremendous
hørt om
amounts
dette.
of volatility so far here in
At
2025.
det i dag
When you
basically
sit down
bare
with
posisjoneringer
your
på
corporate
ETF-er.
clients, how is it reflected in their activity? Are they sitting
Det
on
gir
their
litt
hands?
mening,
Are
da.
they trying
For
to
det
move
bare
forward? What
piss,
are you hearing?
egentlig.
Well, Paul, first of all, thank you for having us on the show. We are closely monitoring all the developments that relate to the broader economy, and today's announcement is clearly another data point. Our focus has been on our customers, and what we're hearing specifically from our customers is really more of a wait and see. All of the events of the last few months have introduced a higher level of uncertainty, and as a result, many of our customers are waiting to see what will happen and delaying some decisions to obtain more certainty.
So based on that, what are the expansion plans for Huntington? Like, are you doubling down here? Or are you holding pat? Because a lot of companies are just like, we're in a wait and see mode. We're delaying, but we're not abandoning kind of projects. How are you guys thinking about it?
Well, we're continuing forward with our investment plans. This is an important proof point for our organic growth story. We're very bullish about our opportunity that exists in the Carolinas. It's a fast-growing, dynamic market. We already have 30,000 customers there. Our approach and culture have allowed us to attract some really fantastic and talented individuals. And our business model really resonates in the market, which is around local and bringing highly qualified bankers with local relationships to those customers, supported with national expertise. And so we believe that in times like this, those customers and those relationships are even more important. And so we're continuing forward with our investment plans, not just in the Carolinas, but across the country.
What are the areas that, for your clients, that you find most attractive? What are the sectors that you guys like right now as you approach your corporate clients?
Well,
Yes.
our business model is based on having relationships
fine.
with middle market,
I'm working right
commercial,
now.
and small business customers. And we do that across a wide variety of different industries. And then we support
Right.
those local relationships with industry expertise. So we're not focused in on a specific industry. We're more focused on medium and small businesses and supporting
sounds like
their
you're on the water.
day-to-day needs.
Talk to me about the concerns that your customers are
your
talking
phone's like you're on the
about
water.
and their needs and how that might have changed.
Well, going back to a previous comment, it has introduced uncertainty. Obviously, not being aware of what a product will cost or how
pissed
the
on
supply
Donald
chain
Trump
may be
because he's,
impacted
saying all kinds of
causes
crap,
businesses
so the market's
to
going all
stop
over
and
the place.
consider. And we're seeing changes almost every day, and businesses are figuring it out, and they're talking to their own suppliers, and that's clearly leads to uncertainty. So as these
I don't hate them.
decisions
I
are
think it's
made,
cool.
as
It's
things
full of
become
crap.
more clear,
He
we
says
believe
stops.
businesses will continue
He says one thing and then he
resume
changes
any
the other thing, and
investment
he
that's
says,
been
"Oh,
delayed.
for the fall."
So
he's like full of crap. That
You know,
guy.
a lot of folks are concerned that with
He
tariffs,
does this on purpose.
it's kind
Yeah,
of the
yeah,
small,
of course
mid-sized
he does this
businesses
on
that might
purpose
be
to make
impacted
money.
the most. The
He
inability
says,
to
well,
take cost
145%
increases
tariffs
and pass
on
them through
China. And then the
customers
next
unlike, say,
day,
a Walmart or something.
80.
Is
And
that
then
what you hear
today,
from your
30.
customers?
Well, I don't think they know at
Yeah,
this point.
so how the hell am I supposed
Clearly,
to
this is a
have
time
that
for
then?
us to be closer to customers
At
and be
least
able to support
keep
them
your promise,
regardless
kind
of the economic scenario. And we believe that we're well positioned to do this, but I don't think they know at this point.
just tired. I haven't slept for 2
Everyone
weeks
or
almost.
every business certainly is impacted.
haven't-
And
I haven't
supply
been to the
chains
gym
are
in 2 weeks.
impacted, and we want to be there to support them as they make decisions day to day. But at this point, it's a little bit early to know that.
There was a lot of deposit
so how she's
competition
working on it. She's working on
for
a new
savings
clinic.
that
Yeah.
seemed to then hit the pause button. Where are we in deposit beta, and how do you stay competitive?
She's
Well, we're very fortunate that we have a very granular deposit base. In fact,
Yeah,
if you
it's
look
pretty
at
cool.
the
It's
percentage
pretty
of deposits that we have that are FDIC insured, it's the highest in our peer group. And
It's
that
almost
deposit
done.
base has been quite stable for us. In fact, we've been able to grow it at a period of time when others have not been successful. So we're continuing to see that same trend. We've been very successful at continuing to grow the deposit portfolio. Obviously, as rates come down, interest expense and the cost of that deposit book has come down. And we will continue to monitor that closely. But it is the deposit environment has been competitive for some period of time, and I would say there hasn't been dramatic changes in the last number of months.
She's forgetting all kinds of stuff.
All right, Brent, thank you so much. We appreciate it, Brent Stanbridge. He is
delicious.
president, consumer and business banking at Huntington Bank, located in Columbus, Ohio. That is the bank of Mr. Matthew Miller.
No, I think she's, I don't know.
That
she's,
talk about a granular
she's just
depositor
more,
right there. So we'd like to speak to some of these
old,
bankers
I
at the
guess.
mid-market banks to get a sense of kind of how the corporate and
She
mid-sized and
forgets-
middle market companies are
I
behaving,
don't
and
know.
are they investing?
Yeah.
How are they investing? So
Yeah.
those bankers give us a
Yeah,
good
something
view
like
there.
that.
Looking at the markets
she's
here,
much older than
again,
you are.
continued
In,
strength
you know,
out
because of
there,
MS.
riding the wave of perhaps
Yeah, so
reduced
she's,
tensions in the
she
trade
keeps forgetting all
wars,
kinds of stuff, so I
particularly
don't know.
between the U.S. and China. And President Trump saying that he potentially will be speaking
He's
with
okay. He's
President Xi
working
later
like
this week to maybe further some of those discussions. S&P 500 up 140.
No, but he works all the time, and he never talks
percent.
anymore.
We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
But I'm always on the phone. I can talk every day. I'm just sitting here trading stocks. I'll send you some new ones then. What's up with your phone? Yeah, but that's worked out, hasn't it? Yeah, that's cool. What type of medicine? What was that? What was that? Is that what Mel Gibson did? The parasite stuff? Yeah, but have you checked your blood? So it's not just in your head. Well, that's cool. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. You know what it is.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on
And we have the
Bloomberg Radio.
All right, happy Monday. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We got you covered with the top news in business, economics, and finance through our lens of our Bloomberg Intelligence folks. They cover 2,000 companies and 130 industries all around the world. And thank goodness we have that because we got a lot of news today, particularly out of the drug makers from the White House. So shares of pharmaceutical companies largely trading higher today as President Donald Trump's executive order was aimed at cutting U.S. prescription drug prices. It was sort of like the less bad news. It was better than feared. One area, though, will definitely be pharmacy benefit manager. Sam Fazeli is Bloomberg Intelligence Director of Research for Global Industries and senior pharmaceutical analyst. Sam, can you just walk me through why do we here in the U.S. pay more for drug pricing, and should that be reduced?
Yeah, so Alex,
because I don't know why I haven't.
In the US,
I eat healthy stuff.
Price that's set by negotiation between pharma companies
I eat mainly good food.
Insurers, pharmacy benefit managers, and payers. This is not dictated by the government. At least it wasn't until recently. Whereas in Europe and many other countries, you have a single payer, and that's the government, and they play hard, so they can get lower prices. Because that's the way they operate. And there are many situations where in the UK, the National Institute for Clinical Excellence refuses to believe or accept that a drug has got is value added. So it's not even offered, even at the negotiated lower price. So that's the issue here, which means that as soon as innovation happens, out in the market, the day that a product is approved, they can get on and sell it. Over in Europe, it could take a year, 2 years for a drug to come out.
I hate that
So,
guy.
and maybe with this new executive order, sometimes
never
the
stops.
companies will go, well, I'd rather not launch in Europe.
So, is it realistic to expect that drug prices in the U.S. will come down, could come down?
I will.
See, the thing is, Paul, I'm having a tough time to balance this out. If the intention is to get the rest of the world to pay more, which of course helps the pharma companies, then I don't see how that helps the US drug prices come down, right? If they aren't able to increase prices in Europe, then the government in the US is saying, well, you should give us the same prices you're giving elsewhere. Then innovation disappears, because at the end of the day, if you cut your revenue by half, you won't have, you spend 15% of that on R&D, guess what? Your R&D falls. Simple maths. So how this plays out would be quite interesting to see. And of course, we have to also remember that there isn't a price in Europe. So we just checked the price of Wegovy in the UK at the effective dose, $230. Okay? In the US, Novo sells it for $499 to the direct-to-consumer. Okay, it's about twice as much. Okay, so let's say in Europe it goes up to 300 or in the UK. How does that change with the US number? And we don't even know whether the company actually gives that price, because then there's a little small print. We have been doing the NHS has done a commercial deal. So what is the price? How is the US government going to find that price? Unless they incorporate it into the trade agreements that they're doing, which is what should be happening here.
So what about the PBMs? So that was singled out, the pharmacy benefit managers, as sort of the middlemen between insurers and the government and the drug makers, et cetera. What role do they really have, and are they the ones most at risk?
I would say they are the ones most at risk. I would say they should have always been the ones most at risk, because I don't understand the reason they exist.
It's not Coke.
I mean, that's I can show you a chart of how the US payment system works, and it varies
better than
by.
alcohol.
Sure, you can go from one job to another, and the cost of your drug goes up, right? Because you have a different insurance, or from one state to another. So that just really is untenable. And it's nice to see that the government administration is now talking about making it easier to sell directly to consumers. So let me give you an example. We have data on the terminal that gives you an ability to calculate what a drug revenue should be in the past quarter. Volume times price, right? Then you go and see what they actually
because I'm sitting here,
sometimes for insulin,
I'm
is 80% lower.
Trading stocks.
80%. Now, the PBM say, oh no, we pass that on back to the Medicare Part D. Why do you even take it? Why do we need to pay an administrator in the middle here?
Call me.
That's a great
So
question.
what are your companies within your food chain there in the big pharma? What are they
Of
saying?
course I do. You never call.
Because this issue is new. We've been complaining about high drug prices forever. What are they saying as to what?
Det faren min. Han drita full.
They're not saying very much, Paul. In these sort of circumstances, the best thing to do is to keep your head down and see how things work out. And of course, today it's only just come out. So I think they all, to a T, say the PBMs are a problem. We need to get rid of them. Let's say that. But that's not today. That's been going on for 10 years. They also say Europe should pay more. But they also say that when you do the net price calculation, in many instances, I actually sent you a quote from Pascal Soriot, the AstraZeneca CEO, saying that actually in many cases the prices end up being about the same, maybe a little bit different. So all of that needs to be taken into account. And we need to decide if they're going to push Europe higher to pay more, is the US also happy to move some of the R&D to Europe? Maybe that's something that the European governments will ask for. Fine, we'll pay more, but bring some of your R&D here. Right. Bring more manufacturing here. Same arguments.
But in my head, that's 10 minutes. In your head, it's a week.
The drug stocks are higher. Does this make sense to you?
Well, for me, it's 10 minutes.
You got it right at the beginning, Alex, that this is not as bad as people expected. And also, I think we're in a world where sometimes the president uses his power to really push people into action.
I've seen him once in 3 months.
When he gets what he wants, the action isn't as bad as...
All right. Sam, thanks a lot. Sam Fazeli, Bloomberg Intelligence. We really appreciate you. For our listeners in the U.S., here's a reminder. You can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM, channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM, channel 121 is presented by Ship Station. Stay with us. Your top stories and global business headlines are coming up right now. Happy Monday, everybody. This is Bloomberg.
I used to be active there, but I lost it. Instagram took it away. I got someone tried to con me, to press me for money, like blackmail me. And I didn't want to pay, so they took down my whole Instagram. I don't care. They can all die. I don't care. Okay. It will be good. I just need this market to crash a bit. Then it's all good. Yeah, I'll manage. Nope, on my way. Yeah, but Cambodia isn't, I don't think that's the place to be honest with you. Yeah, but Cambodia is like in the middle of the jungle. You live in the middle of the jungle.
Jeg har ingen aning når Trump skal prate. Men jeg tok en liten lang. Får vi se om det går.
Yeah. Yeah. No, but I'll come. But I just have to wait this. Yeah, but I'll come. Yeah. 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 No, I just want a monkey in an island. That's what I want. Yeah. I want one. But give me a call tomorrow. Can you give me a call tomorrow when you wake up? I will answer. Just call me after 7 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. I don't know. Now it's 6 o'clock in the evening. Yeah. Give me a call tomorrow, because I'm working now till right 11 o'clock, okay? I will. Like crazy. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. Yeah, I know. I remember. Okay. Okay, love you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Love you, bye. Bye. Åh. Det var fatteren da. Han er jo drita full. Og sånn er noe. Min barndom. Alkohol og party. Lommer der nede, Stig.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
There's a trade truce between the U.S. and China, and markets rejoice. Welcome to Balance of Power. I'm Kaylee Lyons in Washington alongside Bloomberg's Michael Shepard. Today, Joe Matthew as off as we contend with a whole host of news. Of course, primarily the U.S. and China after talks in Geneva agreeing to lower the tariff rate placed on each other's goods to 30% and 10%, respectively. We'll get the details with Bloomberg's Tyler Pendle, plus discuss the economic impact with Anna Wong, our chief U.S. economist here at Bloomberg Economics. Plus, there's a whole bunch of geopolitical news we need to follow, as well as President Trump right now is en route to the Middle East against the backdrop of the last American hostage being released by Hamas. We'll have those details, plus the prospect of direct talks between Ukraine and Russia happening in Turkey on Thursday. Bloomberg's Nick Wadhams will bring us more.
Det är vi
Panel
från
will be
trading.
to Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano weigh in on the budget reconciliation battle, which is supposed to move forward substantially in Congress this week with a SALT cap lift potentially to just $30,000. All of that is ahead. It's a lot to get to this hour, but let's begin with the relief rally that is currently underway and check in on the markets with Charlie Pellet up in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much. And here's what's going on. Kaylee Lyons, we have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all surging. Big time rally on this back to work Monday. Right to the numbers here. Fast-moving markets, and we've got you covered with the S&P up 145 now, up 2.6%. Dow Industrials surging 900 points, up 2.2%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 638. That is a gain of 3.6%. The NASDAQ 100 Index now in a bull market, up 3.2%, highest level since March 3rd. Russell 2000 Index surging as well, all part of a broad-based rally today. That index up now by 2.9%. And the Bloomberg Mag 7 Index is surging 4.8%.
Basically stått stille.
The 10-year 4.43%, the 2-year 3.97%. Gold down $90 the ounce, retreating by 2.7%, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 2%, $62.28 a barrel. Lots of optimism about the U.S.-China trade reprieve, leading to that stock market rally and a decline in defensive assets like bonds, gold, and haven currencies. Among the tech names surging on the China tariff news is Tesla, up now by almost 7%, and it does raise the question, where's Elon Musk these days? Dan Ives is global head of technology research at Wedbush Securities. He was interviewed on Bloomberg Surveillance.
Thankfully, not in the White House, not Mar-a-Lago, in the factories, and what I believe is now driving the autonomous strategy for Austin in June. And that, look, it speaks to why Tesla's up, right? I mean, you need your leader back. They got their biggest asset back. And I think it's going to be viewed as a pivotal moment for the Tesla story.
Dan Ives of Wedbush. Indeed, Tesla up now by 7%, among other tech names. Apple up now by 5.1%. So again, recapping the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, a major relief rally underway. Balance of Power continues now, and back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Michael Shepard and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you very much indeed. Markets obviously like what they heard out of Geneva and the White House today, as the U.S. has confirmed that progress was made in talks with China and Switzerland over the weekend. In fact, tariffs going much lower than perhaps initially anticipated. Remember, at the end of last week, President Trump was talking about an 80% tariff on China seeming right, Mike, and instead what we get is the U.S. taking from 145% all the way down to 30%, and China goes from 125 to 10.
And that's with the prospect of going even lower if the fentanyl tariffs are removed or reduced, if there's some sort of sign of progress there with China. So there was a lot left open there, and they even left open the prospect of extending this 90-day pause.
Yeah.
We can't quite call it a deal, but it certainly is, as you put it, a truce or a moment of détente in this confrontation over trade with the world's second largest economy.
Yeah, and of course, President Trump took his moment to tout this truce, if that's what we want to go with here. He spoke from the White House earlier today.
In addition, yesterday we achieved a total reset with China after productive talks in Geneva. Both sides now agreed to reduce the tariffs imposed after April 2nd to 10% for 90 days as negotiators continue on the largest structural issues. The relationship is very, very good. I'll speak to President Xi maybe at the end of the week. We have some other things we're doing.
A total reset is how the president describes this. So let's get more from the White House, where we find Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall on this Monday. But Tyler, to Mike's point, this isn't yet a deal. We're still going to be negotiating in this 90-day window. So this reset is not yet final.
Right, exactly, Kaylee. While it is a de-escalation to give the sides time to negotiate, at the end of the day, we're going to have to see how long that lasts and if both sides can agree on a finalized trade deal. Because once Wednesday rolls around, that 90-day pause goes into effect, and then from there, the countdown clock really is on. Now, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent was asked earlier today, what would it take to keep tensions low after that 90 days. He said ultimately it would be good dialogue in good faith, but did confirm to Bloomberg Television that at this point it is implausible that tariffs would drop below that floor of 10%. Importantly, both sides here are really trying to highlight that they have created what they have called a mechanism to keep talks going. And as you're about to hear, the Treasury Secretary told Bloomberg TV that this is going to be important for negotiations going forward.
China was the only country who escalated their tariffs in response to our reciprocal tariff level. So that resulted in an unfortunate escalation. So we now have a mechanism to deal with that. Neither side wants a generalized decoupling. The U.S. is going to do a strategic decoupling.
That reminds us that there's still a lot of negotiations to happen. Some big differences on the table, a few different threads that we're watching here, Kaylee and Mike, one including purchase agreements going forward. Both the Treasury Secretary and the President today said that the Phase 1 China deal could be used as a template. So we're going to be watching when it comes to U.S. ag imports into China, if that could make its way into any sort of purchase agreements and what sort of enforcement mechanisms would look like. The second, of course, is fentanyl. As Mike had mentioned, that 20% of that 30% tariff is tied directly to the United States fentanyl concerns. President Trump said that he believes China will act in good faith on curbing fentanyl flows and the ingredients used to make the drugs into the United States amid allegations that they are contributing to the drug trafficking. And then, of course, lastly are those non-tariff barriers that we're watching very closely. China did confirm earlier today that they're going to remove non-tariff countermeasures. We have taken that to mean that they are expected to suspend or lift some of those heightened export controls on critical minerals that came since April 2nd. We're going to have to see how these negotiations shake out. President Trump did say earlier today he could hold a call with Chinese President Xi Jinping as soon as this week.
All right. Wonder where that's going to fit in the schedule as he has a busy few days in the Middle East ahead of him. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, thank you so much. And we want to take a look through the economic lens of what difference these tariff changes really will make between the U.S. and China, and turn to Anna Wong. She's our chief U.S. economist at Bloomberg Economics and is here with Mike and I in our Washington, D.C. studio. So, Anna, obviously 30% is a whole lot lower than 145%. But I know you've been watching cargo volumes. We've seen this massive trade drop-off between the U.S. and China already. How much is going to be revived by still an incredibly high 30% tariff rate?
Yes, Kelly, actually we put out a note last Friday that showed that in fact container ships leaving China has increased in the first week of May, and we connected the dots. We think that several of the U.S. retailers, after meeting with President Trump in late April, have resumed their order, and the ships carrying those orders potentially have already been setting sail to the U.S., arriving today, starting today, with many of those ships arriving on the 20th. And this was why we had thought that in fact they need to cut the tariff this week, because those ships carrying Walmart and Target goods are arriving. So if you believe that that was the concerns about empty shelves was what motivated this cut, it also means that as this 90-day comes to an end, basically by mid-August, which covers the peak shipping period ahead of holiday seasons, the stakes for escalating actually would reduce, because the holiday season is assured. There won't be empty shelves, and so Trump could easily re-escalate again. And I just think that what we saw this weekend is not consistent with Trump's negotiation style, which is not a straight line down with the tariff rate. It usually comprises of escalation and then some de-escalation and then escalation back again until a final deal is reached.
So to what extent does this reflect a recognition on both sides, not just here in Washington, but also in Beijing, that the economic risk of carrying out this tit-for-tat economic trade war to the level it had reached was just so dangerous to the economies of both countries?
And that hits the nail on the head, exactly. And the reason why I think the U.S. and China negotiations came out and say that they found agreement very quickly is that the agreement is that they do not want the worst case scenario, which is for trade to enter the embargo state at the peak shipping season. Most of the shipping in the holiday season, which accounts for over 40% of sales revenues for any U.S. firms, happen from now to end of August. So this is a critical period that I think U.S. and China both easily found agreement on to not disrupt. Beyond that, who knows?
Well, obviously, none of us can predict the future, including Federal Reserve policymakers, hence why they keep emphasizing patience. We have seen today, in the aftermath of this truce being reached, Anna, the expectations for Fed rate cuts being taken down this year. Now, I think just 55 basis points are priced in. Does this make a material difference in the amount of easing you expect us to see?
Yes. So, I mean, our base case has been for only 25 bips of rate cut this year. So we were already lower than the rest of the market. But right now, what you could immediately see is that the May's jobs report and June's jobs report would not be as bad as in the situation where container volume continued to drop. Because we're now already seeing this week container volume is rising in the port of LA, and with a lot more firms planning to front run in this 90-day reprieve period, it means that the logistics sector just would not shed as much job as we thought. So there you have May and June's payroll being not as, possibly not negative as what it could have been had, the plunge in the container ships continue.
Anna, there is a lot for the two sides to get through over the next several weeks. Is 90 days going to be enough to lock this in, given how detailed that fine print is going to be?
Not at all. Not at all, exactly. That's why I thought the 90-day reprieve is more of a holiday. Let's get through this holiday season first. Let's make sure that not a lot of small business are going bankrupt in the U.S. and China factories are not all going out of business. Because the U.S. and China's tariff problem, trade barriers problem goes really deep. And it takes years. Even in the phase one deal, it took a whole year. And during that year, President Trump was kind of fluctuating whether he should take it or not.
Well, to the point you were making earlier, these things tend to be a roller coaster. But this particular president, Anna Wong of Bloomberg Economics, thank you so much for joining us. And of course, we have to keep in mind that Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, has said previously a full deal with China could take 2 to 3 years. So we have to keep that in mind. We'll have much more ahead here on Balance of Power as we turn to other geopolitical stories coming up next, right here on Bloomberg.
2 til 3 år før en avtale kan gå boks.
Jeg tok ut lungen min der.
Hørte hva han sa nå, at Bessent har sagt at det kan ta 2 til 3 år før en avtale med Kina er i boks.
Ja, da burde det jo gå litt ned da.
2 til 3 år, og så går vi opp 1000 poeng, for vi trodde at man var i år. 2 til 3 år, faktisk. Det er faen meg lenge, altså. De mener at de gjorde en pause nå for at de skulle overleve ferie og back to school holiday og sånn. Ja, det de sier da. Så det her er bare sånn pause for å ikke... Flaks, det var Trump Fires. Ja. Hvis ikke han forandrer loven, Brebina, og blir sittende i flere runder, kommer sikkert å prøve seg på det.
Jeg burde jo si meg fornøyd med I dag, altså.
Faen, du shorta som Famstad, da.
Ja, jeg sa ja. Jeg passerte 150 nå.
Ja, det er dritbra. Kanskje greit å ikke gjøre noe mer i dag. Slapp av litt.
Ja.
Så lett å drite seg ut.
Yep.
Klarer du å være?
Det vet jeg ikke. Det er det som er så jævlig vanskelig. Som regel så bruker jeg profiten som en pute på å gå mer aggressivt og sånt.
Ja.
Og når jeg da er opp såpass som jeg er nå, så er det er vanskelig å slutte. Halv årslønn på en dag, det er vel innenfor det.
Det er dritbra, bare gi deg. Du gir en ny gass i morgen.
Ja.
Så bra, Øyvind.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all pushing higher. Investors optimistic about the U.S.-China trade reprieve, with the S&P now up 147. That is a gain of 2.6%. The Dow off session highs, but still up 902 points, up 2.2%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is now up 658, up by about 3.7%. The Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares is surging now by 3%, and the Bloomberg Mag 7 Index, that is gaining by almost 5%. 10-year 4.44% with a 2-year 3.98%. Gold down $96 the ounce. Spot gold now trading down by 2.9%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.8%, $62.14 a barrel. And Bitcoin right now down 1.4%. 102,850 on Bitcoin. The sharp rebound in risk appetite driving the S&P 500 up by about 2.5% and above President Trump's so-called April 2nd Liberation Day level. Here's the president speaking earlier this morning.
Both sides now agreed to reduce the tariffs imposed after April 2nd to 10% for 90 days as negotiators continue in the largest structural issues.
And shares of drug makers are gaining, even after President Trump said he plans to order a cut in U.S. prescription drug costs. Among those drug makers, Eli Lilly up 2.4%, Pfizer up 3.1%, Bristol Myers Squibb up 2.6%, Merck now surging by 5.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Michael Shepard and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. I'm indeed Kaylee Lyons alongside Michael Shepard here in Washington. Joe Matthew is off today. As we consider what is happening here in Washington, it's actually not where the president is going to be spending his week this week. He right now is en route to the Middle East for a three-nation visit to Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Qatar. And he's doing so against the backdrop of some pretty important news today that he is actually just confirmed on Truth Social, posting live, it seems, from Air Force One, as the president says the following: Adnan Alexander, the last living American hostage, is being released. Congratulations to his wonderful parents, family, and friends. And of course, he's referring, Mike, to him being the last living American hostage that was still being held by Hamas in Gaza, who now, of course, is being returned via the Red Cross.
And Trump has been trying to pressure all sides in this conflict, not only Israel, but especially Hamas, to arrange for these hostage releases. And of course, the significance of Adnan Alexander, the last living American to be released. It is something that Donald Trump will, no doubt be celebrating, as we see here. But it does leave a lot of questions now about where things go with Gaza and with Israel.
That's right. So we want to get some answers to those questions now and turn to Bloomberg's Nick Wadhams, who covers national security for us, leads our coverage of it from here in Washington. So, Nick, obviously this is a massive moment for the United States with the last American hostage being returned, but there are still plenty being held in Gaza, living and those who are believed to be deceased. Does this deal bring us any closer to a wider deal?
My initial impression is no, it does not, and that's causing some real dyspepsia in Israel. I mean, there's a lot of confusion about the terms of the deal and how this came about. There's some suggestion, was the U.S. actually speaking with Hamas and cutting Israel out? Why did Hamas decide to do this now? It has been framed in some ways as a gesture of goodwill to the United States to try to curry some favor with Donald Trump. But that is not a position that Israel certainly wants to be in. I mean, Israel, certainly under Joe Biden, was used to the idea that the U.S. essentially channeled any conversations around Hamas through Israel. Now you have Donald Trump, who has presented himself as there's no better friend to Israel, suddenly being the one who's going around them. So there's so much confusion here in Israel about what Donald Trump is actually doing and what kind of conversations they're having with Hamas.
Let's talk about that a little bit more, Nick, because you saw before the election, during the election, and in the immediate aftermath of Donald Trump's victory, this view not only in Israel,
Nico,
but here too, that Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu.
Jeg vet ikke hva du gjør, men jeg gjør ikke noe nå. Jeg bare kjøper tatt gevinst, og så sitter jeg fortsatt short.
To stop bombardments of U.S. Shipping traffic, and then also in outreach to Iran. But none of that really seemed to involve Israel. So where does that leave Netanyahu and Trump?
Well, I think you're seeing an Israeli government that is really off balance and trying to answer that exact question, and they'll hopefully get some answers when Trump goes to the region this week. But it is an extraordinary turn of events, because you had the president basically announce last week, out of the blue, that they had come to some sort of ceasefire deal with the Houthis, where the U.S. and the Houthis agreed to stop attacking each other. Didn't say anything about the Houthis and Israel. Right. And under any normal circumstance, or at least how we're sort of used to the U.S. conducting foreign policy, you would have a situation where the U.S. would have these conversations about the Houthis step with Israel. Same with Iran. I mean, yes, there had been indirect talks between the U.S. and Iran, but I think there's a lot of concern in Israel that the Trump administration is going to be willing to do a deal and not consult Israel, and then that's going to leave them in a potentially weaker position. So they're certainly a whole lot of concern from Netanyahu. You can bet he's banging on the Oval Office door trying to get some answers from Donald Trump.
Well, he won't find Trump in the Oval Office this week. Trump
right.
is visiting other nations in the Middle East. To what extent are the things we're talking about, the conflict still ongoing between Israel and Hamas, questions around Iran, featuring heavily on his agenda this week? Or is this really just about money and getting investment into the United States, Nick?
Well, certainly what we've heard so far from the administration, this is really deals, deals, deals. I mean, he mentioned this $1 trillion figure for Saudi Arabia. He wants to go there. He wants a big splashy number. The UAE, they want a lot more. They want U.S. chips. They want those NVIDIA chips to help build out their own AI. They see themselves as really being on the vanguard of a push for more use of AI from the Middle East. So there's going to be a lot of conversation about that. Whether Trump drops some restrictions on exports, we may see that. I mean, he is really going for business deals, but it's really important to remember that he sees all of these political deals and the foreign policy stuff on Iran and the Houthis as intimately tied in with that. So if you get these deals, if you get the policy deals, you know, something on Iran's nuclear program, he's doing that, yes, because he wants that deal, but also because he wants what may come of that investment in business. That's sort of how he sees success and how he sees the terms of those.
Well, Nick, of course, as the president heads to the Mideast, there is another region that is very much on his mind, and that is Ukraine and his effort to achieve a peace agreement. We did hear from the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky today talking about this and his willingness to take part in negotiations in Turkey. Let's have a listen.
Ukraine is ready to move toward peace quickly and constructively. We accept the American proposal for a full and unconditional ceasefire. In fact, we ourselves are proposing it. Russia, as of now, is rejecting even that, even a ceasefire, and if they refuse something as basic as that, it means they don't want to end the war at all.
So, Nick, what are the odds now that we see President Donald Trump perhaps even join Vladimir Putin and Volodymyr Zelensky in Turkey later this week? We know it's a very loose situation, but what are we seeing from here?
I mean, it's just, again, just one of the sort of more head-spinning elements of how this president conducts foreign policy, where it is all in public. All of his notions, his thoughts, his ideas. He said today, as you mentioned, that he may go to Turkey to meet with them, but, you know, Volodymyr Zelensky has said he'll be there. Vladimir Putin has not said he's going to go to Turkey for these conversations. They proposed direct talks, but it was not at all clear if he meant direct talks between him and Volodymyr Zelensky. So I think what you're seeing here is a little bit Donald Trump looking to twist Vladimir Putin's arm a little bit and say, hey, I'm willing to go. Are you willing to be there? Danger there, of course, is that Trump says he's willing to go and then Putin says he's not, and then it makes Trump look a little weak. I don't know. You know, it's just just another one of these crazy situations where you sort of see the gamesmanship, but Vladimir Putin can just say, no, forget it, and potentially then risk Trump's wrath. So we'll have to see where this one goes.
Indeed we will, and we know Nick will be on top of it for us. Bloomberg's Nick Wadhams covering all things national security from here in Washington. Thank you so much. And of course, another story we're keeping on top of here in Balance of Power is the trade truce between the U.S. and China that was struck after talks in Geneva over the weekend. Tariffs go lower, and stocks today go higher. Right now, we're up 2.6% on the S&P 500, its highest level since March 5th. The NASDAQ 100 higher by more than 3 percentage points at the highest levels we've seen since February. And for more, we turn to Christine Aquino, Bloomberg Managing Editor for Markets Live, who is live from our headquarters in New York City. Christine, it's like April 2nd never even happened. My question is this recovery durable?
Yeah, Kaylee, I mean, that is the question on a lot of investors' minds at the moment, right? Because we are seeing this resurgence of the Trump trade, if you will, right? This is the expected reaction when President Donald Trump first took office. Higher stocks, higher yields, even the dollar is having a good day. But really the question is, how long can this last? Because we know from experience that trade deals take a while to hammer out. And at some point, you know, the initial headlines and the initial report of progress from the talks just isn't going to be enough for investors. They're going to want some detail. They're going to want some specifics on timing for implementation and more concrete progress. And, you know, the question is, how long is that going to last? And when that euphoria is going to run out? And maybe the answer may come in the form of some of the economic data that we're about to see and whether that shows more signs of an economic slowdown.
Christine, we're seeing a lot of the gains being led by the tech sector right now. Can you explain how that is playing out right now?
Well, Mike, yeah, you're absolutely right. We are definitely seeing a lot of those gains concentrated in technology. Remember that these are some of the most expensive stocks on the S&P 500 and the major U.S. indexes. And so when we first got kind of the drag from the trade talks and just the trade situation in general not going so well, these were the first to sell off really because of just their extremely high valuations and just the fact that a lot of investors were most exposed to them. And so they were kind of at the front lines of the sell-off. It makes a lot of sense that we're seeing them leading these gains. You're also seeing a lot of more economically sensitive sectors gaining today. Sectors that are very much exposed to that trade, international trade between U.S. and its trading partners. You know, we're talking about retailers. Those are some of the big names that are rallying today, again, because of just these receding fears that, you know, we're going to run out of goods shipping from China to the U.S. and therefore we're going to be seeing some empty shelves. A lot of those fears at the moment definitely being calmed by the progress at this week in stocks.
Well, and you alluded to some of the data we're expecting to see as well. Obviously, Christine, we get CPI tomorrow. I'm already looking at swaps pricing that indicates the Fed or the market is rethinking how much the Fed might actually ease this year. Are we likely to see yields continuing this climb higher? I'm just wondering if President Trump might be looking at it and wondering if things get queasy again.
Yeah, I mean, very good question. Definitely something that we know the administration is watching out for, that level of the 10-year yield. And, you know, yeah, we have seen that process of repricing those Fed rate cut bets. We are seeing now that we're closer to bets for just 2 rate cuts from the Federal Reserve versus 3 from just over a week ago. And, you know, that's going to be more in line with what the Fed's own forecasts are. They are expecting just 2 rate cuts this year. And so there's a little bit more alignment there between the Fed and markets. I think the question is, you know, whether we get a surprise to the upside, for instance, on inflation, or a surprise to the downside on some of the more economic quick indicators like retail sales, for instance. We've seen that playing out in soft data. We'll see if that plays out in hard data too.
All right, Christina Kino, managing editor for Markets Live here at Bloomberg. Thank you so much for joining us on Balance of Power. And we still have much more we need to get to this hour as we turn our eyes to Congress, specifically the draft tax bill that's going to be marked up in committee. For those who care about SALT, looks like 30,000 is your number if you're married. We'll have the details next, right here on Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. A major risk-on rally today, all about tariffs with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ surging. Investors optimistic about the U.S.-China trade reprieve. Complete coverage continuing on Bloomberg Radio and television with the S&P now up 154. That is a gain of 2.7%. We've got the Dow up 954, up 2.3%. NASDAQ up 674. For NASDAQ, a gain of 3.8%. We're looking at a broad-based rally with the Russell 2000 index now higher by 3.1%. NASDAQ 100 index up 3.5%. Tech's the standout with the Bloomberg Mag 7 index surging now by 5%. Your 10-year 4.44% with the 2-year currently yielding 3.97%. Gold is retreating by $96 the ounce to $32.28, down 2.9%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.1%, $62.30 a barrel. And Bitcoin now lower by 1.5% at $102,760 on Bitcoin. Stocks may be up today, but President Trump's tariff policies have taken a toll, and the U.S. economy could still be heading toward a cliff, as we hear from Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Economists surveyed by Bloomberg have put the odds of a U.S. recession in the next year at almost 50-50. For now, the weakest signals revolve around confidence in the economy stemming from tariffs, both household and business. Signs of a pullback could perhaps show up in Thursday's reports on retail sales and industrial production based on Wall Street forecasts. There's also more consumer sentiment data on tap on Friday. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
S&P Global Commodity Insight says American oil production likely will decline next year for the first time since the pandemic, as tariffs roil global trade, causing a slowdown in demand. Right now, we've got oil producers. They are trading higher. ExxonMobil up 1.4%. ADRs of BP, they're up 1.2%. Chevron up by 1.7%. Again, recapping here, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all surging. S&P up now by 2.8%. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Michael Shepard and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lines alongside Mike Shepard here in Washington. Joe Matthew is off today, and as Charlie was just running us through, obviously the markets are taking what it perceives to be good news on tariffs between the U.S. and China and running with it. But we want to talk about the other aspect of the president's economic policy, because the White House has long argued it's not just about the tariffs. You have to wait for part two, which is the massive tax cuts package he's hoping will work its way through Congress in relatively short order. And that's what the House is working on this week, as two key committees are getting ready tomorrow to mark up their portion of this massive legislation. The Energy and Commerce Committee, which is where the Medicaid changes come in, and of course the Ways and Means Committee, which is tasked with the big tax package. We're starting to get some details as to what exactly is in that thing. And keeping our Bloomberg audience in mind, what we're going to lead with here is the SALT cap. It's currently $10,000, Mike Shepard. Apparently, according to our reporting, it's getting lifted to $15,000 for an individual, $30,000 for married couples, and there's a cap. You only get it if you make $400,000 or less. The thing is, that might not be enough for a lot of those SALT caucus members.
It is aimed at those SALT caucus members in states like New York, New Jersey, and California, Republicans who would otherwise vote for another big tax package, the big, beautiful bill that Donald Trump is pushing. But they have a price. They want to see that SALT tax cap lifted much higher than $30,000. It won't be enough to sell back home to their constituents based on everything else that's in the bill right now.
Yeah, and keeping in mind, if they just allow the 2017 tax cuts to expire at the end of the year, there is no cap on the state and local tax deduction, which arguably might even be better for them. So is this doomed to fail potentially if you can't get those votes in the House? Let's turn now to our political panel with that question. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us. Rick, of course, Stonecart Capital partner and Republican strategist. Jeannie, our Democratic analyst and senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Rick, the Speaker of the House did say that things are still fluid here, so there could be some changes. Obviously, the markup may provide an opportunity for that. But if the number is to be 30,000, does this thing risk failing on the House floor ultimately?
You know, I doubt it. It'll be all part of a broader agreement amongst all these folks. They are desperate to find revenue someplace. The pinch is on to, not run up the deficit. And so any release, any increase in that cap that goes with SALT, it cuts against all the cuts they're trying to make to things like Medicaid and other programs. And so the reality is there's just very little give. The CBO had a weekend score of this thing costing over $5 trillion. That's half a $500 billion more than they anticipated. Now, it was before the bill came out, but this is really going to be a pinch. I mean, you can only imagine the pressure to pass this bill. Otherwise, you'll have the largest tax increase in American history go into effect. And you may not be able to sell the SALT bill, but you certainly aren't going to sell all those rates going back to their original level, even with a full SALT deduction in New York, California, and other big states.
Well, Jeannie, when we look at this package, we also have to keep in mind that there are a number of House conservatives who've expressed concern that if there aren't enough cuts elsewhere, that they may not be able to vote for all these tax cuts in full. Where are they finding them? Are they going to be able to find them perhaps in Medicaid? That seems to be a third rail even for a number of Republicans.
Yeah, that's the $24 million question, Mike. And we saw the op-ed out today in the New York Times where you heard from the Missouri Republican who said this is neither good politics nor, quite frankly, is it good for the Republican Party or is it good for Americans overall to go after Medicaid, Medicare. And of course, the president has promised not to, but just as Rick talked about, where then do you find this money? And I think, the entire issue of SALT, everybody, Mike, knows that SALT is one of my favorites. When you look at that issue, you see the local politics at play here. We've now got, in my district, we've got a Lawler in a very, very difficult district who has been very strong on SALT. And then he wants to potentially run for governor against, guess who? Elise Stefanik, who has not been as strong on SALT, but the other day she came out roaring. And that's so fascinating because she's also part of leadership. So you see the local politics at play here. It is really a non-starter in states like New York, New Jersey, California, not to lift this SALT cap. And to Kaylee's point, they don't have to do anything because January 1st it goes away. And that's giving these blue state Republicans an awful lot of power. And of course, Mike Johnson, a huge headache.
Jeannie, we talked about the blue state Republicans and the dilemma that they are facing. But what about some of the red state Republicans when it comes to Medicaid specifically and the challenges that they face there? Are we seeing a different, more populist tone from people like Josh Hawley, for instance?
We absolutely are, which is fascinating that we're talking just at the moment, a few minutes after Donald Trump has taken a page out of the populist playbook of the Democrats in terms of price caps on prescription drugs. So you're seeing this throughout this more MAGA wing of the Republican Party, and Josh Hawley's op-ed is a good example of that. There is a deep division in the Republican Party between the MAGA populist folks and the more traditional Republicans, and both the issue of Medicare, Medicaid, those cuts, and also prescription drug price capping are really good examples of that.
Well, if we want to quote the senator directly, what Josh Hawley wrote in this op-ed, Rick, in part reads, The wing of the party wants Republicans to build our big, beautiful bill around slashing health insurance for the working poor. That argument is both morally wrong and politically suicidal. When we consider the Congressional Budget Office says that these policies in the bill, if adopted, will kick 13.7 million people off of Medicaid rolls in the next 10 years. I wonder what that means for just the next year, how problematic this could be in 2026.
Yeah, look, Josh Hawley was one of the very first people to declare openly that the Republican Party is now the working class party, multicultural party, and he's following this up with a very, very clear argument, which is our votes are now working class voters in rural areas, and they are living off of Medicaid to a large degree. 1 in 6 Republicans are on Medicaid, and in his state, it's a higher percentage even than that. And so he's just declaring the obvious, that if we expect these people to turn out for us, we have to change our attitude about these social programs that Republicans historically have always disdained. And he's calling out the corporate elite Republicans that made up a good portion of the party in the 80s and 90s to say, you're over, and this is the new party, and we need to get right. The problem is they also have a big issue of payments for that House bill. That big, beautiful bill is expensive, and targeting $880 billion of cuts in Medicaid are exactly what Josh Hawley's most worried about. And I don't think there's a way to square that circle. I think that the reality of it is Republicans are going to torch themselves if they're not careful by making cuts to the exact people who vote for them in state, local, and federal elections.
Rick, to follow, does this mean perhaps that some of the other priorities that we saw the president spell out for the bill, such as cuts in taxes on Social Security benefits and on tips, will those go by the wayside? Are we at risk of seeing that happen?
The reality is that I think this debate is coming down to how much debt you want to put on this bill. I mean, everybody's talking about trying to make it at least budget neutral, if not creating savings to the deficit. And there's no way in the scores that we see today and the bill that was released this morning that you're going to be able to do that, have everything you want, including, like what you were mentioning, Mike, the tax on tips, the no tax on Social Security earnings and things like that. Adding those to the 2017 cuts, the burden is going to be so heavy to carry that there's no way that the Senate is going to approve a bill that does those kinds of deep cuts. And so you're just going to run up the tally in the deficit again. And that is another political problem that midterm Republicans, regardless of what state you're from, are going to have a hard time explaining.
Well, President Trump may be trying to find other ways to address the problem of entitlements, of required spending through those programs, Jeannie, and the ultimate deficit impact as he looks at drug prices today, signing an executive order essentially trying to bring the prices for pharmaceuticals paid in other countries closer to the U.S., which tends to pay a lot more for these kind of things. If it sounds familiar, it's because he also tried to do this during his first term as president. But is this actually good politics, bringing the cost of drugs lower, Jeannie? That is if he can actually get this thing pulled off?
Yeah, and it's a big bit if. He has one problem, which is power. He doesn't, as far as I can see, have the power to do what he is proposing to do legally or constitutionally. There is a way to do this. It's the way the Biden administration did this through purchasing on Medicare and Medicaid. He doesn't talk about that. But on the politics end, it is good politics for him. Again, exacerbating this divide that we've been talking about between the sort of Steve Bannon populist wing of the MAGA party and the more plutocrats, the Elon Musks of the world. And how do you bridge that divide? So this is good politics for Donald Trump, for his base. But from a policy perspective, it's questionable as well, because what does this do then to research and development? There was a RAND study out not that long ago which said this would have enormously negative impacts on life expectancy for the future generations, our children and grandchildren. So, you know, there's so many implications, but Donald Trump doesn't want to have those difficult conversations. So he's going with the populist agenda, which sells big, but may not even be workable legally or good policy.
Well, and now, Rick, that brings up the question. It is good politics, but is it good policy? Will it work? He struck out in his first term. It was turned down by a judge. Are we going to see a repeat of that this time?
Yeah, no reason not to. I mean, Jeannie and I used to be frustrated by Joe Biden not using the bully pulpit to try and drive social progress. And of course, lowering drug prices is right in the square in that. So kudos to Trump for calling out the prescription drug companies for not charging American consumers what European consumers get for the same drug. I remember in the McCain campaigns, we'd go to New Hampshire and people would show up with baggies of drugs saying, you know, we get these in Canada because we can't afford the prices in New Hampshire. That hasn't changed much. And so it is a bit of a rebellion in the hinterlands of America that we're supporting the research and development that cures the problems around the world.
Jeg tar seg 800 target nå.
Trump is tapping into that, and it's a powerful concept. Even if he does nothing but make speeches about it, it's going to keep the heat on the drug company.
Nei, nesten
Rick
treffer
Davis
linja
and
opp.
Jeannie
Jeg skulle få
Shanzado,
en
our
liten
political panel on
pullback
this
igjen,
Monday.
men
Thank you
jeg
both
vet
so much for joining us. And of course, Rick and Jeannie will be back for more in the next hour of Balance of Power as we continue to focus not just on this EO and the actions of Congress, but geopolitics as well, from Ukraine and Russia to the Middle East, where we've just gotten confirmation
Prestene
from the
gikk jo
Israeli
heftig
Defense
short igjen,
Forces
så
that the last living American
Hvem gjorde
hostage,
det?
Adon Alexander,
Ja.
has indeed crossed the
Sentimentet.
border into Israel after
Ja.
being released by Hamas.
Jeg så i stad, han var fortsatt 56, jeg hadde ikke rørt en dritt på seg.
jeg er på 51 nå.
Ja.
Jeg er 56 og klokka 12 i dag.
Ja, så folk har begynt å gå short igjen.
Ja. Så det er jo ikke rart at vi går opp.
Det er så teit å ta hensyn til det, ass.
Vet du, retail skal jo ta penger. Han skal jo hente pengene sine fra noen plass, det er bankene.
Ja, så er det det at når det handler CFD-er ETF-er, så tar institusjoner også og gjør det motsatt i markedet, ikke sant? De henter jo likviditet der.
Ja, så
Du sa det stod på Bloomberg. At de ETF-ene som de kjøper som har faen i markedet, for det er ganske nytt. Det har ikke vært sånn før. Så de lurer på om det er kunstig rally, siden folk er bearish. Eller ikke folk da, institusjoner. Folk er vel bullish, vil jeg påstå. Fy faen, jeg er så trøtt, altså. Jeg var oppe i hele natt. Jeg klarer nesten ikke å være våken. Bare, hver gang jeg lukker øya, så bare føler jeg at jeg liksom detter bakover. Skjønner du hva jeg mener?
ja.
Faen, jeg er så trøtt, altså.
Sånn jeg bruker å være på arbeid av og til, så at jeg sitter og spleiser tau eller et eller annet.
Ja. Det liksom blunker, og så faller jeg.
Du var oppe i det natt?
Jeg var oppe i hele natt, for jeg måtte passe på marginen min i natt.
Ja.
Jeg så jo hva som skjedde. Jeg så jo at den meldingen hans og de greiene der, tenkte jeg, faen, nå går det opp. Gikk opp. Hoppet opp 1000 poeng, liksom.
Ja, det var sinnssykt. Jeg fikk et fint short i natt, faktisk.
På gull, eller?
Nei, på Nasdaq. Det gappa jo opp, og så shortet jeg når den har andre gangen den testet etter den gir datt litt ned igjen, så shortet jeg. Jeg fikk et lite fint fall. Tenkte jeg skulle long den igjen på 309, men jeg gjorde det aldri. Angrer litt på det. Det var jævlig fint.
Det blir jævla spennende å se hvordan markedet reagerer i morgen, ass.
Ja. I morgen så er det jo masse rødt. Det er jo CPI.
Ja, hvis de tallene er alt for høye, så får vi et jævla problem, for du får ikke satt ned renta. Så det blir spennende. Sånn som det er nå liker ikke jeg. Nå er det liksom ikke noe volum. Nå er det bare sånn tikk, 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 tikk.
Ja, nå er det dødt. Det beveger seg sakte.
God dagen. Halla. Hvordan går det?
Jeg er sliten, ass.
Såpass, ja.
Å, fy faen.
Ja.
Jeg er lei han Trump. Enkel og rett, fy faen. For en klovn.
Ja, gull går til helvete i hvert fall.
Ja, det gjorde det tidligere i dag i hvert fall. Har det fortsatt å falle?
Ja, det er
Nei, det lagde en liten dobbeltopp nå for 2 timer siden cirka. Nå driver det og faller igjen.
taken the rates of tariffs charged on each other down to 30% and 10% respectively. We'll have the details with Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall.
Ja, shorter du, eller?
From Sam Sachs, a professor at
Shorter du?
Plus, we have to cover
Ja, jeg shorter. Jeg sitter inne i shorts som faen.
American hostage just released by Hamas. Right as President Trump heads to the Middle East and floats the idea of making a trip to Turkey.
Får jeg ikke delt skjermen der?
And Russia peace talks.
Nei, sitter inne med en short-posisjon som er $1000 pluss nå.
Mange kontrakter satset da?
2,7. Nå har jeg, altså, nå har jeg jo gitt litt sånn faen, så jeg har gått for også breakout, så satt en jævlig teit stopplås. Så jeg satser jo noe jævlig. Men oppe 45 i dag.
Det er dritbra, da. Nå tar du jævla bets da.
Ja, men altså, jeg har jo blitt stoppet ut masse ganger også. Jeg har jo blitt stoppet ut. Jeg har 2 grønne hittil, og 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 røde. Men der er det litt. Tapene har jeg vært på $12. Jeg var det 1. Klarte jeg å bomme på stopplassen min, så da var det $172, $32, $30, 13. Så var det en $2,774 profitt, $4 tap, $9 tap, $1,700 profitt. Og den jeg er inne i nå er oppe med 1,200 cirka.
Det er bra da. Så lenge det er pluss er rett fett, mange tapt du tar.
Ja. Så... Men nå har jeg jo, altså... Jeg startet den kontoen her i går med 6.500. Så det plukket jeg ut tidligere. Og akkurat nå så er jo equity på kontoen er jo $5,600.
Du girer maks da?
Ja, det er gull, så 200. Så men det er gøy da.
Jævlig bra jobbet.
Ja. Jeg er fornøyd med at det har vært noen tap inni der også, fordi da vet jeg at det er ikke ren flaks. Altså ja, det er jo mye flaks når man holder på sånn, men det er jo et system i flaksen.
System i rotet.
Ja.
Jeg tenker at så lenge du har tight stop-loss og har den strategien, så er det bare å gjøre det da.
Ja.
Hvis du kjører breakout trades liksom.
Jeg kan se, om jeg får delt skjermen, så kan jeg vise de jeg har vært inne på. Skal vi se. Permission to capture the screen. Hvis dere er interessert i å se på noe mens dere har ting susende i bakgrunnen her.
Ja, bare vis det. Folk synes det er morsomt.
Må bare finne ut hvordan jeg kan dele skjerm fra Mac her.
In addition, yesterday we achieved a total reset with China after productive talks in Geneva. Both sides now agreed to reduce the tariffs imposed after April 2nd to 10% for 90 days as negotiators continue on the larger structural issues. The relationship is very, very good. I'll speak to President Xi maybe at the end of the week. We have some other things we're doing.
So we want to get more details from the White House now and turn to Bloomberg Washington correspondent Tyler Kendall, who is live from the North Lawn here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Obviously, Tyler, there was mixed expectations going into the talks in Geneva, but the White House clearly is trying to paint this as a success, even if some are characterizing it as capitulation from this administration.
Yeah, hey, Kelly, definitely a positive tone being struck by this administration. You heard President Trump there saying that even he could potentially have a call with the Chinese president by the end of this week. We should say there has not been a confirmation of that or a readout from Beijing's side on that possibility. But it does go to show how both sides here are really trying to take that de-escalation in a bid for a longer and more firm trade deal down the road. In fact, the Treasury Secretary
Nå har de bottning igjen, så nå er det bare sånn tikk, 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 tikk.
that they have established a mechanism to continue talks, which just reminds us there's still a lot of negotiations to be had.
China was the only country who escalated their tariffs in response to our reciprocal tariff level. So that resulted in an unfortunate escalation. So we now have a mechanism to deal with that. Neither side wants a generalized decoupling. The U.S. is going to do a strategic decoupling.
So Scott Besson, they're talking about some of the threads that we could see as we move forward, including decoupling when it comes to strategic industries like pharmaceuticals and chips. There's a few other angles that we're watching here. One, importantly, is what purchase agreements could look like. This administration has said that the Phase 1 China deal could be a template moving forward here. That's why we're going to be watching closely U.S. agricultural imports and what sort of enforcement mechanisms this White House may be weighing as they look to boost those obligations from China. Second, of course, is fentanyl. We heard President Trump earlier today saying that he believes China will make good on its word to crack down on flows coming out of the country. And the last one, of course, is those non-tariff barriers that this White House talks a lot about. President Trump says that he had received a commitment from China, and we did actually hear from them earlier today that they were going to reverse or remove some of their non-tariff countermeasures. It is our understanding that that very likely applies to lifting some of those export controls when it comes to critical minerals that have been applied since April 2nd. Now, Kaylee and Mike, of course, we're watching closely here how these negotiations go. The Treasury Secretary did tell Bloomberg Television that that 10% levy is the floor. It's implausible that it's...
Nå er spørsmålet om vi skal fortsette, eller skal vi snu?
Tyler Kendall from the White House. Thank you very much.
Donald Trump.
Now we'll go to New York to our colleague Romaine Bostick for a little bit more on this rally that we are seeing across Wall Street in so many different categories. Romaine, thank you for joining us. Are investors perhaps reading a little bit too much into what was discussed over the weekend between the U.S. and China, given that there is still so much fine print to write and agree on?
To a certain extent, I think there's two sides to this, Mike. I mean, there is the idea that this is still going to be a very long process to get to an actual concrete deal with actual sort of potential benefits for both our country and theirs. But you have to understand, too, this is a market that had really priced in the worst case scenarios. They were pricing in 145% tariffs on China. They were pricing in 30, 40, 50% tariffs on some of the other nations. And now we're at least back to some sort of baseline, at least if you believe what the president has said, as well as what Scott
Besson said on
television.
Ja, det var jo ikke da.
A bit of a floor, and it's a floor that, at least in the minds of a lot
of traders, var prisen 145 tariff
so whether that's a 10% baseline tariff or maybe a little bit something extra on top of that,
so that
at least in the case of China, gets us to 30%. There's a sense that at least some of the bigger companies that are in the S&P 500 and in some of the other major indices, that they can actually weather that, and that maybe that's justification for the rally.
Well, my question, Romaine, is when this rally takes more into account the implications potentially for monetary policy or not as much easing as was anticipated if tariffs remained high. I would note what we heard, though, from Adriana Kugler, the Fed governor, who suggested, look, this is still likely to result in slower growth and higher inflation even at these levels. Could we see stagflation still? Either way, just maybe
not as pronounced. For det her ikke normal bevegelse. Hva det han gjør nå? Har du noen nyheter, eller?
Sort of telling, right? This is a
Nå beveger det sånn ikke, det her ikke vanlig bevegelse. Nå det han som har kommet. Den dritten han tweetet? Det kan ikke være noe annet. Sitter du på nå, eller?
Nei, ikke ennå. Ingenting ennå.
Just the fear and the uncertainty does create a bit of stasis in corporate America, which of course can have a trickle effect down to the labor market and of course to consumer spending. And as a result that she was being on guard, those comments really weren't that far out of line with what we've heard from other Fed members as well. So this is a Fed that I think at the minimum is still going to be on the sidelines, but is certainly sort of guarding a more downside scenario, definitely a much more downside scenario.
So Google introduces iFutures Fund.
det har noe å si, men gull på vei til å lage en ny lower low for dagen nå. Kan se ut som det kommer I løpet av den neste halvtime, time. Sånn hvis dere sitter og ser på Nasdaq.
Nasdaq gikk opp igjen på melding fra Trump.
Ja, jeg så det. Det var da det gikk litt nedover her også.
When we consider how different a place we are in now compared to before these talks beginning in Geneva over the weekend, from 145% and 125% respectively down to 30 and 10%.
Det ganske rått at han ene mannen der klarer å liksom gjøre det han gjør,
Ja, hadde han gjort han, så hadde det noe vært noe annet.
Ja, men han ganske rå på å få markedet dit han vil, ass.
Det
ikke så mange som får til det der.
Jeg hadde ikke fått til det I hvert fall.
Nei, men du hadde antageligvis holdt det du har sagt. Du hadde sagt Kina 145% tariff, så hadde du jobbet med det. Han knakk jo på første møte.
Ja.
Jeg tror ikke han så hard som han later som han
Nei. Nei, jeg tror det en liten pusekatt når det kommer til stykket.
Jeg tror det mye show. Du går ikke fra 145 tariff til 80 til 30 etter en dag med forhandling. Det ikke sånn jeg gjør forhandlinger. Når jeg gjør møter med sånn businessmøter og sånn, så det liksom ok.
Give it to me for free.
Ja, det var sånn. Så ser du huset for 16 millioner, ender opp inntil deg for 2,5. Han var botten min til tredje på tweets jeg hadde puttet fra hver. Han skjønte at Kina ikke måtte betale. Ja, han skjønte det, ja. At det var hans eget folk.
What would a purchase agreement look like? What does fentanyl cooperation entail? The Chinese side desperately wants the U.S. to lift export controls. I don't see that happening. The U.S.
Dow Jones på day high
to undertake deep reforms in its economy. I don't see that happening. So once we get to the harder part of the negotiation, I think having this kind of joint communique is going to be increasingly difficult and could actually stall out altogether, depending on what happens.
Well, as you talk, Professor, about what the U.S. wants to see in terms of changes really to the structure of the Chinese economy, and this isn't unique to the Trump administration. The Biden administration under Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen talked about plenty as well. Concern over China's manufacturing overcapacity and the idea that it's flooding the market globally with cheap goods. What incentive does China have to actually change that practice? Can the U.S. really force that?
The incentive is
Det ikke ofte vi ser Apple opp 6% uten tall, eller Tesla ser det rett som er med opp 8% liksom.
Kom jo noen nyhetsgreier på Tesla I stad, så
Hva da, til det sånn Elon Musk på den?
Det her?
Safety official praising the Tesla for launching its planned paid robotaxi rollout in Austin next month, focusing on how the system will handle poor visibility. NHTSA is already investigating FSD crashes and low visibility conditions in once more detail before launch. Det jo den loven de forandret på for en ukes 2 uker siden. Jeg skjønner hvorfor det skal gå opp, og kanskje derfor det går opp da. For Trump forandret den loven. Han sa at det skal ikke være så store restriksjoner for Tesla likevel.
Professor Sachs, one thing that came up this morning during our conversation with Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, was a new baseline perhaps.
Da følger litt med på gullet og sånt, og så kan jeg sikkert hoppe inn med en liten oppdatering når jeg ute.
Jeg gjør det da, for det korrelerer med resten av markedet.
Ja, jeg tar og hvis det skjer noe stort, så hopper jeg bare inn her.
Ja, hvis du begynner å dra på.
Kan jeg jo ta og...
Bra, det fint det.
Kan jeg ta og sende alle dagens trades I en av chattene her etter hvert også.
Gjør det, det kult.
Så kan folk se. Nei, men da prates vi på. Jeg er sikkert innom I løpet av kvelden. Hei.
We don't really know yet. I think they're just trying to send a signal to consumers, to voters, to U.S. stock markets on the Trump administration side. Today, the stock market rally was a huge political win, and Trump wants to take credit for that. So I think that's what this baseline signaling is really about. But until we get into the nitty-gritty, it's unclear. Now, could China just go back to the 10% baseline and be treated the same essentially as the other countries that are all in the process of potentially looking for deals or not? It's possible. But I think the idea is it's going to be impossible to fully recover to before Liberation Day. We're not going to go back to that. And it's a question of how far we're going to go. Is this just going to be strategic sectors, or is this going to be a sort of wholesale trade embargo? And I think we're looking now at a more narrow tailored decoupling. But what that means, again, what is the U.S. side actually going to offer up here is really what we have to watch.
Professor Sachs, what sort of signal is this sending to other U.S. trading partners that are also locked in their own negotiations with the Trump administration, even as we speak?
I think that, no one wants to have I think no one wants to be like China in this situation. So maybe it opens the door to more deal making. If China was the most intractable, I think we could potentially see a flood of other deals, maybe looking like the US, UK, or Mexico. But China certainly has always been the elephant in the room and will set the tenor for others to come.
Well, but when we consider trading partners,
Ja, det är ju väl träda
the
något.
administration has put a lot of emphasis and prioritization on India, Japan, South Korea. How
Nu
does
har du
that also
sovnat bort
influence
stolen.
ultimately how reliant the U.S. actually will be
Sovna?
on China
Jag är så
for
trött.
trade and for goods going forward?
Jeg sa du var en som spør om du har hentet inn noe. Jeg regner du har hentet inn, du har ikke satt noen treder I dag.
Ja, jeg hentet ikke så mye. Jeg hentet
Alle måneder drar.
2,5%.
Because what happened is you have manufacturing diversification. No longer can export from China. Let's
2,5 her og 2,5 der, så blir det jo.
Indonesia, India. But then all of a sudden,
Ja, jeg må bare fortsette. Jeg skal ikke ta noen veldig risiko, så bare trede som jeg har gjort I dag.
And restore America's place in those supply chains. I think
Gjør det du kan.
significant pressure on some of those other parts of
Scalp.
the world. But at the same
Ja.
time, the U.S. is not going to
Don't be a hero.
its key trading partners at a moment when it wants to sort of bandwagon. It wants Southeast Asian countries, for example, to come on board and be an economic counterweight to China.
Har du fått mer ordre da?
All right, Professor Sam Sachs of Yale University, where she is a professor of China studies. Thank you so much for being here on Bloomberg TV and radio. And it was interesting, Mike, to hear the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent in his interview on Bloomberg Surveillance earlier, characterizing what the U.S. is trying to do here as being a strategic decoupling from China. The prior administration didn't want to use the decoupling language at all, but I guess this one is looking at it in the targeted
But
way.
in a few areas, and they talked about pharmaceuticals, and they also talked about semiconductors, and that, of course, is an area of key contention, and Professor Sachs even brought that up in passing, and it is crucial to note the differences between the two sides, including with export controls over sales of U.S. ships to China.
Yep, those non-tariff barriers we keep hearing about, or non-tariff mechanisms, or what have you, export controls theoretically fall into that. So we'll continue to follow this story here on Balance of Power. But up next, we have to turn to other geopolitics as well, as President Trump makes tracks
Tror du han som liten krokfinger på ingen der eller noe?
to Turkey. That
Faen, hva
could
skjedde med
happen.
hånda
We'll have
hans
the
da?
details next here on Bloomberg.
Vaska for mye.
Ser jo helt fucka ut, Lena.
Jeg fucka.
Jeg mer fucka.
I just get fucked.
Skeet fucked.
React han der, ja.
Pass på nå, at ikke du tar noe ekstra risk, og så
Nei, jeg skal...
mister du gevinsten, liksom. Du har gjort det så bra der, bare tar det pent nå.
Hypermobile, det.
I alle dager. Herregud. Jeg er ikke i nærheten med den, jeg klarer ikke å bøye fingrene. Altså.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check
For mye fingring.
all day long here at Bloomberg. Back to work Monday. We got a risk-on rally big time with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all surging. I'll throw in the Russell 2000.
Rentene stiger videre da.
Bloomberg Next 7 index and also the NASDAQ 100 index. Right to the numbers here with the S&P currently up 170. That is a gain of 3%. We are very close to session highs. The Dow up 1,053, up 2.5%. NASDAQ, the composite index, up 736 now. NASDAQ is up by 4.1%.
Dikepar er jævlig vanskelig å si. Rentene stiger, det er ikke positivt. Krypto faller, det er ikke positivt. Gull faller, det er positivt.
The 10-year 4.44%, the 2-year 3.99%.
Jeg tredje en halve tap på den siste shorten MRK, og så er planen å ta tredje en ned etterpå, så eliminerer en short. Så jeg tenkte å bruke uka på å bare ta ut.
1.5%, 102,760.
Hvis ikke dette faller plutselig av en magisk grunn I morgen.
Drug makers are gaining, even after President Trump said he plans to order a cut in U.S. prescription drug costs to bring them in line with other countries. Among U.S.-based drug makers right now, we have got Lilly up by 3.7%, Pfizer shares up 3.5%, Bristol Myers Squibb up 4%, and Merck now up 4%.
KPI-tallene pluss at veldig mange nå som sier at den avtalen med Kina bare nonsens. Det midlertidig 90 dager, det 30%. Kina gikk ut og sa I starten 34%. Du tror at det bare for oss å roe markedet på grunn av det holiday season rett rundt hjørnet. De redd for at det ikke skal være mat I butikker og produkter I butikker nå holiday season og back to school. Masse av mindre bedrifter nå sliter med varer, og de går tomme om 14 dager. Som tror at Trump og Co, jeg sier Trump og Co, ble presset for å komme med en løsning sånn midlertidig kjapt.
from the White
Det
House
er
earlier.
ingenting annerledes. Ikke
I think
noe.
it's a great gesture
Verre.
from
Det er mer
Qatar.
inflasjon.
I appreciate it very much. I would
Og han
never
klarte
be one
ikke
to turn
ta
down
balletak på kineserne,
that
selv
kind
om
of an
mange
offer.
tror
I think it
det.
was a
Det
gesture
gjorde ikke
because of
det.
the
Ikke
fact that we
nærheten.
have helped and continue to. We will continue to. All of those countries.
Så sa han videre at avtalen med kineserne kan vare opp til 2 til 3 år før forhandlingene er ferdig, sa Bessent nå i stad. Og så sier Trump det at etter de 90 dagene, hvis ikke man er enighet, så vil tariffen gå fort opp igjen. Han sa det også.
Personally,
Så han
it's a
sier jo
gift
egentlig bare
specifically
det
to the
folk
U.S.
vil høre han.
Defense Department. But when we're talking about the size of this gift, this is an airplane that costs hundreds of millions of dollars. There are massive legal and ethical questions around this.
Det er jo ingen annen president som spiller markedet sånn som Trump gjør. Han er helt geni på det greiene der. Kall han dust, kall han hva du vil, men han er helt rå på å lure markedet.
Offering something, eventually they might want something in return. And the question remains, what is it? Is it perhaps an easing of restrictions on
Jeg sa på Telegram i dag, det Trump har gjort nå er basically å skru opp alle prisene, som gjør en nettbutikk, og så sier han at når massiv salg, tar de ned prisene, men så er prisene fortsatt høyere enn hva det var før det massive salget, ikke sant? Det er det han har gjort noe med tariffen. Alt er jo helt likt. Det er jo, ingenting er bedre. Det er fortsatt samme skitten.
So we want to get into this now because it's a fascinating story and there's other topics to discuss around it too, and turn to our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us. Rick, of course, Stone Court Capital Partner,
derfor dollaren går så
Jeannie,
opp,
Democrat
mye opp
analyst
nå.
and senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and
Dollaren går vel
Congress.
sikkert i taket nå.
Jeannie, I was struck by the reaction of Laura Loomer, who of course is somewhat of a diehard for the president. In fact, in her critique of this gifted airplane, she mentioned that she would take a bullet for President Trump, to use her words, but even she doesn't like the notion of this very expensive gift from a foreign government. And I wonder if you think that backlash may be enough to make this not happen.
It absolutely could be. It's Laura Loomer, very close to the president. It is Ari Fleischer. He's on Fox News all the time. There are other conservative Republicans who have come out and said, no, Mr. President, do not do this. And of course, while you and Mike were talking about this, I'm thinking, what happened to Made in America? We can't have dolls and pencils made overseas, but he can have a plane? I mean, you know, putting aside the real serious consequential security issues, the constitutional issues, the legal questions, what about Made in America, Mr. President? I guess that's gone by the wayside when it comes to his jumbo jet.
Well, Rick, is there anybody in the president's inner circle who might be in a position to actually talk him out of this? He really made it seem like a done deal, and it would be pretty hard to turn it down.
Made in America, except for the jumbo jet.
Yeah, let me think. Susie Wiles talking about a $400 million gift. No, don't think so. It is a Boeing jet. It was made in America. We got a piece of that, although maybe designed and outfitted in Qatar. This is going to be a story that lasts a while, because even though very generous gift by Qatar, I mean, you know, very inappropriate for the president to say yes. He can't fly on that thing until it's outfitted with all the most state-of-the-art electronics, redundancy in every facet of it, and significant alterations to its ability to defend against an attack. These are all the reasons why the current new Air Force One is slow to get going, because there are a lot of changes. All that's got to be done to this plane before he flies in it for 1 hour. And that is a new charge to the American taxpayer. The reason it's going to the Department of Defense is because they have the budget to actually retrofit it. So, you know, it's going to be a story we're going to be talking about all summer long, because someone's going to say, gee, how much did that cost the American taxpayer to retrofit, in addition to the new one that we're building before the end of the administration?
It's an excellent point, Rick, and obviously this story is going to be kept in the news, at least for this week, because President Trump is going to be spending time in Qatar this week, and Saudi Arabia and the UAE. He is on board the current Air Force One, heading to the Middle East right now. And Rick, I wonder what outcome you really expect from this first big trip abroad of his second administration, not focusing necessarily on geopolitical issues or regional conflict. Instead, we understand he's mostly there to try to secure money, investments into the United States. This just about deal making?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is. I was actually on the president's trip to Saudi Arabia in May of 2017 when, you know, he basically was trying to reopen Saudi Arabia for investment and foreign direct investment into the United States. And that worked for a little while, but the Biden administration kind of chilled that out. So I think this is to retro start that, right? Get it going again. Let's get those Saudi dollars, the UAE, Qatar dollars, get the GCC into investing in the United States. And I'm sure there'll be questions with these folks about price of oil, how much pumping's going on. Nothing is more obsessive to Donald Trump than the price of a gallon of gasoline. And these folks in the Middle East have a lot to do with that. So my guess is the one thing that's probably not going to be a news story, and it'd be interesting if it was, is whether or not he can convince the Saudis to enter into an Abraham Accord, and something he was very proud of in his first term with Israel. But it just seems Israel's not on this agenda this week.
Jeannie, how critical is it for the president to show continued progress when it comes to those investments? He started really on his first full day in office announcing that kind of an economic push from abroad into the U.S. So remember that big Softgate AI data center announcement, and from there it's been off to the races. How much more are we looking for, and how much more will he be able to follow through with all of it?
Yeah, I think the concern of many of us is the question of whether this is about investment in the United States or investment in Donald Trump, his companies, his sons, his family, Steve Witkoff's family. I mean, he is famously not going to Israel this trip. He is going to Qatar. He is going to Saudi Arabia. These are places where just in the last few weeks and months, his sons have talked about deals they have struck in the interest of the Trump family and the Trump business. They have talked about this Gulf agreement. They have talked about this crypto agreement that was made and that they have benefited from. So yes, I mean, if the focus is on investment in the U.S., that is absolutely something to be welcome. But I think the concern here, just like the concern about the airplane, is this really about the U.S. and what's in the interest of U.S. security? Or is it about Donald Trump and his family and friends? And you see real evidence, if you just look at where they've been traveling and what they've been posting, that a lot of the focus is on the latter, unfortunately.
Rick, I want to return to where you ended your last answer. As you mentioned, Israel perhaps not being as much in focus. And we should point out that today, back in Israeli territory, is the last living American Israeli hostage that was being held by Hamas, Adnan Alexander. This appears to be a release that was essentially negotiated singularly without necessarily Israel being involved. And whether you're looking at this particular instance, knowing there are still remaining hostages in Gaza, whether you look at the kind of truce that has been gotten to by the U.S. and the Houthis, the U.S. talking to Iran, all of it kind of paints a picture of President Trump being, if not at odds, at the very least not as in alignment with the Netanyahu government as was thought when he came into office. Is he still the best friend Israel's ever had?
I think he's still probably the best friend Israel's ever had, but I'm just not sure Bibi Netanyahu is going to think of him as the best friend he's ever had. You struck a good chord. Donald Trump's out doing his own deals with the Houthis and with the Hamas, and the reality is you never hear about that beautiful development in Gaza anymore. That was a real lift to Bibi Netanyahu's war plans to be able to clean that out and actually move Palestinians out of there. So much of that early, first month in office when there seemed to be an incredible link between the two countries and the two presidents has seemed to pretty much vanish. Now, there are other priorities, and it doesn't mean that the president has lost his affinity for the prime minister, but the reality of it is that this was a week where you would have thought the president would have ended his Middle East tour in Jerusalem, a big victory lap based on his relationship with the Israeli people and with Bibi Netanyahu, but didn't seem to come to pass.
Jeannie, without about a minute left, we also may see the president take a detour to Turkey for talks on Ukraine. How much pressure is he under to deliver and show some more progress there?
Yeah, he's under a lot of pressure, a lot of it self-imposed, because we're long past his 48-hour window, Mike, for him to get this deal done. But weirdly, over the weekend, he seems to be negotiating with Zelensky on his own. I mean, Putin seems to be out of it. He's saying to Zelensky, you know, just make a deal, just, you know, end the war yourself. Don't wait for Putin. So I think Zelensky has done the right thing, saying he's going to go to Istanbul, invited Putin to come. It doesn't look like Putin will come, and that will open him up to continue to get support militarily, intelligence, and otherwise from the U.S. as Putin continues to be the sort of problem in these negotiations, not Zelensky.
All right, Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, our political panel on this Monday. Thanks for being here, as always, on Balance of Power. And still ahead, we'll be joined by the former chair of the House Financial Services Committee, Patrick McHenry, as we turn our focus to Congress and the budget reconciliation package. What exactly is going to be in these tax cuts? We'll have the details ahead here on
Fy faen, hun likte ikke Donald Trump, for å si det. Og se der, Alena, nå kan du løpe sammen med oldingsene.
Litt sånn matolje på gummihjul på dekkene der, så blir det bra der. Vi legger en brei bort gjennom svingene der.
Hun og Evie på 96. Fy faen, trekk dette var da.
Ja, det er bra. Luse der. Jeg lurer på om vi skal opp, altså.
Ser litt sånn ut. Eneste som ikke taler for det er jo rentene stiger kraftig da.
Røyne avhengig på den der, ja. Ja, men du har jo oppblåsbare rabarbera. Vi legger sammen. Du, Dag Tore, når det er litt dødt, så blir det litt alt mulig. Enda vi fokuserer på Freddy. Selvfølgelig. Frister å ta en long hvis du bryter ut, men litt skeptisk.
Du tenker på å ta den nå, ikke sant?
Ja.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got a major rally underway today with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all surging, stocks advancing on that U.S.-China trade truce, at least for 3 months. The S&P 500 index up 171 now, higher by 3%. Industrials up 1,065 points on the Dow. That is a gain right now of 2.6%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 740, higher by 4.1%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index up 5.4%. The Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares up now by just about 3.6%. The 10-year at 4.44%. The 2-year 3.99%. Spot gold is retreating by 3%, down $100 the ounce to $32.25. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 2%, $62.20 a barrel. And Bitcoin now down by 1.4% at 102,816. President Trump says he spoke with Apple CEO Tim Cook earlier today, just as the iPhone maker was reported to be consiering price
Apple går opp 6% for Donald Trump har pratet med sjefen i Apple i dag. De skal øke kostnadene, øke prisen på de iPhone.
Apple among the tech stocks surging today. Apple right now up by.
Han bare ringer han. Han ringer Steve Cook i Apple og bare ringer Bezos, Amazon og Truberen og sånn. Det er jo helt psycho.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York. Keeping tabs on the markets as we kick off this trading week.
Han er helt mafioso.
Time here at Balance of Power. We're kicking off the week in Washington, which is going to be a very big one for Republicans in the House of Representatives specifically, is tomorrow. About 24 hours from now, actually, 2 key markups are going to happen in crucial House committees. The Energy and Commerce Committee, which has released a bill that includes what the Congressional Budget Office says is more than $880 billion in cost savings, in part because nearly 14 million people could get kicked off Medicaid rolls in the next decade. Then there's the Ways and Means Committee, which of course is charged with outlining the broad tax package, all the tax cuts the president wants, and perhaps trying to find a number that is going to make the SALT caucus happy. According to our reporting here at Bloomberg today, the number they're looking at for married couples in high-tax states like California and New York, $30,000. So you remove the marriage penalty, it's up from $10,000, but it still might not be enough, Mike Shepard, for some of those SALT caucus members who've been pushing for numbers more than double that.
Well, that's right. And Mike Johnson can't afford to lose too many votes, given the margin in the House right now. And everything is riding on this. The big, beautiful bill we've heard the president talk about so much. And there is a lot more than just SALT going into this. We're also looking at some of his campaign priorities, including exempting Social Security income and exempting tip income as well from taxes. So we're going to be looking for a lot, and lawmakers have a lot of angels to stand on the head of a pen here.
Yeah, they do. Keeping in mind, they want to do this in just a handful of legislative days, as the Speaker wants to see this thing passed on the floor by Memorial Day. So we want to get into this wider reconciliation process now and turn to someone who was in, of course, the House of Representatives until recently, former Republican congressman from North Carolina and former chair of the House Financial Services Committee, now Bloomberg contributor as well. Patrick McHenry is here with us in Washington. Welcome. So when we consider this SALT issue in particular, knowing that there are a number of moderate members who make or break the House majority who are going to have a very difficult time with this considering their constituencies, is this actually what is going to make or break an ultimate floor vote?
Absolutely. So the SALT caucus has been hard at work for years on this. The reason why we were able to pass the original Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017 is because we overcame those votes, those Republicans from SALT states, New York being the biggest and the loudest group of Republican legislators here. SALT does not model out as a Senate problem at all. There are no Republican senators from states where the state and local tax is a big issue for ratepayers. New York holds the balance for Republicans, and they're the majority makers in the House of Representatives. They gave us the majority 3 years ago and last year. So they need to be taken care of. They need to be taken care of in a way that's sufficient for their constituents. They can't go home and say, I raised your taxes. That's not a good message for Republicans anywhere, but most especially in a state like New York. So you have really competent, smart legislators here. The question of whether or not 30,000 is going to be sufficient for them, we're going to see, and we're going to see in a very public way. These are the most public Republicans you see in the House of Representatives. They are loud.
Mike
They
Lawler,
know
Elise
Mike Lawler.
Stefanik.
They know how to get media attention. They know how to draw attention to the issues they care about and draw people in. So we're going to be drawn in, and we're going to be live with them every step of the way.
Based on your experience, what sounds like a level that would get these members over into the yes column?
So this is the difficulty of negotiating on this. More is the number, right? So you say a number and they say more, and eventually we'll find that number. I don't think it's going to be a round number. At the end of the day, it will be something different than what we tend to do in the Congress, which is like a nice round number. So we're gonna see this. I don't think this is a fully baked product coming out of the committee.
Well, and I guess the markup will be revealing. We've heard tell that it's going to go into way late in the night tomorrow, and something we'll have to continue to follow throughout the week. I also want to talk about what's going to get marked up in the Energy and Commerce Committee, though, because, of course, Medicaid was the other massive question. They have, according to the Congressional Budget Office, come up with a package here that is actually going to save more than they were charged with saving, more than the $880 billion. But the cost of doing so is potentially 13.7 million people losing their benefits over the next decade. Senator Josh Hawley, a Republican, says this argument is both morally wrong and politically suicidal. Do you see this as political suicide if it passes?
No, because savings to healthcare programs does not necessarily mean those that benefit from the healthcare program get less of it. It may mean that somebody in the middle has their wonderful profit box that gets gored. And so we see this with payment issues through CMS. This is a very standard challenge with healthcare policy, is that they always go back to a number of people that are directly benefited, and it never is the case. So let's step back. What is the package that House Republicans are proposing here? First, Brett Guthrie is the chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee. He is an expert in healthcare policy. He's worked with their members to dial in the specifics of the policy that they think will have the greatest savings to the taxpayer and the least amount of harm to those that benefit from these healthcare programs, number one. Number two, they're going to reform these programs so you have better delivery and better quality of those that are getting healthcare benefits through Medicaid. So I think some of these things are quite sensible, and I think the shock and awe number of people getting thrown off of the plan, I think it will not end up that way. I think it'll be a much set of sharper outcomes that will be beneficial to the taxpayer and to the public.
Are the work requirements that are being discussed right now even practical? Will people be able to follow through and follow all the steps necessary to continue qualifying if they are put in a position of having to make sure that they verify employment to receive Medicaid benefits?
Traditionally, yes. Those people that are receiving these benefits tend to be experts in how to receive these benefits. So let's step back. On work requirements, Republicans have been for work requirements for our social safety net for generations. This is not a new set of policies. And in fact, this work requirement we put in place for food stamps during the debt ceiling negotiations 2 years ago at this time. That got a 2/3 majority in the House, the Senate, and signed by Joe Biden. Some of these work requirements are not right-wing policy or some ideal set of right-wing policy. Some of them are just very practical things that can be achieved in a bipartisan vote.
Just because you mentioned the debt ceiling, we also should point out on Friday the Treasury Secretary sent a letter to the Speaker that says you need to get that thing raised before the August recess, because at that point is when the Treasury might no longer be able to meet its obligations. Does that time frame make you nervous if the debt ceiling raising mechanism is to be the reconciliation package?
It makes me nervous, but as a congressional leader, it is the welcome sign
Jeg kan faen ikke leve.
Of going through the reconciliation process. We saw this with the Biden administration trying to do 2 reconciliation bills, and it drug on for months and months and months. We have an end date now. And if you want to leave town as a congressional Republican, you better get your stuff together in the month of July, or you're going to be sitting here roasting in the month of August. I think that condenses the timeline. That is a good thing for the safety and health and happiness of the American people.
Chairman, does the need for speed, though, mean perhaps that the president may have to let go of 1 or 2 of the big priorities he outlined during the campaign? And we were just talking about this in the open, exempting Social Security income and tipped income. Does something have to give as the push and shove gets more intense?
I think what you see from this administration, I think what you see from this president, he's going to get his way with congressional Republicans. He didn't make 50 campaign pledges on tax policy. He made 2 or 3. He's going to get those 2 or 3.
Something else that he talked about a lot on the campaign trail was being the super pro-crypto president. He wants to make the U.S. the Bitcoin capital of the world. He seemed widely supportive of legislative efforts on the Hill, and yet we saw one of those efforts fail on the Senate floor last week as the stablecoin bill failed to get adequate support, knowing you spent a lot of your time leading the Financial Services Committee on this issue. What does that signal to you, not just about the future of stablecoin legislation, but if you can't do that, what hope is there of getting something on market structure?
Oh, that's right. So this is the easier go of it. A stablecoin is a payment mechanism. We have a payments regulatory regime. We haven't defined what is a payment stablecoin in federal law yet. It is a very simple undertaking for a stablecoin bill. Market structure is a little more complex because we're talking about a new decentralized object and various pieces of technology that do different things, right?
Yeah.
So it's defining the internet. Well, the internet is many things and many layers to it. It's hard to do that in one bill. So market structure is the thing that is necessary.
Jeg stikker nå, Svensa har, kommer tilbake om 40 minutter. Jeg bare la alt være på, jeg. Det er liksom, det er ikke så mye som skjer, egentlig.
For the Senate Banking Committee, commend Senator Scott for his adept handling of this, and Senator Haggerty and Lummis and Joe Brand, they did a fabulous job. But you have almost all Republicans together on crypto, and you have a remnant of Senate Democratic members. So you have 10 to 15 pro-crypto Democratic senators, and they're fighting against the base of their party, especially the ranking member of the Senate Banking Committee, who is a real problem to crypto.
Warren, yes.
Well, what they understand is that crypto is popular. They want to be for it. They also don't want to get bludgeoned by their fellow Democrats. It has been a very tough set of politics for these Senate Democrats to be pro-crypto. What we'll see, though, this week, maybe even next week, but probably this week, is they'll come to terms with a reasonable set of policies, and they'll have enough cover from their colleagues, Democratic colleagues, that they can do this. I think they need a little political cover, frankly, to come to a reasonable spot, and that's what we got last week.
Chairman, speaking of political cover on crypto, what are you expecting from the White House in its policy blueprint from David Sachs on cryptocurrencies and digital coin? Are you expecting this to really shape things on Capitol Hill?
I think these products are largely baked. We spent 4 years crafting the market structure bill we passed out of the House with a 2/3 majority. I think it's going to look a lot like that. The key attributes, though, for a market structure bill are the definition of decentralization. Is it narrowly controlled? If it's narrowly controlled, that's not decentralized. We have a regime for that in the United States. It's under securities law. Good luck, right? Go try it out at the SEC. You don't need a new regime for that. If you're truly decentralized and you don't have a narrow group controlling, you need to have your own regulatory regime. That's already baked in. That's understood from all branches. Everybody's engaged in this. The second piece of this is the classification based off of the technology. What does this token do? We should regulate it based off of its functionality and its purpose. And those two things are baked into all these bills, Democratic, Republican, over the this Congress and the previous Congresses. So I think it's going to be baked in, and I think we'll get to a reasonable outcome, but with some drama to get a market structure bill, and that's going to take longer, perhaps July, maybe into the fall before that's resolved.
We only have a minute left.
Har vi gått upp ännu eller?
I apologize in advance, but today we're seeing
Gör
a
det nog
massive
kanske?
market rally on the U.S. and China taking
Oj.
their tariff rates on each other lower. After talks in Geneva over this past weekend, was it the Trump administration that really is the one that blinked here?
It's unclear yet. And I think there's a rally in hope.
Yeah.
Hope is not reality, right? Hope is not, well, it is today actually, but hope is not a set of policies, and it's not a tariff. We have to actually see the finer details of the outcome. And if this gets resolved soon in a permanent way, that is going to be long-term good for the United States and our trading partners. And the longer it takes, we're just extending pain.
All right, well, we have a 90-day window to start. We'll see where we are by August. Bloomberg contributor and former House Financial Services Chair Patrick McHenry, thank you so much for joining us. And just on that market action, it really is quite a rally we're seeing today, Mike. Up more than 3% on the S&P 500, nearly four full percentage points on the NASDAQ 100, well above the levels we were pre-liberation.
Yeah, tech is really leading the way on this. And of course, they had led the way down in the wake of the April 2nd Liberation Day.
All right, well, we're going to have much more on this in the late edition of Balance of Power, so we'll see you then at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. In the meantime, Bloomberg Business Week Daily is right ahead here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Ikke så fort da. Ja, hadde det gått til venstre så var det litt kjedelig. Litt kjedelig. Hvor har du target? Så at den bryter ut her nå. Ja, den må nå egentlig over den gir så 861 på min graf. Så at den skal bryte ut. Over der så er jo Dayhood, og over Dayhood så er det jo ja, neste nivå er jo på 21.365. Har også en liten en på 21.000. Wow. Sliter med å nå noen som helst. Ja. Litt motstander da. Skal vi se riktig så fint på det, så har vi jo på en M der, så det kan jo gå react og gå ned. Høres jeg og Robert så like ut? Ja. Nei, jeg sitter ikke Ja, så heter det samme, ja. Nei, jeg sitter ikke, jeg gjør ingenting nå. Jeg er egentlig ferdig for dagen. Jeg har gjort mine grunker dollares i dag.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevek, live on Bloomberg Radio,
Ja, i dag var en bra dag.
YouTube, and
Helt ok
Bloomberg
dag.
Originals.
And a very
Ja,
good
og
afternoon, everybody,
veldig bra dag.
live
Sånn,
across Bloomberg platforms. I'm Carol Masser, and wait, I go away for a week. I do some remote reporting, and they changed my co-host. What's up with that?
I would say this is the way it should be. But I love Tim, and I love to listen to Tim so much that I don't even want to replace him anymore.
We both kind of adore Tim. We're just going to put it out there. Matt Miller in the house, of course, co-host of Open Interest on Bloomberg TV, also co-host of the Hot Pursuit podcast with Hannah Elliott. So maybe we'll squeeze in some car talk at some point.
If you care about cars, if it's really a passion, if it's in your heart,
then don't
listen to Hot Pursuit with Hannah Elliott.
Right now, though, what you got to listen to is what's going on in the markets. Because check it out, folks. It does feel like Buy America is back in a big way. We're going to talk about U.S.-China relationships. We're going to talk about Big Pharma and the White House. And Matt, we're also going to talk with the former Washington State Governor Jay Inslee, what he has to say about some big macro issues.
Yeah, I'm very interested to hear, more about this U.S.-China deal. It brings tariffs down to 30% if you count the fentanyl part, but Donald Trump said that's getting resolved, so maybe 10% going both ways.
Yeah.
I'm also very interested to hear about this new 747-800 jet. It's my favorite of the long-haul jets, and I don't think it's the most valuable gift that's ever been given to the United States of America.
But it's up there.
Well, the Smithsonian Institute was about $15 billion when that was given to us by an Englishman. So...
All right. We got lots to talk about.
We didn't refuse it.
All right, lots to come over the next 60 minutes and really the 3 hours of Bloomberg Business Week Daily. First up, though, Charlie Pellet sitting by patiently. He is back as well. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there, and here's what's going on. You guys set it up nicely. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. We got ourselves a rip-roaring rally right now with the S&P holding close to session highs. Right now up 173 on that index. That is a gain now of 3.1%. Dow Industrials up 2.6%. On the Dow, an advance of 1,078 points. NASDAQ up 752, up 420, up 4.2%. The NASDAQ 100 index up 3.8%. The Russell 2000 index up 3.5%. And the Bloomberg Mag 7 index now surging by 5.5%. Big day for big tech. Your 10-year 4.45% with the 2-year right now at 3.99%. Gold down 101 the ounce to 3,223, down 3.1%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.8%, 62.11 on WTI. Bitcoin is tumbling today. Bitcoin now down 1.6%, 102,596 on Bitcoin. Drug makers gaining even after President Trump said he plans to order a cut in U.S. prescription drug costs to bring them in line with other countries. Wasn't as bad as feared. Drug stocks are surging today. Lilly, case in point, up 3%. Pfizer up 3.5%. Bristol-Myers Squibb up 4.1%. The standout, Merck, up now by 6.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Masser along with Matt Miller here in our Bloomberg New York studio, Bloomberg headquarters, in for Tim Stenevek on this Monday. Hey, as you know, the big story, it is, if not it is certainly at the top of the list or near the top, the most read stories on the Bloomberg has to do with U.S.-China relations. President Trump said he would likely speak to Chinese leader Xi Jinping later this week following talks between Washington and Beijing to temporarily lower tariffs and de-escalate the trade war between the world's two largest economies. Now, the tariff arrangement agreed to after talks in Switzerland between Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer, with a Chinese delegation, will see the combined 145% U.S. levies on most Chinese imports reduced to 30%, including the rate tied to fentanyl by May 14th, while the 125% Chinese duties on U.S. goods will drop to 10%. Secretary Bessent, by the way, talked earlier from Geneva.
Are you saying that tariff rates will only go up from here if this really is a floor of 10% on the Chinese side and 30% on the U.S. side?
I'm not saying that they're going to go up, but it would be implausible that they would go below 10.
That, of course, was U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent earlier on Bloomberg Surveillance. There with our Lisa Abramowitz earlier from Geneva. The news of a reprieve, though, as you know, in those reciprocal tariffs between the world's two largest economies definitely set off a rally, a global rally when it comes to assets. Let's get into the trade. Ed Harrison is back with us, Bloomberg News senior editor, joining us on this Monday. Ed, my question, whenever I see a rally like this, I understand why it's happening, but has anything fundamentally changed since this is just a reprieve? It's not like we have an actual agreement or anything kind of signed, sealed, and delivered.
Hey, happy Monday, Carol, and Matt also. No, nothing's changed, and I think that you get to the point. I mean, I'm feeling good about it, just like the markets are. But when you really look at it, we already knew what the contours of what the administration was trying to do were. And what this really shows us is two things. One, we're going to get there a lot quicker. That is, the 10% baseline with some additional levies on top of that for specific countries and specific industries. But also, we know that the Trump administration is going to react to bad news. That is that, they're not completely immune to what's going on in the markets, what's going on with poll numbers, that when bad things happen, they do react.
I feel like a hell of a lot has changed, like 115%. I mean...
But nothing's signed. It's a 90-day reprieve.
It's fine. It's still, we've gone from a trade embargo on our biggest trading partner to everything's cool for at least 90 days. And by the way, Ed, I noticed in your recent story, you have a massively provocative headline. Now that Trump capitulated is the way you kick it off. Is that how you see it?
Yeah, I think that, the writing's been on the wall for a while that Trump was going to capitulate. I mean, some of his numbers, especially with low information voters, have been devastating. And then we saw some of the things that happened after the April 2nd tariff announcement. He's really rowing back because he understands that this isn't good for his allies in Congress. This isn't good for his poll ratings. And everything he's doing, including the UK agreement, shows that he's capitulating. He's not going to go all the way back to 2.5%, but he is rolling back almost all of the draconian stuff that we saw on April the 2nd. So when you look at the totality of it, we had something like 2.5% tariffs before. Now we're going to get somewhere in the order of 15%. Now we can call that a capitulation.
Still a big jump.
It's still a big jump. Yes, exactly. That's where I was going, Carol. It's still a big jump. And so, my view is that if we have that big jump, it's going to be very negative for the economy. But some of the inflationary impacts are going to be lessened as a result of how quickly Trump has moved to this baseline number. And that could give the Fed a reason to get in there and start cutting rates.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree that it's a big jump. Our own economist from Bloomberg Economics, Jennifer Welch, said that at 30%, you're still going to see a 60% drop in shipments from China.
It's big.
But the mood music, to use a phrase that I abhor, the mood music is very different from before you went to Milken, Carol.
This is what I would say, Ed, and this is like, I've been preaching it, I'm going to be saying it a million times today, is that people, I think, publicly would show that they were optimistic about the future, optimistic about U.S. assets. And yet on the sidelines, I think there were lots of conversations where there was a lot of worry about investors increasingly wanting to diversify away from U.S.-based assets. And the other thing is there were so many administration officials at Milken this year, which was just last week. It's hard not to feel like they were taking the temperature. There were a lot of side meetings and that they didn't. And then I'm assuming they picked up the phone and said, hey, guys, just want you to know the investors that control trillions of dollars of global investing, they're worried. That's a problem.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the case. This is what's happened. And, I would liken it to the pandemic. When everyone went remote during the pandemic, there were a bunch of people who were saying, none of these offices are coming back. No one's going to go back to work. It's going to be terrible. But it didn't turn out to be that way. We're not where we were before, but we are in a better place than people predicted we would be. And so I think with regard to the sell America trade, it is very much the case that we're in a different world than we were before these tariffs came into play. But we're not going to completely sell America. There's only going to be some marginal chips taken off the table.
All right, so let's get to the second half of your headline, Ed. Now that Trump has capitulated, you say in your most recent story, what does the Fed do? So how does this change the calculus for Jerome Powell and company?
Easy peasy, right?
Yeah, and the market seems to think this is very bullish, that somehow we're going to avoid recession, and as a result, that is very bad for bonds. But I would say actually there's going to be enough weakness from what we're going to see in terms of the 60% drop in shipments that you were talking about, Carol, that it's going to have a negative impact on employment. And because the more draconian numbers have been reduced, that gives the Fed a better case to cut rates going forward. And I think that we're likely to see the Fed, the timetable move up. We have like 2.5 rate cuts now priced in through January. It was 3. I'd stick to that 3 as opposed to the 2.5.
Just 20 seconds left here, Ed. Healthy trade, broad-based trade, just quickly.
I think that trade is looking weak, and on a broad-based basis, and that's going to be very negative for the U.S. economy.
All right, going to leave it on that note. Hey, Ed, thank you so much. Ed Harrison, senior editor, author of the Everything Risk newsletter. Check it out on the Bloomberg at Bloomberg.com, joining us from D.C. All right, let's kind of stay with this theme. We want to get more on the latest from kind of the view in terms of the U.S.-China relationship, where it goes, and the broader global economic implications.
Let's get the latest from one of the most important market economists in the world.
Nancy Lazar is with us. She's chief economist at Piper Sandler, leading the economic team and view there. She co-founded Cornerstone Macro, also co-founder and former vice chairman of ISI Group. Nancy, so delighted to have you here with us. Does feel like a shift between the U.S. and China. How do you see it?
Well, first, I think it does lower dramatically the odds of a recession. Something from 45% were our odds yesterday down to about 25% today. 2, we're going to raise our GDP forecast slightly as a result. Not strong growth, but a little bit better than what we had, and keep the unemployment rate pretty tame. It seems like it's all about tariffs, but I would highlight it's more than just about tariffs. 1, it is also about getting clarity on tax legislation, which we're going to see as we go through the summer. 2, it's more and more signs of deregulation, which are already happening. Those 2 things are really important, as are lower tariffs, are really important to small, medium-sized businesses. And so the tax cuts, the deregulation are going to be offsets to these tariff increases through the long haul. And then 3rd, there's also a huge manufacturing renaissance theme that's been unfolding for 15 years by our count. And obviously, the tariffs are going to further increase the odds of more and more onshoring. So at the end of the day, net, we think this is a pretty positive scenario for the back half of this year, particularly the 4th quarter and into 2026. Things have changed. This has been very dynamic. It has not been a static analysis. And we didn't know on April 2nd that we were going to get China down to 30. And there's potentially downward pressure on that 30 if we can address the fentanyl issue. And fentanyl shipments in the United States have indeed declined sharply. So I would take the more positive view than your prior guest.
What about scarring is a term I heard a lot of this morning, Nancy. So some things you just can't unsay is how Mira Pandit put it.
It's like a bad fight. Right, in a relationship, there are things that you just don't forget.
Are our allies, I mean, you talk about reshoring, right? Supply chains are bound to move now that everyone knows you just can't trust this administration. You just can't trust this country as a business partner, as a steady business partner.
Well, I'm not sure I would say you can't trust the United States. This has been a negotiating tactic. This has not been, and it's been certainly has come across very, very bullying. I would agree with that, but it's been effective. There is a case to be made that the Germans, for example, would not have increased defense spending had we not put them in somewhat of a difficult situation. And same for companies onshoring into the United States. We need these strategic materials to come to the United States, pharmaceuticals, technology, etc. They weren't moving. Well, actually, they did move. We saw what happened when you gave them a carrot with the CHIPS Act. Indeed, you did get semiconductors, but it was limited to that. So the tax legislation actually is going to potentially be a real boom to companies onshoring into the United States, in that you will get full CapEx EQP expensing and also the cost of the construction of the factory immediately instead of over 30 years. So I've traveled a lot internationally over the past month, and I appreciate what you just said. I certainly heard that a lot. But the United States is still the largest economy in the world, biggest consumer in the world. So increasingly, if you sell it here, you make it here.
Well, the biggest complaints, though, Nancy, that I've heard are not international or from big multinational corporations. The complaints and the concerns, really the fear that I hear, is from Main Street. It's from small and medium-sized businesses that, as we know, also do the bulk of hiring and the bulk of CapEx in this country. Those are the companies that just can't make it through 2 or 3 months of this kind of uncertainty, and a lot of whom are going to be filing for bankruptcy this year. So how do you deal with that hit on the economy?
Yeah, so I totally agree with you. The SMID space is a very, very small, medium-sized businesses are a really important part of this economy. They account for over 80% of the jobs in this country. And it was one of the reasons why we were so concerned that we were going to go into a recession with the egregious tariffs up until just this past weekend. So totally share that view. That's where you have to look at the whole picture. You do have, maybe China's tariffs do come down a little bit further. 10% apparently is the floor, and you get tax relief, and you get deregulation relief, helping to cushion that SMID space from the higher tariffs.
Hey, Nancy, I am curious, can we be both a manufacturing hub here in the United States and be a really innovative high-tech country going forward? Can we be both? And I'm curious what kind of economy that together creates.
So again, what they're strategically looking for are these industries that we have to have in the United States, as we all learned during COVID. I don't need to review that, but I've written about the manufacturing renaissance actually for 15 years. It's been ongoing. And you need it to be able to hire a diverse group of people. People have different skills. Not everybody wants to work on Wall Street. Not everyone wants to go to college, and there's nothing wrong with that. So the key to the manufacturing renaissance or manufacturing in general is the economic multiplier. For every manufacturing job that's created, there have been 6 non-manufacturing jobs created. And again, we've documented this over the past 15 years. It has been unfolding, and these policies, particularly the carrot, particularly the write-off of your factory in the first year, will further onshoring here in the United States. It's yes, I mean, innovation drives factories today. Robotics, key. Software, a key in utilizing those innovations in factories.
I'm kind of glad you went there. Our own Steve Mann, who covers the auto sector, said, one of the things that we have overlooked is that all of the production, manufacturing, automation that China has done has helped it advance technologically in a big way. And it's something that we haven't been doing and missing out. What's the big risk?
By the way, those automakers that invested massively because they loved Trump's new version of the North American Free Trade Agreement, right? The USMCA.
Yeah.
They're paying the price for trusting him now, right?
Yeah, exactly, right? Well, that's the thing.
That's the kind of uncertainty that's problematic.
Nancy, here's the thing. Boaz Weinstein of Saba Capital, right?
Saba, yeah.
Saba, forgive me. He has said the uncertainty genie is out of the bottle here with President Trump, that we're not going to really know. Things could change, make a 180. We know that. Do you still believe that we've got to be kind of aware of that, even if today feels calmer and more optimistic?
Absolutely. Again, this is clearly still a period of uncertainty. But there's going to be more clarity as we go through the year. And hopefully by 26, a lot of the uncertainty is gone. Clarity on tariffs, taxes, deregulation, and onshoring. It's not unusual for a new president to come in and shake the tree. We had it that first year under Reagan. Volcker was tightening aggressively. They were squeezing inflation out of the system. Reagan also wanted to cut taxes, which indeed he succeeded in doing, trim back government spending. He fired people. He brought in an outsider, Greenspan, to make Social Security solvent, which he did. We threatened the Soviet Union. He threatened Reagan. Reagan threatened Volcker. I started in the summer of 1981, and I thought maybe I made a mistake moving from Michigan to New York. But the people I worked with were very senior. They understood that the long haul for this was going to be a healthier economy. I'm just comparing the economic times. We needed a change back in 1981. We need a change in the economy today to broaden the growth in labor force participation for all types of people, all sorts of education. And you do that most clearly through bringing manufacturing back to the United States.
Now, I was going to ask about manufacturing because Ralph Schlosstein was in here the other day and he said, we peaked at like 20% manufacturing jobs in the 60s and 70s. Now we're at 8%.
Yeah.
Right. Even if we get a lot of onshoring, maybe it becomes 8.5 or 9. But I love that you bring up Ronald Reagan, Nancy, because like most other people, I have a problem scrolling through social media all day long and I see all these clips. Reagan was a huge proponent of free trade. Reagan was a huge proponent of immigration. And since you started in 1981, how would you compare the Gipper to Donald Trump?
I'm not comparing the men. I am comparing the economic times. And careful on that free trade idea. My colleague, Karina, actually discovered an article highlighting that Reagan negotiated hard with the Japanese to pull back sharply their exports of autos to the United States, which indeed they did. And then the next thing you know, the Japanese were indeed some of the first foreign manufacturers to actually build plant in the United States. So I thought that was a very interesting tidbit.
I'm going to follow her on Instagram. Karina, what's her at? I'll follow her on social media.
Hey, listen, just 20 seconds. You're optimistic today. Have you been optimistic since President Trump came into the White House and we've seen the volatility of the month of April? Have you had optimism throughout?
No, well, to be sure, on April 2nd, we did go to a recession call.
Okay.
Given the egregious nature. I'm all for lower corporate taxes, deregulation, and again, I've been passionate about manufacturing renaissance. It was not a political move on my part. It's because I'm from Flint, Michigan. I saw the destruction to my hometown from the gouging out of manufacturing. And it's one of the reasons I'm an economist, to better understand why factories are such an important foundation for any country. China understood it.
Right.
That's why they joined WTO, and it did initially create a pretty strong economic backdrop.
We're going to talk more about the U.S. labor market and green and climate energy jobs. We're going to do that with former Washington Governor Jay Inslee on the other side in just a moment.
They still have those?
Hey, yes. Nancy Lazar, thank you so much, Chief Economist at Piper Sandler. We're going to get to Governor Inslee in just a moment. First up, though, another check on the rally on this Monday. Let's turn things over to Charlie.
Thank you very much indeed. Speaking of green, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, Russell 2000, all surging right now. The U.S.-China trade truce driving the S&P 500 index up by 3.1%. Right now, we are very close to session highs on that index, up 175. Right now, the S&P is at 5835. The Dow up 1,115 points, up 2.7%. NASDAQ up now by 4.2%, while the NASDAQ 100 index is up 3.9%. The Russell 2000 index up by 3.5%. 10-year, 4.45%. The 2-year, 3.99%. Gold now down 3.1%, 32.21 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.4%, 61.85 a barrel. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It is indeed. All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Massar along with Matt Miller. Matt, of course, in for Tim Stanovic on this Monday. Why are you laughing?
Because I had a great time talking to Nancy Lazar, and now I'm writing to her saying, look, I'm just filling in for Tim, but please at some point join my television program, Bloomberg Open Interest, every day from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m.
Stealing our guests, including the next one. All right, I do want to point out, everybody, just a little bit of a backdrop. 2 U.S. science organizations are launching a new climate research initiative after the Trump administration dismissed expert authors of the National Climate Assessment. Now, the initiative will publish peer-reviewed manuscripts on climate change in the U.S., aiming to create a library of information for government, academia, philanthropy, and business. The effort coming after the Trump administration terminated the contract for staff working on the 6th National Climate Assessment, which was expected to be released next year. We know that there's been a lot of moves pushed back when it comes to green initiatives out of the Trump administration. Our next guest, I'm assuming, will have some thoughts on all of this. Joining us, Jay Inslee, former 3-term governor of the state of Washington, former member of the U.S. Congress, a 2020 Democratic presidential candidate, winner of 2025 Time Earth Award, and he's also leading the accountability project at the policy and lobbying group Climate Power. And he joins us from Bainbridge Island, Washington. Great to have you here with us, Governor Inslee. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your attention to this topic.
Well, there's a lot I want to talk to you about because I feel like you are someone who has seen lots of political and economic cycles in the United States. And before we get into jobs and green initiatives and green jobs in particular, the U.S.-China relationship, how do you see it? How important is it? And how do you assume it will ultimately have to play out because these are the 2 largest U.S. economies and they're intertwined?
Well, obviously, there's not much debate about how important this relationship is, and we're all very disturbed and concerned about the president's desire to make life more difficult for Americans by forcing them to pay the Trump tariff tax, which we know Americans will have to pay if he is successful of imposing these large tariffs. We are all pleased this morning that some news that Trump is already sort of giving up on this ruinous tariff of 145%. That's good news, but we shouldn't give him the Nobel Peace Prize because it's like the arsonist is starting a fire and then he wants credit for being the fire person to put the fire out. He started this fire. We hope it gets put out and that we have more reasonable trade relationships on a reasonable basis. Well, we hope that that'll be the case, but it hasn't borne out yet.
Having said that, I think both Democrats and Republicans for several years now, and if you think about through the Biden administration, some of the tariffs imposed on China were certainly continued through the Biden White House, that most on both sides of the political aisle have agreed that the relationship between U.S. and China maybe wasn't a fair one. It wasn't balanced. And so something had to change, especially as China's economic might has changed and grown.
Well, listen, there are some reasonable things you can do, and then you can do absolute ruinous things as throwing a grenade into a relationship. And Trump threw a grenade, and 145% tariffs means that Americans are going to pay double for products that they're buying from China, and that's a significant thing. And it's already caused a job loss in my state because we're down, no ships coming in, no longshoreman jobs, no trucking jobs itself. So yes, there's always a spectrum of action, but I think that what he has proposed would be really ruinous for Americans. Hopefully this will get resolved, that he'll start to see pressure from bond markets as he did the other day, and that this will restrain his madness. We hope that we will be successful in that regard.
I have a little bit of a curveball here, if I may digress for a moment. Governor.
Get ready.
And well, I don't know how you're going to answer this because Washington State, I don't believe you have an income tax, right? You made me think about the arson putting out the fire. You made me think about the SALT deduction, right? Because President Trump and the Republicans capped the SALT deduction that had been American tax policy for over 100 years in 2017 with the TCJA. And now there's a question about whether or not it survives or in what form it does. I wonder what you think about that as a state, as a former governor of a state that doesn't have an income tax. Does it seem fair to allow state and local taxes to be deducted? Does it avoid double taxation, or do you think that we should have a cap?
It's something I haven't really thought that much about. It's one of those things that when you have a disaster looming, you pay less attention to your parochial issues. I will just say I hope it gets worked out. I will say that. And I hope that we don't end up killing clean energy jobs just to finance tax cuts for the rich. That's the thing that I'm focused on. More parochial issues to me are subordinate. And the national economic climate is so at risk right now. That's what I think we got to pay attention to.
All right, so let's go there, because your team did share with us a report from Climate Power. You work with them, and it talks about clean energy jobs in particular created and those that might be clawed back as a result of President Trump's policies, executive actions, tariffs, and more. I will say, coming off of Milken and some of the discussions that I had with folks when it comes to clean energy, green energy, in terms of investing, many said it's going to continue because if you're a global company, you have to think about it on a global level. You have to think about it beyond a 4-year presidential term. And, just companies in many ways, their initiatives will continue going forward. But what's important about this report? What do you think our Bloomberg audience needs to know?
Well, what I think the audience needs to know is that we ought to be very optimistic about the clean energy economy. The growth is spectacular. And the reason is technology is advancing at such a rapid clip. The cost of solar energy has come down 40% in the last 10 years. Wind continues to come down. We have 10 times as much installation as we did 10 years ago. So the rate of the reindustrialization of America through renewable energy is quite profound. But unfortunately, the president, because he has this phobia or mania, he says wind turbines cause cancer, which is just nuts. It just caused jobs all over America. And that ideological fixation has already cost us or jeopardized 62,000 jobs in the United States, which is a spectacular way to shoot yourself in the foot. And the thing that's so disappointing to his multiple efforts, these are multiple efforts. He threw 1,500 people out of work who were building an offshore wind turbines off the East Coast with 24 hours notice. And he's doing that by refusing to permit these clean energy sources, by attacking the tax policies that allows these industrial jobs to be created. It's just really killing the number one job creator in the country right now is clean energy. So that's really threatening this engine of growth. And it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Here's the thing that's so frustrating to me. He talks about he wants energy dominance. Well, if you want energy dominance, you shouldn't sideline some of your best athletes, which are folks building the clean energy economy. And so it's very disturbing, and I hope Congress will stop some of his maniac activities to hurt jobs in this country. 62,000 jobs, a lot of job loss.
Well, what about
it right in my state?
We were just talking to Nancy Lazar from Piper Sandler. She's one of the most well-respected economists in the country, and she was applauding a reshoring of manufacturing jobs. Is that not something that you could be optimistic about, that you think might benefit, the people of Washington State, the people of the United States of America?
Well, there's two separate issues here. I think it's important to keep them distinct. There's the tariff issue that you're thinking of that potentially could get some reshoring. If that someday could happen, that would be a fine thing. What I'm referring to is efforts to basically kneecap these new industries in a dozen different ways, starting by literally shutting down the development and construction of these projects, like offshore wind, like his refusal to give permits for solar powers, like his effort to kneecap the Bonneville Power Administration, which is the group charged with the responsibility of building transmission lines so we can build these new energy generating capacity, like telling the Pacific Coast we're not going to be able to move forward with offshore wind. So these are two separate issues. And what I'm addressing are the facial attacks on the policies that we know do grow these jobs domestically, including the tax cuts, which he and the Republicans are threatening right now, to stop the tax breaks to allow these industries to grow, just to give it folks to tax cuts for the wealthiest folks amongst us. And that's probably one of the most dangerous things going on right now.
Governor Inslee, just got about a minute left here. I mean, what we often find, you know, in terms of coverage of global financial markets is that money tends to go where it makes sense. And ultimately, do you have enough faith?
True.
No, it just in terms of, you know, if investors can make money, they're going to go there. If it makes sense, investors will continue to commit to green initiatives. And a lot of companies do think it still makes sense. Might that pick up the slack, even if the political environment isn't supportive at this point? And just unfortunately got about 40 seconds here.
Yeah, listen, clean energy, this revolution is going to continue. There's no question about the technologies, the cost curve coming down. This is going to continue. But these policies that the president wants to embrace, and to some degrees Republican Congress, is going to retard that pace of change. And we're in a race right now. Look, we're a race for jobs. We're a race for the climate crisis won't make all our towns burn down in the West, too. We're in a race. We don't want to slow down. We're going to win, but we'd rather win fast rather than slow.
All right, we're going to have to leave it on that note. Jay Inslee, thank you so much. Former governor of the state of Washington 3 times, 3 terms, and a former member of the U.S. Congress, joining us here on Bloomberg Business Week. He also leads the Accountability Project at the policy and lobbying group Climate Power.
And safe to say, beloved in the Pacific Northwest.
I love the Pacific Northwest. Having just gone to Seattle in the last year, pretty stunning.
I feel like you spent, what, 2 or 3 weeks out west just now?
Well, a week. Exaggeration. Hey, coming up next, we've been watching the pharma space also because of initiatives out of the White House. We'll cover that when we come back on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, Russell 2000 just about at the best level of the day. The S&P now up 179. That is a gain of 3.2%. Dow Industrials up 1,150 points, up 2.8%. NASDAQ Composite Index now up 767. That is a gain of 4.3%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index pushing higher now by just about 5.6%. 10-year 4.45% with a 2-year 3.99%. And right now spot gold is retreating by 3.1%, $32.21 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude is gaining, WTI up by 1.4%, $61.87 a barrel. S&P Global Commodity Insight says American oil production likely will decline next year for the first time since the pandemic, as President Trump's tariffs roil global trade, causing a meltdown in demand. Right now, ExxonMobil shares are up 1.5%, ADRs of BP up by 1.3%, Chevron shares up by 2.3%. Again, recapping, stocks are surging, S&P up 180 right now, best level of the day up by 3.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Got to say, I was a little surprised when I checked the trade on pharmaceutical companies because I thought that they were going to be under a lot of pressure, and yet they are largely trading higher as a group, I think up about 2.7%. President Trump coming out with an executive order, as you know, aimed at cutting U.S. prescription drug prices. It was actually seen as better than feared for drug makers. So let's get into it.
What? I don't get how that is the case. First of all, not only is this bad news for drug makers, I would have thought, but also on a day when everything's up, you sell your defensive stocks, right?
I hear you.
So healthcare out the door. I don't get it.
All right. Well, the president did weigh in on it a little bit earlier today. Check it out.
We'll no longer tolerate profiteering and price gouging from Big Pharma. My administration will secure what we're calling most favored nations drug pricing. The principle is simple. Whatever the countries, that is the price that Americans will pay.
All right. You're making a caveat. What?
No, I was just saying to you, while I thought no one could hear us, I thought it was interesting that he said in developed countries, he made a point that in countries that are poorer, obviously they need a little bit more help. But we shouldn't be paying so much more than the Germans, the French, and the British.
You're preaching to the choir. Hey, and when a mic is here, it can be on. Hey, Sam Fazeli knows a lot about this. Let's go right to him. He's Bloomberg Intelligence Director of Research Global Industries and Senior Pharmaceuticals Analyst for us. Lucky for us to always be able to reach out to him. Sam, good to have you here with Matt and myself. So lay this out, and President Trump's plans to cut prices. Does this make sense? Can he do it? Is it as easy as this?
Well, Carol, if you just think about what the president wants, he says either I'm going to put the prices in the push you to put your prices in the US at the level of some average of, I suppose, or the cheapest across the European Union, say, right? Let's say European Union, because it's still Australia, Japan, etc. Or you go and do what's fair and raise prices elsewhere. So if the second situation arises, I don't see how that helps the US because prices will stay up, right? And everywhere else, prices will go up. And of course, if you're pushing prices up in European Union, for instance, then they will start insisting that you bring some of your manufacturing here, do more of your R&D here. How does the US win out of that? If the flip side remains such that they keep their prices, they want to keep their prices high in the US, the way to do that is to not launch in Europe. And so, of course, the US doesn't benefit, Europe loses out. But this is not really the way to deal with this. And we do know, and I think the president has said several times, that the middlemen, and one of the parts of the executive order was to talk about direct selling to the consumers.
Well,
that is an interesting idea, right?
Sam, go there, because why is it so much more expensive for Americans? Why does it cost? I was wondering, is it the legal liabilities? Like, what is it? Is it the middlemen?
Part of it is because it's a free market, which is what the US is supposed to be, right? Over here in Europe, the prices for drugs and medicines are set by governments. So there isn't really a free market. If you don't agree to their prices, they'll just say don't launch, even though that's a negative, obviously, for society. Over in the US, it's a free market. And it's a free market that's gone a bit berserk, for want of a better phrase, in terms of the layers and of complexity in the actual of setting prices. Nobody knows what the real net price that the pharma companies get is. But it's definitely not the list price that you see on the sticker.
Well, I mean, it's a free market in which the pharmaceutical lobby is apparently the biggest of all. RFK Jr. was saying today, and I don't have the stats to back this up, but he said that they pay 3 times more than the second largest lobby.
Yeah.
Even if it's not that, Sam, they are buying as much influence as anyone, if not more than anyone in Washington, D.C., which is why they're able to not only charge these prices, I'd imagine, but also hide what they're actually getting from an analyst like you. Why isn't there more transparency here?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's hiding. There's no obvious transparency. That sometimes they don't know either. You get a regular situation where this quarter they say we had a true up or a lower realized price last quarter. It's a very opaque system, and it's not just their fault.
Hang on, you mean so Lilly, like they have an investor call and somebody says, hey, how much, Dick, how much are you getting for your Zepbound? And he's like, we have no idea, man.
No, that's not true. No. Sorry, that's not what I meant. But what you get is that a quarter reports, and you'll be seeing the prescription flow through, and the company misses or is lower than expected from consensus. Why is that? Well, we had to do an adjustment because of the resetting of his start. So I'm not saying they're blameless, right? When you have a system where the pharma companies and the payers and the insurance company and the people who manage the pharmacies are the same people, this is the sort of thing that happens. That's where we need to go. And I think the president and the administration have also realized that. So let's put it this way. I am not saying prices in the US, even on the net basis, are not higher than elsewhere. They are. But there is an element of that then has fed through, that you get the R&D, et cetera, et cetera. But is that excusable? It's better to get rid of it and make it transparent as possible. When it's direct to consumer, it's a price and you get it. It's like, I know when I buy a pair of jeans or my Apple iPhone or Samsung or whatever, I know what price I'm paying, right? I go from shop to shop, it's the same. In the US, it goes from state to state, the price is different.
Yeah. And the other thing is I can walk away from buying a pair of jeans. I can't necessarily walk away from a drug that I need.
Right.
Hey, we should point out Cigna and CVS Health are slumping in today's session. These are those middlemen. CVS Health alone is down about 5%. Hey, just got about 40, 50 seconds. So what are you going to be watching in terms of the specificity of what we get from the White House on this?
Yeah, so the first step, I think, is going to be what I'm interested in is if any of this stuff turns up in any of the trade discussions with the European Union. Remember, and I'll end on this, one of the issues we have is that not only Europe has had to increase its investment in defense, if now it has to increase buying drugs, and you might say, well, so what? Go ahead and do it. Then, of course, that creates an issue, right? And maybe that's where some of the players want to go and, get the system to creak.
Yeah. Listen, this is when you bring it up, man. People have,
this is
really
one of those
strong
things
points
where
of
I
view.
go to, I have all these hot takes, right? A sort of reactionary anger, and then I go to Sam, and he knows he has the details, he has the education, and he explains, and I kind of feel better after I talk to him.
Certainly knows
It's not easy. It's not easy because human life is involved.
Exactly. These are not things that necessarily you have a choice on. Bloomberg Intelligence Director of Research, Global Industries, and Senior Pharma Analyst Sam Fazeli out there in London, staying up late for us. So appreciate it. Hey, some headlines. Crossing the Bloomberg terminal, House Republicans releasing a text of a tax bill sought by the president. This includes tax breaks on tips through 2028, includes tax break on overtime through 2028, the SALT reduction cap, Matt, this is for you.
Well, not just me, but millions of working families in New York will be better off.
And the tax bill includes a $4,000 bonus standard deduction for seniors. It also calls to an end the EV tax credit early. So we're getting some details on that. You're right, Matt. It's for everybody. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, yes, indeed, everybody. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Carol Massar along with Matt Miller. Matt in for Tim Stenovec on this Monday. We do have a rally underway.
I feel like, there's so many people who, after April 2nd, right, we got the tariffs announcement after the market closed. And then on April 3rd, April 4th, and then April 7th, they're just in free fall. And so many people are like, I could have seen this coming. Why didn't I sell my stocks? And now we worked our way all the way back up to and above that point.
Right.
So anybody who is saying that then...
Sell now?
Sell now.
Even though the president says buy now.
Well, that was last week, right?
I know. Listen, I agree with you. This is why fundamentally what has changed is I think, an important question. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move this week. I am Carol Massar along with Matt Miller. With us is Christina Aquino, managing editor for Bloomberg Markets Live blog. Let's start with Carnival.
Carnival, yeah, that stock is up more than 9% at the moment, and it is because it's selling bonds for the third time this year, $1 billion of senior unsecured notes, and the proceeds of that will be used to refinance its debt maturing next year. As you may recall, Chief Financial Officer David Bernstein was saying that paying down debt was, quote, priority 1, 2, and 3 at their most recent earnings calls. So investors really appreciating that they're able to do this at a particular time when the rally in risk assets is really benefiting demand for this sort of debt.
We're talking about the cruise lines, though,
yeah,
right? Is that Carnival?
The cruise lines, yeah.
I think what's interesting is, man, they did take on a lot of debt during the pandemic. We saw that in a big way. And I know Fitch, pointing out that it's expected to decline to, $27 billion at the end of this year from $36 billion in 2022. Yes. That has been priority one. I talked a lot with the CEO of that company, and that has certainly been a priority for them. But in the meantime, their business looks pretty good. I mean, they're very upbeat about people wanting to take, get on a cruise ship.
Still, yeah,
in a big way.
What are the other stocks you're looking at?
NRG
had an incredible deal today.
Exactly.
I looked at that, just 5 minutes into the trade, they were up 25%.
And those gains haven't really let up at the moment, up more than 24%, and we're late into the day in trading. So yeah, a lot of investors really, really liking that deal. Just a reminder, they're agreeing to buy a fleet of natural gas-fired power plants for about $12 billion. This is essentially an AI bet, right? Because they're betting that the fuel will be crucial to meet the electricity demand from data centers. That's still a really hot part of the AI sector at the moment. And, with this purchase, NRG also saying that its adjusted earnings per share will now expand at 14% on a compound annual growth rate over 5 years, up from previously 10%. So yeah, substantial gain there. And you can see why the stock is really soaring today.
Can I just say one of the big themes at Milken too was the AI data center. People said, yep, they're still spending. They're spending like crazy.
There, right? Because Mira Pandit today, she was fantastic on Bloomberg Surveillance, was saying that companies outside of mega cap tech stocks, outside of the AI spend, are not boosting CapEx, but rather buying shares back. So I thought that was really interesting. Everyone else, you have to pay for your data center, but everything else is optional, and maybe a CFO is going to prefer to buy shares.
Right, if you have to make differences, right, or make choices. NRG, by the way, the #1 gainer in the S&P 500. Cigna going in the other direction
today.
Cigna,
exactly. One of the stocks that is in the red at the moment, down more than 6%. And that's after President Donald Trump spoke earlier, proposing his plan to cut out the drug industry middlemen as a way to reduce drug costs. So very interesting, right? The president's executive order focusing not so much on the makers of these drugs, but the middlemen involved in the process of selling them and getting them to the public. And so now we have
negotiating the pricing.
Exactly.
Like that's a big part of what they do.
And that's part of what House Republicans are going to be trying to do. They're reviving measures that would primarily prohibit spread pricing, which is essentially pharmacy benefit managers profiting by paying pharmacies less than what they charge state Medicaid plans for medication. So, this was something that was considered by Congress last year, ultimately didn't pass, but maybe now with renewed efforts behind it, with the president throwing his weight behind it, possibly getting another shot there.
And that's why we see CVS down as well. Cigna and CVS are two of the biggest losers on the S&P if you sort it by percentage terms. When Dave Ricks, who's the CEO of Eli Lilly, was on with David Rubenstein, he was saying the same thing. Like, it's not us, man. It's the middleman. You know, and Trump today also was referring to this magical middleman who's such a great businessman and makes so much money. I guess these are the middleman.
All I know is you go to pick up a prescription or something, and then there's a coupon on this, and there's a deal on this, and it's like it's just kind of
too confusing.
crazy.
It's too much for me.
When I lived in Germany, I just moved back here in 2022. I would go to get my medicine at the pharmacy, and they would say €7.24. And I would say, is there some mistake? Can I not please pay you another few €100? And no, that's just how much it was. So they did something right where we did something wrong. It's like a bunch of friends going out to dinner and we buy every single time.
Are you done? Are you done?
Sorry.
Okay, we got to kind of wrap. Christina Aquino, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. For more conversations like this, including the Matt Miller rant, listen to our Stock Movers podcast. It's 5-minute episodes, the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. You can find it on Spotify or anywhere you get your podcast. You know, I adore you.
I adore you too. I would pay for your dinner every time, but not for the
Rants
Germans.
and all. Rants
you know?
and all. All right, folks. For those who are watching on television, the close is coming your way. Matt and I, though, continuing here, got lots to cover on the markets on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Hamas has released an Israeli-American soldier as a goodwill gesture toward the Trump administration. 21-year-old Edon Alexander was turned over to the Red Cross and then Israeli forces. And reporter Robert Berger tells us the 21-year-old will need a medical exam.
He has been held in a tunnel with very little air, no light, for almost 600 days. I believe it's 584 days. So we don't know exactly what condition he's in, but according to a first statement from the Red Cross, he's okay.
He was just 19 when he was taken from his military base in southern Israel on October 7th. There are still dozens of hostages in captivity. Michael Berg lives in Tenafly, New Jersey, Alexander's hometown.
There are 58 more hostages still there. Some are alive, some are dead, and we just want this over already. Pressure every congressman, every senator, anyone you can to try to get them home.
President Trump is on his way to the region to meet with Gulf Arab leaders, but before leaving, he signed an executive order to lower prescription drug prices in this country. Matt Piper has that.
President Trump says if drug makers do not lower prices within the next month, he'll subject them to steep caps on how much they can charge.
Pharmaceutical companies make more than 2/3 of their profits in America. So think of that. With 4% of the population, the pharmaceutical companies make most of their money, most of their profits from America. That's not a good thing.
He says some prices may be up to 90% lower, and if not, he'll use the power of the federal government to ensure the U.S. pays the same price as other countries. Matt Piper, CBS News.
The U.S. and China have reached a truce in the trade war.
The talks in Geneva were very friendly. The relationship is very good. We're not looking to hurt China. China is being hurt very badly.
It's a 90-day pause, and that won't necessarily help businesses plan ahead. Analyst Javier David.
The apocalypse has been postponed, but maybe not canceled just yet. Lots of caveats built into this. It's temporary. It's a 90-day pause. We could easily find ourselves back at square one. It's happened before. It could happen again.
Ukraine says Russia launched a barrage of drones at Ukraine overnight, apparently rejecting an outright ceasefire, but Moscow says it will take part in peace talks later this week. Ukrainian President Zelensky.
I will be in Turkey this Thursday, May 15th, and I will be waiting for Putin there, personally. And I hope that this time Putin will not look for reasons why he cannot do something.
President Trump said today he'd fly there if it would help. On Wall Street, the Dow is up more than 1,000 points. This is CBS News. In Asia, a dispute over a stolen statue has been resolved, as Steve Kathan reports.
A 14th century Korean Buddhist statue was stolen from a Japanese temple nearly 13 years ago. It's now been returned following a long court battle between Japan and South Korea over its ownership. The gilt bronze statue of Bodhisattva, worshipped for mercy and compassion, is in a sitting position. It's about 20 inches tall. The thieves who swiped it eventually were arrested and charged. Then came the years-long dispute over the rightful owner. A South Korean temple contested it. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
A dilapidated industrial site in the Czech Republic has been brought back to life as a museum of survivors. It's a former textile factory where German businessman Oskar Schindler saved 1,200 Jews during World War II. The museum is now dedicated to the Holocaust. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec. Live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, we are just about 55 minutes away from the closing bell on this Monday, May 12th. Tim Stenovec is off today. We're here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Matt Miller here. How does it feel like kind of open the market and then you're going to get ready to close it?
Fantastic, actually. That is my favorite gig because, you know, this is, besides my job, it's kind of a passion. If that sounds ridiculous, I understand. But it's like a sport, right? It's like I'm watching sports all day. So this is exciting. Today, you know, the president went a lot longer than we expected him to. We had to kill guests. It was painful, but
yeah, this morning, right?
We watched it move markets, and that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, and we're seeing like pretty much the rally maintain its momentum. So we're going to get into that and talk about it in just a moment with our own Eric Weiner. We're also going to get into what the U.S. and Saudis want specifically as President Trump eyes closer ties. Big Middle Eastern trip getting ready. I think
he's taking off.
He took off already, right?
He has.
So we're going to talk about that luxury jet that might be gifted from the Qatari government.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I think it's fantastic. If they want to give us a $400 million piece of equipment, we should take it.
I don't know. And use it for Air Force One? Don't we need security and navigation?
I imagine they have spy-like people who go around with wands and make sure it's not bugged. I mean, we took the Statue of Liberty. It didn't turn out to be a Trojan horse. We took the Smithsonian Institute. It turned out to be worth tens of billions of dollars.
One, though.
And now, well, we would only use it, as far as I understand it, until the end of his term, and then it would be given to his presidential library.
A lot can happen in 3.5 years, you know.
That's true.
Just going to say.
We may really need it.
All right, a lot to come, including more on the U.S.-China deal. First up, though, let's get a check on the trade. Let's turn things over to someone who's been sitting by very patiently. Charlie Pellet.
All right, I thank you very much. I'm with Matt. It's joy, pleasure to do this every single day. We've got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. Do want to begin with the developing story. The House Tax Committee has released key details of the multi-trillion-dollar tax cut bill that President Trump is seeking to enact as his signature legislative achievement this year. Now, this tax bill, though, and this headline moments ago on the Bloomberg, the tax bill omits a Trump proposal for a millionaire tax bracket. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all pushing higher, very close to session highs on the S&P right now at 5836, up 176 points, up 3.1%. The Dow up 1129 now, up 2.7%. NASDAQ tech stocks the outperformer. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 4.2%. NASDAQ 100 Index up by 3.9%. 10-year at 4.45% with a 2-year 3.99%. Gold down $95 the ounce, down 2.9%, 32.29, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.4%, 61.90 for a barrel of WTI. So an update for the U.S. equity market. As for the market backdrop, Lori Calvasina is head of U.S. equity strategy at RBC Capital Markets.
I'm happy for the markets to celebrate, right? I think this, in my mind, was a big win. But I do want to hear how some of these retailers are going to navigate around this, because the reality is the tariffs are still higher than what we had a few months ago. There's still issues to be worked around, and we need to sort of really understand has the uncertainty been alleviated enough in the eyes of corporate America? Because if it hasn't, then we do worry about them pulling the layoff lever down the road.
Lori Calvasine of RBC Capital Markets. As I mentioned, tech stocks, tech names, the standouts today. Apple up 6.3%, NVIDIA up 5.4%, Tesla now up 6.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Massar, along with Matt Miller, in for Tim Stenovec here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. All right, so the sharp rebound.
You're not with Tim Stenovec?
What?
You said along with Tim Stenovec.
Oh, I thought I said with Matt Miller. Oh,
I am
in for Tim Stenovec.
In for Tim Stenovec. Yeah.
I know what
Already
I'm saying.
forgotten me.
No, I never forget you. Let's talk markets. Let's get to it with Bloomberg News senior editor, Equities Americas, Eric Weiner, joining us from Larchmont, New York.
Love it. Have you ever been to Walters?
Yeah,
Oh, God,
hot
yeah.
dogs all the
Oh, yeah.
time.
Delicious.
My husband's a hot dog.
Honestly, people outside of New York
connoisseur.
don't know.
It's
They're
the-
the greatest hot dogs in the
It's
country.
also cash only.
Yeah.
It's the mustard.
It's the mustard.
It's mustard. They have they put the relish in the mustard.
Delicious. And there's a veal component to those dogs. It's
yeah,
not just
yeah.
pork.
There's a whole
Yeah.
there's a whole thing.
It's pretty amazing. Okay.
Stocks.
Let's talk about this rally. Yeah, I was trying to make a hot dog, segue here, but I didn't have one. Eric, this rally, technical, fundamental, we kind of know what caused it, but I'm just curious how you see it.
Well, it's interesting. We did a story this weekend. I worked with Jess Menton on it, and it's basically pointing to what happened today, which is you have a lot of upside pressure, and the people who would be, say, betting against the market are out. So you have retail playing it heavily. Then you have a lot of the systematic funds, the algorithms and things like that, where they're rule-based and certain technical levels are hit and they have to buy. And we were approaching those. And so they were going to step in. And at the same time, hedge funds and institutional investors that make a choice are just on the sidelines, which means they're not going to buy in right now because it's too high. The levels are too high. They're looking for a more attractive entry point, which also means they're not shorting. They're not getting in and getting in the way of this. And this is something we talked about a few weeks ago, that there wasn't much standing until there's hard data. There isn't much standing in the way of a rally. And so each time the president goes on the air and starts talking about, things that are good for the market and that sound good for the economy, the retail will step in and buy it, and then the systematic algos come in right behind them and support them. So it's this upward push without a lot of stop in front of it.
And did we see any kind of short squeeze in the run up? It's been pretty great since the bottom, which I think was the week after Liberation Day, right? We're back up to 2% higher than we were on April 2nd before these tariff announcements. I imagine there was some short covering rally in the last few weeks, but are you saying today that's not what's driving us?
No, that's been going on. Like, as you point out, that's been going on all along. And then probably today there's quite a bit of short capitulation. We'll find that out later. But in a lot of ways, there isn't that much positioning, period, among hedge funds. They're in other things and sort of staying away from this because of all the risk that's tied to it. And also the idea that there could be, like, you could have a long-term economic problem, but a short-term, and short-term meaning months, a strong rally. And that could be what's happening today. Or that could be, part of the enthusiasm that's driving what's happening today.
By the way, I keep going back to Mira Pandit this morning on Surveillance because she was so good.
Yeah.
And she said one of the things you could end up seeing this year is another market completely driven by the Mag 7, like this rotation into broader stocks that started happening. Now we see tech stocks surging again. And indeed, if you look over the last month and break up the S&P into groups, IT is the #1 gainer, up more than 13%. And comm services, which is also these big, hyperscalers, is up 9%. So Do you see that broadening out trade, that rotation kind of dying here? Is everybody getting back to these mega cap tech stocks?
Well, it's not just that. Yes, I think that's a big part of what's going to happen. If you look at the Mag 7 right now, it's underperforming largely because of Tesla. But you still have Amazon down. You have Nvidia down for the year by 8.5%. Apple's down 15%. Google's down 16%. These are numbers that, so if say the S&P 500 is close to flat for the year, which, it pretty much almost is. If those stocks are down, you have a lot of room to run. I mean, you just do. And these are the exact stocks that retail buys. So, yeah, I mean, the idea that like the Mag 7 could be what pulls this way forward is very realistic because there's room to go.
And I would say if you look in the last month, I mean, you've got consumer discretionary up 12%, industrials up 11%, financials are up almost 9%, materials up almost 7%. So there's a lot. It's a little bit more broader, I guess, in the last month. Hey, I do.
Tesla's part of that consumer discretionary.
No.
They're in that group, and they're up 26% in the last month.
In the last month. So, okay, in the last month. Hey, listen, Eric, I do wonder if the traders that you talk to, the investors, the folks on Wall Street, are they saying that we're now in the phase of the Trump administration where we get to the things that the market likes, like pulling back and finally, kind of easing off on the tariff things? We talked about the House bill. We got some information in terms of the tax bill. And then regulatory, we talked about that with Nancy Lazar, like all of these things that are supposed to be kind of a nice boost, certainly for financial assets here in the U.S.
Actually, a lot of what we're hearing is very similar to what Lori Calvasina said that Charlie Pellet played, which is the idea that there's a lot of concern that the implications of the tariffs haven't hit at all. And so like you're talking about consumer discretionary, if those items start getting significantly more expensive, if tourism takes a big hit, this isn't something that's showing up in the numbers just yet, but it is something that would start showing up in the numbers in the second half of the year. And that's what the concern is. The concern isn't so much for right now, because everything right now looks okay. And the guessing is that the Fed won't have to act for the near term, possibly not until September. Things in the economy seem okay, but there is this ominous cloud over in the background waiting to come along and sort of let us know that, there are tariffs. I mean, if you're talking about China, yes, today's a great day because 145% tariff is insane, but 30% is still extremely high. So if that's what people are paying, I mean, eventually that's going to show up, and that's the fear.
Right.
By the way, Lori Calvasina was on fire this morning. She's so good.
She's so smart.
I often have her on my television program, Bloomberg Open Interest, every morning from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. You should definitely tune into that.
Shameless plug.
She's super sharp. We love her.
All right, Eric, if this holds, this rally, it looks like it might. That's a good sign. Just got about 10, 15 seconds.
Yes. I mean, it's a good sign, and the trajectory is probably upward for the next month or so. Earnings have been strong, so that's all good.
Yeah, and I just feel like we keep resetting clocks when it comes to tariffs, like 90 days, 90 days.
Or
Eric
TikTok,
Weiner.
right?
Yeah,
TikTok.
Exactly. Eric Weiner, thank you so much. Senior Editor, Equities Americas at Bloomberg News, joining us right here in New York. We're going to get into a little bit more about Trump 2.0 powerlessness. We'll explain with Peter Atwater.
Det har nog varit mörkt nog länge nog där alltså.
Tjena, Jones kom tillbaka. Hej Kevin. Så fort jag går joina. Kanske ska invitera. Invite.
That's nice.
Det er hestehov.
Der kom du.
Åh, jeg vet ikke hvordan jeg visste ikke hvordan jeg kom på scenen igjen.
Hestehov, jeg skjønner ikke.
Det er hestehov.
Hva betyr det?
Hestehov er jo en blomst.
Det er en spekk i asfalten.
Løvetann. Det er en sånn vulkan.
Det skjer av en blomst.
Det er en blomst som går opp. Det kan bore seg flere...
Tuller du med han da?
Nei, for faen.
Er det ekte det du sier?
Øvelse gjør mester, Espen. Øvelse gjør mester.
Det kommer blomst opp av asfalten.
Hvordan skal den klare asfalten? Er jo
Nei, den kommer opp
Ja, det er vel hestehoven, det. Det er jo sterk som faen.
Ja, hestehov, ja.
Seriøst?
Nei, jeg visste ikke det.
Ja, den bryter gjennom asfalt.
Ja, det kan gå gjennom over 20 centimeter.
Ja.
Ja, en blomst.
Det er hull, eller liksom den stikker ut.
Jeg vet. Det er...
Ja, løvetann, hestehov.
Hva faen er hestehov for noe da?
Jeg er ikke løvetann, ja.
Er ikke hestehov samme dritten da?
Jeg trodde det var samme, ja.
Dette faen er den gule, grønne greia.
Ja.
Har Trump sagt det mer, eller er det samme skitten?
Nei, jeg tror ikke han har sagt noe.
Ja.
Hvor er stille i fjøset?
Jadda. Så har klaget på at jeg har blitt feit og slapp og sånt. Så det første jeg får når jeg møter deg er sånn skolebrød med sånn gul drit inni. Og så skal vi spise McDonald's på veien hjem. Faen. Og så klager jeg at jeg er feit. Jeg bare ler. Det er helt jævlig.
Du skal kjøpe deg sånn tredemølle som du kan stå og gå på mens du trener.
Nei, egentlig skal jeg begynne å trene igjen når jeg kommer ut av denne posisjonen her nå. Så skal jeg begynne å trene igjen. Jeg var veldig godt i gang helt til for 14 dager siden. Veldig godt i gang. Men ja, nå er jeg bare blitt feit altså.
Nei, du kan jo stå og ete skolebrød mens du trener, vet du.
Ja, men det var liksom ikke sånn lite skolebrød, det var sånn svær skolebrød med sånn gul inni.
Ja, det er større.
De er så jævla gode, vet du. Klarer ikke å si nei.
Skolebrød er godt. Jeg har nå satt og hatt en liten sånn trading session mens du var bort.
Ja, det var så bra. Det var bra. Det er veldig kult da. Lære litt av det. Vi burde ha sånn en Trump-session. Jeg tror ingen har tapt så mye penger som da han Donald Trump.
Ja, han har gått an bra nå.
Fy faen. Enten du er long eller short, så har du fått han i trynet.
Close to session highs now, up 3.1%, up 173. Right now, the Dow is up 1,100 points. That is an advance of 2.7%. NASDAQ surging 4.1%, with the Russell 2000 index up now by 3.5%. The 10-year at 4.45%, the 2-year 3.98%. Spot gold down $90 the ounce, down 2.7%. West Texas intermediate 1.3%. 60 Bitcoin right now down 2.3%. 101,913 Aviation safety regulators have formed an emergency task force to address technology breakdowns that briefly blinded air traffic controllers guiding planes in and out of Newark in recent weeks. Acting FAA Commissioner Chris Rocheleau told reporters today that FAA personnel will be joined by experts from Verizon Communications and L3 Harris Technologies in that effort. Verizon down by 1.5%, L3 lower by 0.3%. The House Republican tax bill proposes raising the debt limit by $4 trillion, according to text of the measure. And the House Tax Committee is seeking to increase the state and local deduction and make official several of President Trump's campaign tax pledges in a multi-trillion-dollar package that will serve as Republicans' signature legislative effort. Again, with 37 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell, S&P now up by 3.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Massar, along with Matt Miller, in for Tim Stenovec on this Monday. Now, as we've been reporting, Charlie, also talking about what's going on in the trade, we see that Wall Street risk on trade once again as the U.S.-China trade truce marks the end to an all-out tariff war, at least for now, that had threatened a global recession, and it has really kicked off a stock rally. It did also sink some of those defensive corners of the market, including bonds to gold and also haven currencies. Let's get into it on the trade, on the macro, and more. Always good to have with us. Check the pulse as he sees it. Is Peter Atwater, president of Financial Insights, an adjunct lecturer of economics over at William & Mary, author of the book, The Confidence Map, Charting a Path from Chaos to Clarity. He joins us once again from Williamsburg, actually from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, on this Monday. Peter, good to have you here. How are you?
I'm doing great, Carol. How are you?
I'm doing well. And it seems like, investors feeling a little bit more upbeat, although we keep questioning what macro or what fundamentally has changed at this point. What's the constructive takeaway and view that you believe that we should have on all of this as citizens and also as investors?
Sure. So I don't know about you, but growing up, we played a lot of red light, green light in the neighborhood. and I feel like that is exactly what investors have been playing since the inauguration, that they're either all in or all out. And we're seeing them try to navigate it day to day. I can't imagine what it must feel like in the C-suite of a major multinational corporation in all of this.
They probably feel like they have to kiss up or lose out, which is what most of them seem to do.
And probably don't pull the trigger on things because they're just nervous about what comes next.
Yeah. I wonder if you think one thing that's changed, Peter, is that investors have realized there are other places besides the USA, right? We were winning for so long that there was no reason to, say, invest in Europe. And now that kind of diversification all of a sudden seems pretty important.
Yeah, and I was on your show a couple of weeks ago and said the U.S. runs the risk of being uninvestable. And this was before the Liberation Day, and there was a lot of concern that we've seen. And yes, there are alternatives. But I think it's useful to remember, too, that the kind of nationalistic, dominant, independent leader that we're seeing in the United States exists all over the world today. And so for investors, the challenge is now, if you want to diversify, remember that you're investing in what I call an era of a good few men. That these are times where you have to be very sensitive to your investing in different locations because you run the risk of either being an incredible beneficiary or an incredible victim of a certain independent leader.
It's interesting, Peter. We've been talking with a lot of guests, and they are making the assumption that we're now moving into the tax part of the Trump White House and the easing regulatory part of the Trump White House. And I'm just wondering, we kind of got the tariff part wrong initially, right? We thought it was going to be easy and it was just going to be a lot of talk, and it wasn't the case. And we're not done yet, even though there's some ease in the market. And I'm just wondering on the regulatory side, I think businesses are thinking it's going to be full, speed ahead. Could they possibly be getting it wrong in terms of the regulatory environment and easing kind of business conditions?
Well, if you look at the regulatory changes that have been made amid all of this tariff discussion, they've been extensive. And so I think a lot of things have already moved to the benefit of businesses. The question I think that now remains to be seen is how does that translate into the day-to-day activity, particularly on the consumer front? What does business laissez-faire mean in terms of the impact day-to-day on Main Street?
Well, what are you worried about? Because in your notes, you talk about business leaders are increasingly fearful of a centrally planned U.S. economy. So kind of play that out for us.
Yeah, so if I look at what's been going on, we are adapting the American economy to a particular style of leadership in Washington. And so for business leaders, they're having to filter every decision now in terms of political risk first. What does this mean if I comply? What does it mean if I choose not to comply? What are the consequences in both fronts? And as we've seen, the rewards for compliance are immense and the punishment for non-compliance is brutal. So for business leaders, they're going to have to demonstrate that they're complying. And the more aspects that we see in the economy, the more this feels like it's a centrally planned economy, where Washington is dictating how businesses should perform day to day.
So fascinating. It's so fascinating that we go
Det
from...
er flere indikatorer,
I think
Dan Tore.
most Americans, at least my age, grew up thinking free market capitalism is the way this economy should run, that laissez-faire wasn't just a French term, but also the American way. And now, I mean, to say that we're moving towards a centrally planned economy was just something I've heard from a number of other people, Peter. To me is a little bit scary, but is this the way the Republican Party has changed? Is this, you know, the way it's going to be going forward for them?
Yeah, I mean, if we look at the three elements of business today in terms of labor, capital, and trade, you're seeing incredibly intense intervention in the policies that drive the inputs to business. And so whether you give it a different name than centrally planned economy, there is no question that if I'm a business leader, I'm increasingly in the passenger seat. I may still be in the front seat, but somebody else has the gas pedal and somebody else has the brake and the wheel.
Who wins in a centrally planned economy?
The planners.
Those that comply.
Yeah, because I just think about, you know, certainly on the campaign trail, it was about bringing more people who maybe felt left out of the economy. Is that the case? I mean, I don't know if you bring more manufacturing, Peter, back. You know, we've had conversations earlier today that, yes, indeed, that will bring jobs to those who have felt left out and good paying jobs. But I'm just curious, you know, do you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, we can steer the economy to deliver a particular type of job. The question is whether that is most efficient, whether that's most productive. And centrally planned economies tend to disappoint on both of those fronts.
Is this a hallmark of populism? Because this is what we're seeing, right? Nationalist populism here at work. Is central planning always the default position for populist governments?
Yeah, I think that, you know, whether it's on the right or the left, there is a tendency for when powerlessness and uncertainty reign for those to follow. And what you have, as I said, across the globe today are dominant leaders seeking to form a national economy, a national political environment that is oriented around them.
It's funny because I look at some of the bullet points in your note, and I think it makes me think of the Soviet economy, right? Delays to capital investments from the private sector, fewer imports and more shortages, you know, bread lines,
pricing increases,
slower hiring, and slower job cuts, just stagnation there. And are we drifting towards that?
I think that what you're seeing is as business leaders strive to control the controllable, they're going to pull back on hiring, they're going to pull back on inventory. They're trying to do what they can in an environment that feels incredibly uncertain. The risk that they now run is that those decisions run contrary to the objectives of Washington.
Where's the power of the investor in all of this, Peter? Because I think we've certainly seen it with the bond market, right? Sending very clear messages to the White House and the administration, and ultimately folks like, we assume, the Treasury Secretary responding to it with the president. But I'm just curious, where's the investor in kind of fighting back or pushing back on this?
Well, in the same way that we've talked about, you know, laissez-faire as being part of this capitalist system that we've been operating under, we've also had shareholder primacy. And so where is that investor? I think that investor is getting pushed further and further back in the line. At the same time, you know, we've seen bond investors make noise, and I think that that's going to be a global concern. You know, the United States is not the only one who has budget constraints that need to ultimately be addressed. So I think there's going to be a lot of tension between investors and national leaders moving forward.
But you think that shareholders are less powerful? I mean, I guess these votes are usually controlled by large blocks, and that the bond vigilantes could still become active.
Yeah, I think shareholders just watching what we've seen in the first several months of this new administration are clearly the tail to a dog. And so, and that again, they're going to have to understand that you will be a beneficiary or a victim. There's no moderate midpoint in that.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Always thoughtful. Peter Atwater, thank you, as always, President of Financial Insights and adjunct lecturer of economics at William & Mary, and author of the book, The Confidence Map, Charting a Path from Chaos to Clarity. Got to say, the last, one of the times he was on and he talked about the U.S. being uninvestable, kind of went viral on us because I think it really caught everybody's attention.
That happens to you guys on this program.
We're really good.
Yeah.
Just going to tell you.
The confidence map.
Peter's really good too. Hey, when we come back, we're going to talk about maybe how investing has been like playing video games. Our guest will explain. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
Rører ikke på seg. Står det? Det litt kjedelig, Lena. Det liksom Bloomberg heismusikk.
Jeg liker den musikken, da. Eller det når du prater.
Ja. Går vi ned?
Hvem var det nå? Stig?
Ja.
ser litt sånn ut, altså. Du får liksom ikke helt bestemt seg. Nei da.
Her da. Og så var det alt. Så ble det rett opp igjen. Nei da. Jeg tror på.
Du som er i himmelen. Hvor store var de 2 siste posisjonene hos deg, Botox? Nå bør jeg sjekke om jeg fikk ordnet det med like posisjoner.
En kontrakt.
Til sammen, eller per?
Nei, jeg gjorde en kontrakt per trade.
Okay, ja. Rejekta den toppen der, altså.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. U.S. stocks ripping higher with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all surging. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks are soaring in the wake of the trade talks over the weekend. The Dow is currently up 1,100 points. S&Ps are higher by 3%, and the NASDAQ, that climbs by 4%. The U.S. 10-year yield is at 4.45. Gold is sinking, oil is climbing, and Bitcoin, that's slumping. It's down 2.3%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders are consumer discretionary and tech utilities were under pressure, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, Amazon and Merck, while Coca-Cola fell 1.8% and led to the downside. In other news, Cigna and CVS slumped intraday after Trump proposed to cut out the pharmacy benefit managers. And wrapping things up, healthcare provider DaVita reports after the bell. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type SQUAWK, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
The funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, TikTok, everybody. About 18 minutes to go until we wrap up the trade on this Monday. Carol Massar, along with Matt Miller, in for Tim Stanovic on this Monday, May 12th. I just heard from Charlie and Bill Maloney wrapping up the trade, and we're kind of hovering, Matt, near our best levels of the session, up about 3% on the S&P, 2.5% higher on the Dow Jones Industrial Average. NASDAQ 100 charging ahead by 3.6%.
It's so funny. You get used to this. You get used to this kind of volatility over the past month or month and a half. And so today feels like nothing, you know? And we're looking at this incredible rally. I mean, it's so strong. Mag 7 stocks are up 5 or 6%. These are $1 trillion stocks.
But it's sort of like,
no big deal.
It's a little boring. Let's see what Doug Sioka has to say about it, see if he thinks it's boring. He is CEO and partner at Kavar Capital Partners. They've got about $1.5 billion in assets under management. With us once again from Leawood, Kansas. Doug, nice to have you here with Matt and me. Does it feel a little boring? I mean, it's a rally, get it, but it feels a little mellow.
Yeah, I think it is. I think Matt's right. I mean, you just get preconditioned to have this become more the rule than the exception. And you know, it's funny, when we went on that kind of magnificent 9-day run of the S&P in the latter half of last month, and it was preceded by a 1,000-point down day the Monday after Easter, which was preceded by an 800-point down day on Holy Thursday. So, yeah, I do think a little bit anesthetized to the intraday price swings, but yeah, there's no way. I mean, from a historical outlier perspective, today is a very significant and extreme day, and does really invoke this whole concept of not trying to time the market, right? I mean, you don't want to miss, as everyone knows, those 5, 10, 15 best days of the year. I read something this morning that really underscored that point. that if you missed the 10 best days in 2023 and 2024, your return for the year as a stock investor was 3%, where the S&P on average was up 20% in both of those years. So that really does, create the understanding that you've got to stay invested in order to participate.
Although, have you talked with anyone, Doug, after April 2nd, after we got the reciprocal tariffs on Liberation Day, and the markets just puked for like 4 days straight, so many people that I talked to said, man, I knew this was coming and I stayed fully invested, and I wish I'd gotten out. I wish I'd sold before, these massive tariff announcements were coming out of the Rose Garden. And now you've got a chance to get out. Right now we're 2% above April 2nd. So have you talked to anybody who regretted not selling and could do so today?
I think the regret is real easy. Hindsight is always super clear. And the one thing I think maybe, Matt, that people could be forgiven for thinking they have that omniscience is that this is trade war 2.0, right? And the interesting part is that if you look back to 2018, because remember, Trump was inaugurated in 17, but it took a while to kind of get some momentum. Shoot, it took 5 months to get his cabinet seated. But if you go to 18, you think, well, 2017, GDP was up 2.9%. In 2024, GDP was up 2.4 to 3%, depending on your last gauge you want to look at. And you look at 2017, EPS growth was 12% year over year. 24, 25, 12% year over year. So you had this precondition that was mirroring what took place in Tradeport 1.0.
Du anbefaler aldri under 500 i margin på DAX.
We almost had the exact same drawdown in 2018, intraday minus 20.6, 2025 minus 21.35, but you have to know then that this
for det ikke sånne bevegelser som har vært før.
If you take 2019 and forget the pandemic piece in 20, but it was a great period to stay invested once you got through those lows, and that's kind of where we are today.
So what are the catalysts now? I mean, okay, 90 days with China. There's probably like 90 days left for TikTok.
Maybe the catalyst is it doesn't get worse.
Everybody else gets on the trade front. Maybe it doesn't get worse. But are you really looking for a bump from tax cut extensions? Are you really looking for a bump from deregulation? Do you think onshoring is going to drive this economy in 2026? What do you look forward to?
So I think there are a lot of things. Number one, to your point, the 90-day reprieve, it's happened really quickly, right? Because Trade War 1.0 lasted 18 months, right? Started in 18, and the Trade War Accord or agreement was signed in January of 2020.
Det kvarter igjen til vi stenger, altså.
But if you do overlay the one differential from the other things I mentioned about strong earnings growth and strong GDP growth, 18 versus 25, it's not going to be raising rates.
Ja.
In 2018, the Fed raised rates.
Det frister egentlig å kjøpe litt her, men
And how smart does Powell look by now at this point by waiting and not cutting when they met last week or a couple months before that? I thought that was brilliant. I think valuation
80% var ikke nok fra fredag ettermiddag til mandag morgen for meg.
Going into today,
Nei, det kommer an på hvor mye det går opp.
companies in the Russell 3000 are still down 30% from their 52-week high.
1000 poeng
so if you
på en dag.
broaden out and consider investments, and you made mention that about a 4 or 5% move in the Mag 7, the Mag 7 stocks on average again before today are still down 12% from their peak.
Right.
On a PEG ratio aren't
Viksene
all
på
that expensive.
1862.
So we think if you look down sort of the cap spectrum and even continue to consider internationally, where you have a dollar trend, hugely positive U.S. investments, international companies, you have earnings moving in the right direction, Europe, Japan, and Western markets, there's still places to effectively put some money. Oh, and in the fixed income universe, you can lock in with some duration, a very, very handsome positive real rate of return.
You note that investing since early April, Doug, has been more like playing video games than analytical decision making. So can we now start doing some analytical decision making, knowing that we have a White House and a president, I'm just speaking the truth, that can change his view and mind and rhetoric and do a 180, in any given day or in any given week. So I'm just wondering.
The great question, Carol, and maybe it's just a different type of video game. Maybe it's more like Minecraft and Frogger, where there is going to be a little invocation of some strategy. But I think when you go through periods like that, where trying to be effectively tactical is futile, you've got to fall back on the three primary activities that encompass a very responsible strategic allocation, right? There's still stuff to be done: tax loss harvesting, quality overhauling, emphasizing beta right? If you do feel like, as I just mentioned, certain parts of the market are undervalued, cast a wider net instead of trying to be company or sector specific, because those are the areas where you stand to have asymmetric risk with whatever random Truth Social tweet that might be coming down the pike with God only knows what the catalyst would be.
He changes his opinion on things, but he's loved tariffs for decades, right? Tariffs is one thing that he's not going to stray on.
But that's why I'm saying it's not like he's going to back off completely. And even if the tariffs come down, we're going to be in a higher tariff rate environment. I mean, I think that's going to be the net. Does that, Doug, potentially, even if it's 10%, it's not the 2.5% that we've seen, changes things fundamentally for a lot of companies, and just got about 25 seconds here.
Oh, I think it does, but I do think, to Matt's question earlier about, is onshoring going to be a catalyst? No. I mean, we have a 4% unemployment rate in this
country.
We're not going to be relying upon, like, domestic manufacturing to be great sneaker producers.
We
want to look for trade balances.
Trump administration considers large ship sale to Emirati, AI firm G42.
That's probably a point with the strength of the consumer and the strong
Det går ikke an å trade sånn her. Det blir for
a huge impediment to growth.
Får vel kjappere bevege seg opp I den retningen du vil ha.
We're counting down the close on this Monday. This is
Så nå gikk vi opp på close. 10 minutter før close, for han kom med en melding, Donald Trump. Bare glem det.
Hva sa han? Jeg fikk ikke skjønne. Hva sa han?
Han sa...
Jeg kan ikke si det, skjønner. Der.
Considers large ship sale til Emiratene. AI firm. Nei, men han ødelegger dette markedet så jævlig. Kjørte på nytt da. Fuck på det. Så det tredje masse. Så den poppet opp fra Donald Trump, den poppet opp med 50 poeng på grunn av tweet fra Donald Trump. Liksom, det jo...
Det brutalt marked, ass.
Men det sa det akkurat på Bloomberg. De sa det går jo... Hvordan skal vi forholde oss til dette her? Når kan vi begynne å se på makro, så han på Bloomberg?
Faen at jeg ikke gikk lang I lammet. Skal vi se om vi får den breakouten jeg snakket om tidligere.
Men det bør jo få konsekvenser at man kan holde på sånn dette her. Jeg håper han får markedet så jævlig I trynet.
Han bør få, men blir bli å få det, det jo ikke noe spørsmål.
Det som så spesielt at vi ser jo bevegelsen før vi vet at det Trump, så sier vi nå en Trump-melding, og så det liksom. Jeg har fått en trynet 2 ganger nå, selv om jeg tok en gevinst der nede.
Oi, fuck, det var ikke meningen. Jeg skulle bare ta en kontrakt.
Du tok 10.
Nei, det var bare 2, men jeg prøvde meg på en svart.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, just under 7 minutes to go. Matt and I are going to head over to our TV colleagues. We're going to count you down to the close on this Monday. In the meantime, Since the headlines crossed, even before the headline crossed.
Well, I think it's really important. For 104 years in this country, we had a state and local tax deduction, and it was key to not only stopping double taxation, which should be an anathema to Americans, but also to kind of equalizing the burden on people who live in higher cost regions. So, as we know, President Trump put a $10,000 cap on the state and local tax deduction in 2017.
And
the TCJA.
Critics have said that basically they're subsidizing us for being able to kind of deduct more. Although,
well, that's silly, right? So Lindsey Graham, for example, says this, but New York contributes $1.09 to the federal government for every dollar that we get, whereas South Carolina contributes 86 cents for every dollar that they get in federal aid. We are wagon pullers. Lindsey Graham's voters are wagon riders.
In case you were concerned about how we felt and especially how Matt felt,
well,
it's clear now.
Look, this is how it is. What we know right now in terms of the House bill is that they will raise the cap for deductions to $30,000 for joint filers, $15,000 for single filers, and they will phase out those deductions starting at $500,000 of income for individuals and $1 million for joint filers. But it's not clear that the president really does have enough backing here, because there are certain people, for example, Elise Stefanik, who may want to run this whole state as governor, that may not want to support this because she may not get as much traction as she thinks. Many New Yorkers, many people in New Jersey, Connecticut, and California think it should be higher.
Constituents, because I think it's safe to say that a lot of folks saw that initially when the president changed this first term, that it was kind of a penalty for a lot of blue states. That's where you are dealing with higher taxes. You never know what the motive is. Come on, let's be fair. I'm just saying, though, there was a conclusion by many.
The main problem that I have is when you start taking in tax revenue like this, even if it's supposed to be on a temporary basis. It always ends up permanent, right?
Nei, men de på Bloomberg sier at dette bare, de skjønner ikke hva som skjer. De lurer på om hele den oppturen i dag ETF-er og folk som har posisjonert seg på ETF-er og CFD-er i markedet. Det jo ingen... Det som kom i dag var jo ikke noe... Det var liksom ikke noe news, da. Så sa de, analytikeren sa at han tror kanskje at dette varer i dag, kanskje ut morgendagen, og så tror ikke han dette skal noe mer opp. For tariffen helt lik som før, altså vi verre stilt nå enn før den der Liberation Day og alle. Det liksom, det her gir ikke noe mening.
I know you're not going to say that because I know you talked about
because I had free, fantastic healthcare, amazing childcare.
Hvordan får du til å flytte på ting i ansiktet når du sover på magen?
Is somebody texting me, emailing me? Maybe Matt should go back to Germany. No, they're not.
Fint ut trynet.
Man kan få rynker, du kan få ansiktet, kan også gjøre på seg.
Det sant?
It's great, it's great. I mean, I don't know, we pay a lot of taxes here, and we pay a lot in tolls on streets, there's a lot of money that goes out. We also,
waste a lot of money, we spend way too much. So it'd be great if we could get that part under control, but we shouldn't, I don't think, be raising taxes even more.
Yeah, all right. So we'll see what happens, right? This is what step one. In terms of Congress and how everybody feels about it.
Jeg bruker få rumpa opp I leppa og sånt, men
from lawmakers in some states, as you mentioned, New York, New Jersey, and California, right? Who want a full repeal of the cap,
and who are contributing a lot more to the federal government than they're getting.
A little expensive over here. All right, folks. I'm going to have Matt take a couple of yoga breaths before we head over to the TV colleagues. We are going to do that.
Balans opp igjen. Jeg tror vi får en liten breakout her på slutten her.
To our team on the TV side, the closing bell.
Tror du close?
Ja.
Ja.
Opp.
Nei.
Jeg ser det selv.
Det gidder jeg ikke.
Ja, men det det her lavbevegelse.
Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the US market.
Det blir ikke å gå lang her, det blir ikke.
2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romain Bostic here with Alex Steele, taking you through that closing bell. It's a global simulcast, and it starts right now with Scarlett Fu in the TV studio, Carol Massar in the radio booth, and Matt Miller filling in today for Tim Stenovic as we welcome our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms. Our partnership with YouTube, looking at what, at least for right now, Carol Massar appears to be a bit of a round trip when it comes to financial markets, and S&P up 17% off of those. NASDAQ up 22%.
Max 7 really outperforming today. All of them up in today's session. About 5.6%. Eric Weiner, they're reminding us that you take a look at a lot of the individual names still down a lot for the year, and the group is still down.
Yeah, you called me Tim.
Stopper aldri hørt det. Trump, som sikkert har titret det ned nå.
Matthew Miller.
They forget about the first husband so quickly, right?
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no, this rally has been, I think, a really quiet rally. I was anchoring the opening bell this morning on Bloomberg Open Interest every weekday from 9 to 11, and you really didn't feel the excitement. You didn't feel the exuberance of a 3%, of a 4% gain, and yet it's held for the entire day, and the volume is up as well.
Neste jo toppen fra tidligere.
We're looking at 10% more volume than we have had in the last 30 days on average. So I guess we're just getting used to this kind of volatility.
It is volatility, but it also speaks to how perhaps people were not positioned for a positive outcome. They were likely more positioned for a negative outcome, especially when
Nilsen, nei, han fylte inn, og han sa forrige uke at han fylte på kontoen sin for å vedlikeholde marginene. Så hans og flere kontoer ble ikke sprengt. Men de som ikke gjorde det, de ble vel...
Ja, nei, jeg fyller på hele tiden. Jeg sa det forrige uke.
While the NASDAQ composite adds about 800 points or 4.3%. And we should point out, small mid-cap stocks also getting a strong bid. Mid-caps up 3.5%. The Russell 2000 small caps up 3.5%. And Dow Transports, just to throw that in there, a gain on the day of 7%.
Yeah, certainly gaining today. Hey, digging a little bit deeper into the S&P 500.
Nå den der vi snakket om I stad.
To the upside, Scarlett, and just 93 names losing some ground today.
All right, a very broad advance.
Nei, jeg hadde en sånn hel education session for det folk innenfor. Innen teknisk.
Classic defensive
Men vi ferdig nå, holdt jeg på å si? Det ser ikke ut som den ferdig med å gå.
Nei, altså neste nivå jo litt høyt. Hvis det fortsetter opp nå, så det jo 21.365 som neste. Ikke I dag, men... Ja, altså USA stengt, men future og indeksene og alt det stenger ikke for klokka 23.
Men det gikk meg på den ene meldingen av 100 poeng, altså.
Og det var en high of day. Hvorfor fikk ikke jeg lov da?
Citi raising the firm's price target on Microchip to 55 from 50 and keeping a buy rating on the
Hvordan faen skulle vite at man skulle gå opp på det high på en melding 10 minutter før close?
That's the highest revenue growth in this sector. Again, the analysts over at Citi putting out a note.
Jeg har suttet og ventet på den bevegelsen I hele dag. Det hele gøy.
Apple up about 6%. This is after the Wall Street Journal came out and said the company is considering raising iPhone prices. So that was Shopify just had to mention.
Ja, det skulle bare holde den.
This is after the NASDAQ announced late Friday after the close that the company would replace MongoDB in the NASDAQ 100 prior to market open on May 19th. So a bunch of gainers here. Over to Matthew Miller.
I'm looking at the losers today, and for much of the day, Newmont mining was at the bottom of the list of the S&P 500. I don't think it closed as the biggest loser, but with gold down in the last 3 trading sessions, about $200, you can see why Newmont would sell off. Cigna and CVS are both owners of PBMs, pharmacy benefit managers, which means they are the middleman that Donald Trump was talking about this morning. He said he wants to cut out the drug industry middleman as a way to reduce drug costs, and as a result, those shares.
Så det var noe øvning som kom som helt på en gang. Jeg tror ikke det noen store selskap.
Cigna certainly the biggest loser of the day on the S&P 500. And then Kroger, I saw, was a big loser today. In fact, the grocer sold off the most in 2 years at one point today. They don't own a PBM anymore. They have in the past owned their own PBM and partnered up with PBM. You can still get pharmaceuticals at Kroger. They still have a pharmacy there. But in general, President Trump has been talking about bringing down the price of groceries. And I love the way he says that, groceries. And Kroger was not a beneficiary of that today.
How does one otherwise say it?
He just enunciates each and every syllable, groceries. And
Det var ikke den store breakouten over Day High, I hvert fall.
Groceries?
Groceries?
I don't know. I say
Nei, man gikk fortsatt opp 100 poeng på close da, på 10 minutter.
Ja.
Pretty much all across the curve. That 2-year yield is up by 11 basis points, closing right at that 4% level. Here's kind of the why as we read.
Ta på shorten min oppi der for at du skal falle.
Ja, men du kan, altså det her bare...
Jo, kan du trade?
Nei, det går jo opp på melding fra Trump, det er ingen som trader på det. Bare flaks det var lån her, da.
And this gets to an idea of whether the market rally, the equity market rally, is also a bit of TBD. We talk about this idea of a new bull market sort of taking a foot, at least for the NASDAQ 100. And you look at what rose today, a 7% gain in the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index. But at the same time, you had that 7% gain in Dow Transport. So you had a lot of sectors today that, at least in the eyes of investors, seem to be getting more of a long-term
Og ingenting. Den avtalen I dag jo ikke noe.
Absolutely. There's still a lot of uncertainty, right? I was thinking about what David Bahnsen just told Alex and Romain about how before, when you had 145% tariffs on Chinese imports, that was basically a trade embargo. Now you have some trade.
Short-term bonds lead rising yields. Ikke sant? Folk nervøse nå, de må også kjøpe renter. Det her gir jo null mening.
I dag I morgen, Viking Power.
Yeah, well, and
Det her gir jo
we're
null
going to get
mening.
some reads on inflation this week, CPI and PPI until.
Jeg skjønner ikke den meldingen som Trump kom med, det var ikke noe spesielt. Jeg bare skjønner hvorfor det går opp på det. Det virker som...
Nei, klokka 21:10 så går det... Nei,
21:50.
Ja, så går det, har du alltid sånne store candle-vicka, eller sånn bevegelser. For det da som regel det her bankene som går ut og inn av posisjonen. Så flesteparten av tida så har du bevegelser av 21:50.
And she was saying you won't. She doesn't think you'll see a recession. She's pretty optimistic about this, but she does think you'll see a freight recession. And our own Bloomberg geo-economist Jennifer Welch said that even with tariffs at only 30%, there could be a 60% drop in shipments from China. And then
Beveger seg, eller Nasdaq beveger seg enda hver enn Nei, hva sa? Dow Jones beveger seg hver enn Nasdaq.
Right, we're looking at a trade-weighted tariff on Chinese goods already of 20%, and this will go on top of that.
Did anyone see the kind of went by?
Den beveger seg som regel flere hundre poeng I forhold til.
Du låser ganske heftig da, for å kjøre på seg.
Ja, ja.
If this deal is enough for the optimism, does that change very quickly, or is
Du ser jo egentlig jævlig stygg ut hvis at den bryter ned nå.
or then we all of a sudden get a push forward of buying?
I think we're in a situation where it always feels like there's another shoe to drop because anything could change, right? I mean, for leverage, for any kind of opportunity to extract more concessions, nothing's ever certain.
But wasn't there some degree of encouragement? I mean, the idea that, a couple weeks ago, Trump couldn't even get Xi on the phone, and now we had high-level talks between U.S. and China, and if you believe Trump, maybe a potential phone call between those two world leaders later this week.
But there should have been back-channeling all along. Our expectations are lowered by so much.
They are. They're very low, Scarlett.
It's still hope, right? And again, the clock is just set for 90 days. When I see the signatures, right, or like...
I still think you could get a resurgence in shipments. If you look at, on the terminal, you can type map vessels go, and you'll see how many ships are just sitting offshore off the coast of China, just waiting to go.
Tim has a good point. I really agree with that.
Don't you like his new glasses?
I do. But he lost some hair.
Yeah, his hair's changed a little bit too. All right, that's a wrap across platform coverage. Radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg, or as we call it, the closing bell. Matt and I continuing here.
Nei, ikke nå. Jeg sitter og trader.
We've got
Nei, det er dritkjent. Får julekross da.
Alex is heading out. Yeah, not bad, huh? You look good there.
Hva skal du ha for noe?
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
What?
When did you make the change from Business Week, which I thought was fine, to Business Week Daily?
We're on every day, and it's Business Week, and so we've got a lot of iterations under the brand.
Right, well, was it last week? You decided, let's change this, or a month ago?
It's been a little while.
Business Week Daily.
See,
I like that.
I thought you were a big fan, so you would have heard it all.
I listen all the time, and
saying,
I guess, you know what? I had a smart boss one time tell me, you gotta say it a lot, because when you're sick of it, that's when the listener finally heard. And
oh, you mean the name of a show?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, okay.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
All right, we're going to say it a lot. Hey, listen, one of the things that Matt and I have been talking about, and I feel like when we check in with our team, whether it's Bill Maloney, who covers the markets as well, that we've been talking about, quite a rally, but it feels a bit boring today. And it's one of the things we've been talking about. I'm curious if Cinderella feels the same way. He's Bloomberg Markets Live, global live blog, I should say, global macro strategist, and he's with us from White.
MLive Go. On the terminal, type MLIV Go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You know, good having you around.
Han styrer faktisk hele showet.
Was it boring for you today in terms of the rally?
It really was, actually. It was kind of a sleepy.
And the show must go on.
Right? So there wasn't really much for us to weigh in on. The news hit on Saturday into Sunday. Markets opened up quite aggressively, a lot higher, and then we just sort of drifted along. We sat at 5,800 for the longest time today in the S&P cash, with a late rally in the afternoon, and then a rally into the close to take us 45 points higher from where we sat most of the day. So if you think about it, we really participated in about 40 to 45 points of the S&P cash rally of the 185 to close out the day. So yeah, kind of on the boring side. Yeah.
How much further can we go here? Because I feel like, yes, this was better than expected. The U.S.-China result, getting tariffs down to 30% from 145. But we've come so far, and we're now 2% higher than we were on April 2nd, on Liberation Day.
Put it in perspective. We're still 40 points in the S&P cash below where we ended the year. So we're still in negative territory for equities. So it's as great and as exuberant as the euphoria was today. We still haven't gotten back to where we were in January.
But dude, considering what's happened, considering we had a president come in and hand grenade the global trade system that's been in place for 80 years, and we're only down 40 points on S&P cash, that's pretty awesome.
I mean, that's definitely the upside of looking at things. But I think
it's been a wild ride. Let's not forget, it's been a little bit of a crazy ride.
And it's hardly going to be over. I mean, we've just got a 90-day pause on tariffs that aren't really going anywhere. As you guys were talking about, it's 30% on top of the 20%. I mean, if you start adding up percentages, it's still quite high. And, one of the things that we've seen in the last 2 months is this aggressive buying by businesses, bringing inventories up and moving purchases from the second quarter of 2025 into effectively the first quarter of 2025. So here we are in May, June, where we're going from here. I don't know. I think we're still going to see a substantial jump in interest rates and inflation. I think the Fed talking about a 2% target is a pipe dream. The idea that we're going to get Federal Reserve interest rate cuts this year, I think, is also a bit of a pipe dream. So the Fed's not going to come to the rescue as people may hope. And the slightest little hiccup turn this whole thing around where, tariffs roll over once again. Does China capitulate on fentanyl? Probably not really. So is that something that's going to turn things around again afterwards?
Isn't that a conundrum? Why do the Chinese insist on manufacturing this poison for U.S. consumption? Like,
It's a great question.
Is it like Schadenfreude, Vince?
I think it's an incredibly good question. Is it you want to be a conspiracy theorist? It's their way to undermine the United States and be the next global power, both economically and militarily.
I do a whole show
have no
on that.
idea.
I do want to get back to your Fed comments,
though. It makes
though.
no sense, though.
Vince, why do you think the Fed's not going to cut? I mean, if we see inflation remaining anchored, and I guess it would with tariff reprieves everywhere for 90 days on repeat.
Maybe it's their like opium war on us. Like you think about like, no, I don't
Dude,
want.
I think it's fascinating. I don't get it.
No, I know,
Yeah.
but it's just interesting. Like you think about, I mean, China's been around, you think about that civilization for a long, long time.
Longer than us?
I don't know. Sorry, I'm just, this is what happens when you Google.
It's something that, look, let's get back to the Fed.
Okay.
Vince, why do you think the Fed's not going to cut this year?
I mean, I would have the same question to people who think they are going to cut. Why would they cut? Interest rates are not going to go down. Inflation is not going to go down. There's unless you see a complete turnaround in economic growth, and what you're talking about today is reducing tariffs, which means you would expect economic growth to pick up going into the third quarter. Why would you have any reason to move if you're the Federal Reserve, where you'd want to just keep your hand on the tiller, keep it steady, and give yourself all the options in the world?
Especially if you also anticipate that there could be, some tax easing and some money that kind of getting thrown into the system, right?
Yeah.
Increasing the liquidity.
Totally.
Why wouldn't you,
Very
as
good
the
point.
Fed, just saying, no, we're just going to wait and ride this out, right?
That's a really good point. No one's even talking about the fiscal response, and we're talking about tax cuts. And you throw tax cuts into the mix, you're definitely going to see an increase in spending, most likely, and an increase in growth. And certainly, look at interest rates today. There's no reason with a 2-year at 4% to see the Federal Reserve cut.
I'm just thinking about tax cuts. I can't not think about the tax bill as we've just been getting headlines, Vince, on salt, which I pay very close attention to, but also they have no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. I didn't see no tax on Social Security benefits. I've got to double check.
I was looking for that. That one too. Being an old geezer, that one's in my wheelhouse.
It does make sense.
Ja, faktiskt väldigt samtrade.
Why should you pay taxes on that? Isn't it the money you put in?
It makes more sense. Totally. I mean,
Altså, jeg har bare 5 trades i dag. Det var ikke så mye det.
Realistically, no, it makes complete sense, and it's also politically, it makes really
What do you think?
That's
By the way, dude, what do you think about the EO this morning? So, I have been also sort of shocked at the fact that no president ever does anything to lower U.S. drug prices. Biden did. I know people will say the IRA, but come on, we're still paying 10 times as much for these fat drugs that they pay in Western Europe. Why?
Don't call them fat drugs, okay? Because people use it for like serious
Skinny
stuff.
drugs, yeah.
No, they use it for diabetes and other things. I'm just saying, it's not a nice
That's
thing.
fair. That's
Okay?
fair. For the record, I'm trying to get a hold of some, but I don't want to pay $499 a month. And Vince, now we have. It looks like he's going to do something about it. And then Carol and I watched these drug makers rally today.
In a
What's
big way.
that all about?
Yeah, it wasn't his owners.
Yeah, that's because there's, they have 30 days of negotiation. Nothing's going to happen for a month. So there's this negotiating period where, you're going to have the push and pull of politics. When you think about the drug lobbyists, they're one of the stronger lobbyists in Washington. So they're definitely going to push back and try to make some room. You're going to hear the squawking from pharma that basically says, if you do this, you'll get no research, no new drugs coming down the pike. It's the end of the world for future medicinal purposes and future disease, et cetera, et cetera. But at the end of the day, one thing no one's talking about when you're looking at something like this, to me, it harkens to some sort of
Yeah.
price controls.
I'm
And
not
be very,
tripping
very
out.
careful when Washington steps
Not,
into the price control space because it has some significant unintended consequences
Also-
of what happens after that.
Kind of think of what we talked about with Peter Atwater, like a planned economy, right?
Yes,
Like you just
absolutely,
wonder about the
100%.
implications,
Yeah.
backing off of capitalism. Vince Signorella, you rock. This is Bloomberg.
Ja. Ok.
Men jeg slapper, jeg lurer på om jeg skal sove når klokka blir 11 til 12.
Ja, også litt vanskelig. Så stå opp klokka 12.
Jeg er litt knekt. Faen, jeg må repetere på tingene. Åh, faen. Ok, jeg repeterer kjapt. Botox. Alle ville et område fokusert på Mentalis og livsstripp.
Hvordan Hæ? Nei, slett da. Ja, ja. Jeg så det der.
When Trump speaks. Har du laget den selv? Å jævla fett. Ja, har du laget den.
Ja, guttungen våkner jeg måtte.
Ja, hvis det kan gå viralt, hvis du poster den.
Den var jævla fett. Det var jævla fett.
Er det du som klipper? Er det stolen din?
Lag sånn backup-lyd.
Ja, jeg hørte det. Nå vet jeg hvorfor jeg fikk 2 kviser i dag. Jeg får kvisesukker. Jeg spiste jo kake og sånt. I helgen.
It's 421 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all surged today. Stocks closed at the best level of the day, right to the numbers, with the S&P today up 184. That was a gain of 3.3%. Wall Street's bets at the U.S.-China trade truce marked the end to an all-out tariff war, drove stocks higher. The Dow up 1,160, up 2.8%. Again, the S&P keeping it all in context, up 3.3%. NASDAQ up 4.35%. The NASDAQ 100 index up 4%. And the Russell 2000 index up 3.4%. Tech stocks, the standout today with the Bloomberg Mag 7 index up by 5.7%. 10-year at 4.47% with the 2-year 3.9%.
Nico, nei, jeg vet ikke helt hvordan vi skal håndtere han Trump. Jeg blir bare mer usikker. Nå kommer dette rallyet sikkert også dobblet av da, på grunn av det som skjedde i dag var jo De sier det på alle nyhetene. Det er ikke noe, den avtalen kan ta 3 til 4 år før den er endelig ferdig. Det er bare pause på 90 dager, og den har fortsatt alt for høy tariff. Jeg bare lurer på hvordan vi skal manøvrere oss gjennom dette her, for han kommer med meldinger hele tiden. Det begynner å bli litt sånn komisk, liksom. For det er så mye sånn algoritmer, sånn botter som driver og trader på tweetsen hans. Og Trump ringte jo Steve Cook i dag i Apple og pratet med han. Det gikk jo Apple opp 6%. Så, hvordan faen skal vi forholde oss til de greiene der? Det er veldig... Og forrige uke så tror han jo Amazon. Det er sånn, hvordan faen skal vi forholde oss til dette her? Jævlig usikker.
It was an American thing. It was a way to avoid double taxation. But we did have the AMT,
Correct.
right?
Which hurt a lot of Americans.
Right.
I have a sister who used to like crank and crank on it.
The worst, right? But even if you could have deducted, 60 grand or 120 grand on salt, you had the AMT blocking you. So in this sense, maybe it's a little bit better. You do have these salt deductions phasing out for $500,000 if you're an individual and $1 million in terms of income if you're a couple. So
I will say the SALT advocates in the House, what they've been looking to, according to a person familiar with negotiations, group of lawmakers, largely from New York, New Jersey, and California, most committed to expanding the tax break want a $62,000 deduction cap for individuals or twice that for couples, according to those in the know.
I hope they're pushing for no cap, because the problem with tax legislation, you give the federal government an inch, they'll take a mile. You let them have a temporary tax, and they'll make it permanent faster than you can say IRS.
All right, this is going on in Washington. Safe to say, though, there's other things top of mind for the president, because it's a busy week. He is traveling. The U.S. and Saudi Arabia strengthening their alliance with President Trump, making his first official foreign trip to Saudi Arabia, building on a 70-year relationship based on military protection in exchange for a reliable flow of oil supplies. That's pretty much been that relationship. But let's get more on what closer U.S.-Saudi ties could mean, what that might look like. With us is Bloomberg News National Security Team Leader Nick Wadhams. He's with us from our D.C. bureau there in the nation's capital. Hey, Nick, good to have you here with Matt Miller and myself. So tell us about this trip, the backdrop, and kind of what's at stake for both sides.
Well, for Saudi Arabia, what's at stake is they really want deeper ties with the U.S. They want microchips, those NVIDIA chips that could power AI, essentially. They want to turn themselves into a big AI hub long into the future. But they also just want to keep up that relationship with the U.S. And for President Donald Trump, he's put out this $1 trillion figure. He wants $1 trillion in deals. So, I mean, what you're seeing is this would be his first trip in the second term, first overseas trip. It was his first trip in his first term when he went to Saudi Arabia, so very much in keeping with him. But, the president really sees Saudi Arabia as fitting in the broader constellation of his desire for more business deals, more trade. And he sees the Middle East as a key route to do that. He also wants to get Saudi Arabia on side for his initiatives, both to get a new deal with Iran over its nuclear program and also on the Palestinians figuring out what to do in Gaza. So a lot of threads to pull, and a lot of them are woven right through Saudi Arabia.
Is this, did Trump want to do this? And to some extent, I guess maybe Biden also maybe wanted closer ties with Saudi Arabia.
Det kan jeg love deg, Nico.
was sort of thwarted by, Mohammed bin Salman and the Saudi government ordering the murder of the journalist Jamal Khashoggi. Has that been kind of swept under the rug or forgotten about at this point so that we can go ahead and build these relationships?
Yes, Jamal Khashoggi is very much, tragically to his family certainly, but that is in the distant past. For the Trump administration, you'll recall that Trump initially distanced himself, and his Secretary of State Mike Pompeo had some stern words for Saudi Arabia, but they were patching up that relationship. Then Joe Biden eventually came to realize that the U.S. needed Saudi Arabia too much. So there was that famous incident where Biden met Mohammed bin Salman and wouldn't shake his hand but gave him a fist bump. There was a moment in which Congress suspended a lot of sales of offensive weapons, so selling weapons to Saudi Arabia so that it could defend itself, but they were not going to sell them weapons for offensive strikes. That was eventually lifted, and President Trump has definitively moved away from that, so it is no longer part of the conversation at all. Instead, there's much more focus on business ties, on deepening those ties and technology. Saudi Arabia wants a nuclear program, a civil nuclear program. They want all sorts of unresolved questions around enrichment of uranium and how much they be allowed to do there. So a lot of issues for them to talk about, but human rights will not be on the agenda.
Hey, I do wonder if on the agenda will be China, and is a strengthening relationship between the U.S. and Saudis a way of pushing back against China's move into the Middle Eastern region?
Yes, I mean, that's the broader context. I don't think it's going to be, absolutely at the top of President Trump's mind, but certainly there have been inroads by China in recent years into the region more broadly and also into Saudi Arabia. They had floated the idea of conducting some oil transactions in yuan, for example. What you see therefore is Saudi Arabia, when it wants to get the attention of the United States or feels that it is not getting sufficient partnership or commitment that it wants from the president, then you start to see these stories about Saudi Arabia drifting closer to China. Certainly they're going to do what's in their own interests, but there is a push and pull there, but there's no question that the U.S. is more broadly the strategic partner of choice for Saudi Arabia. They very much want to keep it that way.
Yeah, it seemed to me that keeping the Saudis separated from China is almost more important than having access to their oil for us, right, Nick? Because we're swimming in oil now. The U.S., unlike 70 years ago when this relationship started, we now realize that we've got enough oil to be self-sufficient if we wanted to be. So I guess it's the Saudis, what they could do for other countries, and also their massive amount of money that's most important to us.
Right. So that's why you're seeing that idea of the trade deals. I mean, this is something where President Trump early in his second term, had conversations with Saudi Arabia, and they said we're ready to do $400 billion in deals, and Trump said, I want to see you kick that up to $1 trillion. So, very much there are two issues going on here. One is Saudi Arabia has a ton of money to spend, and it's a question of where, and the U.S. would like that to be in these technological agreements around the idea of selling microchips, things like that. But again, there are restrictions there that prevent those exports, so we'll have to see if there's any progress there. But it's also, seeing Saudi Arabia as a key and stable partner in a challenging region. They are a bulwark against Iran, though they have made some outreach to Iran in recent years. But going through Saudi Arabia and enhancing that partnership is also seen as a key way of boxing in Iran. So that's going to be part of the president's strategy as well.
Nick, full transparency, right? Saudi Arabia has invested in President Trump's son-in-law's investment fund. And so yes, I just, as things move forward, kind of what do we need to keep in mind in understanding kind of, again, the whiteboard that's needed to understand these relationships?
I mean, which presidential family hasn't benefited from Saudi relations in the past 30 years, right?
I mean, is that true? I mean,
I mean, there is a direct overlap between what Jared Kushner and his investment firm want to do and the amount of money that they're getting from Saudi Arabia. It's a substantial amount. So, this is, again, a situation where we see how the personal and the professional for Donald Trump often overlap. And, it's a big question. I mean, his administration obviously would deny that there is any impropriety, and obviously Jared Kushner is not playing a role in the current administration. But certainly to an outsider, it would look in some ways like there's an uncomfortable amount of overlap there. But really, President Trump is going into this saying these are deals that are good for the U.S. interest. Of course, it's entirely possible they may also benefit his family's interest as well.
Nick, just, to wrap up here, got about a minute left here. Why is it important for the U.S. to have a strong relationship with Saudi Arabia, or is it important from national security aspect or perspective?
Right. I mean, there are a few things there. One is obviously Iran. So they see Saudi Arabia as a key bulwark against Iran. And that's a huge priority. But there's also the question of Israel and the Palestinians. There had been a conversation going that was actually disrupted by the October 7th attacks to have Saudi Arabia grant diplomatic recognition to Israel. And, Saudi Arabia's buy-in on any potential long-term deal over what to do with Gaza is considered to be crucial. If they stand in the way and say, no, we are not going to allow a deal unless it creates a Palestinian state, that's going to cause a lot of problems for Donald Trump. So if he can figure out a way for Saudi Arabia to give some greater legitimacy to Israel by recognizing it diplomatically and then playing a role in some sort of agreement for the future of Gaza, that's absolutely crucial. I mean, the U.S. cannot get that, cannot put leverage on Israel, cannot get buy-in from the Palestinians unless they have buy-in from Saudi Arabia as well. So a lot of, just like Trump's foreign policy, Israel's foreign policy runs through Saudi Arabia too.
All right, so a lot can come out of this, and so we'll be watching, certainly for headlines off of the meeting. Hey, Nick Wadhams, thank you so much, as always. Bloomberg News National Security Team Leader here at Bloomberg News. Nick Wadhams joining us from D.C.
He's got to be on your dinner guest list, right? Number one dinner guest.
I love Nick. Like, that's the guy you want to sit next to, right? Totally. All right, coming up, we're talking about that luxury jet that could come from the Middle East to the president.
bare si til telefonen. Det ikke dumt at det blir situasjoner med å fylle på mer, så hvis noen har satt i det og tenkt å handle for de nødt til å legge inn ekstra, så risikerer vi også å ta på den ikke minst konten sin. Hadde det ikke vært bedre tid å ta på hele tredje inn igjen fremfor å fylle på mer. Ja, men jeg ante jo ikke at Donald Trump skulle sende dette her på 1000 poeng på en uke, Johannes. Det vel lett å si sånn etterpåklokskap. Jeg har ikke interesse av å ta tap hvis ikke jeg trenger å ta tap. Bare for at andre ikke skal ta tap. Det ikke sånn jeg opererer, altså. Jeg passer mine egne marginer. Så får vi se om jeg får rett, da. For den avtalen med Donald Trump i dag, det var ikke en avtale som holder hus.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all retire on this back to work Monday. The S&P closing at the best level of the session. A gain today of 3.3% up 184 points. The Dow up 1,160. That was an advance of 2.8%. NASDAQ was up 4.35%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index, big day there, up 5.7%. The 10-year 4.47% with the 2-year 4.00% now on the 2-year. Spot gold down $89 the ounce to $32.35, down 2.7%. And West Texas NYD crude up 1.7%, $62.07 a barrel. Meanwhile down.
Nei, jeg gjør det nå snart, og så skal jeg stå opp klokka 12 og følge med igjen. Det blir spennende å se hvordan markedet reagerer. Den avtalen med herr Trump, den tror jeg kommer til å falle gjennom.
Jeg tror ikke det blir å gap noen plass i natt.
Tror du ikke?
Nei.
Du nevnte det på Bloomberg, de sa at det rally som hadde i dag var veldig spesielt. Det var liksom ikke noe halleluja-stemning. Så hadde de akkurat... For det faktisk opp jævla mye i dag, opp 1000 poeng på Dow Jones.
Ja, men ikke i Market Open.
Nei...
Det under Market Open.
Hva sa du?
Det har ikke gått opp så mye mens markedet har vært åpent.
Nei, det bare future-markedet som rører på seg sånn hinsides. Men det som de sa i sted at som jeg også sa, var det at den tariffen fortsatt skyhøy i Kina. Det fortsatt 50% på aluminium pluss 30% på vanlig aluminium og stål var det, og 30% på vanlig tariff, pluss 10% flatt. Så det Trump har drevet og sagt i dag om de sinnssyke overskriftene og avtalen med Kina, det bare spill for galleriet. Det ikke ferdig det hele tatt. Så sier Bessent etterpå, når det ramler da, for de ganske flinke til å komme med informasjon på forskjellige tider. Bessent sa da at avtalen med Kina, sånn som den vil, kan fort ta 2 til 3 år før de ferdig. Alle i dag tror at den avtalen var i boks i dag, og at det 90 dager så blir det i hvert fall i boks. Bessent sa 2 til 3 år kan den avtalen ta. Det jo helt tullete at du går opp 1000 poeng på Dow Jones på en avtale som kan ta 2 til 3 år. Det sikkert ingen som har fått det med seg. 2 til 3 år.
Fint det.
Ja. Og den verdens viktigste avtalen til Donald Trump, som han sa at vi måtte kjøpe aksjer på, som var så viktig at ingen har sett en sånn avtale før, at han skulle kutte kostnader på reseptbelagte medisiner med 59%. Det var den.
Jeg synes ikke det var noe sånn wow.
Hæ?
Jeg synes ikke det var noe sånn wow-opplegg.
Det ingen som reagerte på det. Det var liksom det han sa var liksom en verdensnyhet som vi måtte forberede oss på, som kanskje kom på onsdag, kanskje torsdag, kanskje fredag, men i hvert fall mandag da. Det var den nyheten han kom i dag. Så det bare sånn pompøse, sinnssyke greier, så folk tror jo at det mest sinnssyke avtalen i historien ble laget nå, liksom. Det bare tull. Kina-mannen vant den avtalen med tariffen, ikke USA. Kina-mannen vant. Han har vunnet 1 dag med møte med Trump-administrasjonen. Så han faen meg senket tariffen fra 145 til 30. Tror du ikke de bare ler hele veien, eller? Så hele greia bare kokle munke. Det går 30% nå som var det en nyttårspass, tror du ikke det strandet kanskje vil komme ned I løpet av 90 dagene? Det det alle tror, NJ. Det det alle tror. Så sa Donald Trump I dag også, sånn side-greie, at hvis de ikke blir enige, så går tariffen opp igjen. Jeg får ikke aliens, så jeg flott det bra. Nei, men det det som litt av problemet da, det at den tariffen, den avtalen vi gjør nå, tror de at USA satte I gang ganske fort nå på grunn av back to school days. Det masse makrotall som kommer på dette her, og det ferie borte I USA nå. Og det flere som har sagt nå at det flere bedrifter nå som sliter med varelager, at det full krise, for det ferie nå hvert øyeblikk. Så de måtte få til noe nå, for å få pusterom I 90 dager. Så du ser på de fleste analytikere nå, som på en måte har makroøkonomer på Bloomberg, sier det samme. Sier at dette bare, det jo ingenting som har skjedd. Opprinnelig så skulle Kina 34% tariff. Og det endte på 30. Det jo ingenting. Fra 145. Og så sier jeg igjen, Donald Trump sa på torsdag sa han skulle ikke under 145, det skal aldri skje. Ikke faen, kineserne har ranet oss I alle år, kineserne har gjort ditt, kineserne har gjort datt, det bare nei, ikke faen. Så kommer fredag, 8 bra tall. Og så kommer lørdag, nei, 30. Så han bare full av piss. Nå skal han ta imot et fly fra Qatar. Og han mente da at alt av amerikanske ting som var produsert I USA, de har til og med tatt vekk produksjonen av pencils og, altså penner da. Penner og blyanter fra Kina skal produseres I USA. Og nå skal han ta med et svært fly fra Qatar som må bli gjort om. Skuddsikker og mulig drit I USA. Så han helt ute å kjøre. Nå har du glemt Israel og det greiene her nå. Og Putin og Ukraina skal stoppe krigen etter 24 timer. Ikke sant? Det jo faen meg 5 måneder siden. Hva faen det for noe? 3 måneder siden. Nei, 100 dager siden det. 100 dager siden. Det jo bare... Velger det meg, så skal jeg... Altså, han kul og alt sånt, men det bare sånne der overskrifter for å få dette opp og for å tjene penger på rikdom på seg selv. Det det han driver med nå. Det møtet med Qatar jo egen vinning. Sønnen hans dro dit for et par uker tilbake, han med noen sånn golfdeal. Og sønnen hans har startet en sånn investeringsklubb hvor han betaler 5 millioner kroner for å være medlem. Sånn helt plutselig. Det så mye shit der at det. Hvor sitter vi som mye styret på et nøytral opptrening med en potensiell oppgang på 25,18 fra Svømdagen?
På indeksen der.
25,18%.
25% opp på Nasdaq. Ja, det var fint.
Herregud. Det kan at folk kjøper på det der, de tror det sant.
Ja, irritert.
Ja, men det kan jo være.
Ja.
25% opp. Men man blir litt sånn desorientert da, for det sånn som I dag, liksom, vi opp 5% på Nasdaq, eller hva faen det for noe. Så på et vanlig år så Nasdaq opp 10-12% på et vanlig år. Her snakker vi om en dag. Vi opp halvt år på en dag. Folk skjønner ikke hvor heftig dette Det her hadde jo aldri gått før. Det hadde ikke vært mulig dette markedet her. Det går kun nå på grunn av de AI-aksjene. Og ETF-er og den driten. Jeg bare spurte seg på det nå og sier ja, noen har prøvd seg på det. Har du gjort Alex? Klokka faen var 10 på 11. Skal vi legge oss, eller? Og så kan vi stå opp klokka 12.
Ja.
Hør en runde I heia og produsere noen unger.
Nei, det skal vi ikke ha.
Det det siste vi skal ha.
Så har Lars lyst på barn. Not.
Jeg føler meg så fæl når jeg sier det, men jeg har virkelig lyst på
Et par hunder til, så blir det bra det.
Ja, nei, det ikke noe å føle seg fæl for det. Noen ganger så passer det seg å ikke ha det. Det ikke noe verre enn det.
Sånn det.
Nei. Jeg har sikret barn før ut av Donald Trump-treden. Kan ta 4 år. Så, men du legger deg snart, eller?
Meg, eller så har du snakket det?
Snakker du deg?
Ja, jeg har en ordre jeg må pakke, og så skal jeg prøve kattehjelmen som jeg printet.
Kattehjelm?
Ja, fetter også.
Altså, har du laget en sånn Batman-hjelm, liksom?
Ja, enda like sånn Stormtrooper-hjelm til katta.
Åh, sånn der, den som jeg har sett før som ser ut som sånn der, noen som har laget sånn Stormtrooper-hjelm med sånn der appelsinskall, er det sånn du har laget?
Nei, det vet jeg ikke. Ja, jeg har I hvert fall laget en sånn Stormtrooper-hjelm.
Jeg får se på den da.
Ja, jeg skal sende en snap når jeg får.
Skal du sette den på huet til katten din?
Ja.
Ok. Det litt kult da.
Jeg har laget sånn Batman-hjelm til tidligere.
Hvem det som bestemmer det med fillers og sånt? Det Helsedirektoratet? Hvem det som bestemmer lover og regler?
Garantert
Helsedirektoratet. Det medisin. Så...
Sender du bilder, eller?
Nå jo ikke tatt den ut av printeren, ja. Må du ha telefonen så jeg får til å ta bilder først, kanskje.
Ja.
Smart.
Og jeg visste, kineserne ser på avtalen med Trump som en diger seier. For Donald Trump gikk ut av avtalen med halen mellom beina og droppet med 115%. Akkurat det jeg visste. Jævla klovn. Han lurte meg da. Jeg trodde han kom til å holde tariffen høy. Ikke 145, men I hvert fall som han sa 80 om ikke annet. Nå har han mistet trynet hele Asia. China is casting the trade agreement with the United States as a victory. After 2 days of negotiation with US officials in Switzerland, the Chinese got the Trump administration to roll back its 145% tariffs, which had all but halted bilateral trade. Stock markets around the world surged after Beijing and Washington announced the deal. Ja, hva jeg sa til det? Trump en klovn. They're arguing that their deficient public poster worked. It was a major reason why they were able to strike a deal with US officials in Switzerland with the what's that for relatively few concessions. China firms countermeasures the resolute stance have been highly effective, said social media account linked to China National Broadcaster CCTV. In the eyes of the Chinese public, negotiations from Beijing appear to have convinced President Donald Trump demonstration to roll back most of the 145%. De sier her at de presser Donald Trump, mens Donald Trump sier at det han som presser kineserne.
Han dum?
Ja, han hele fyren er en klovn.
Han tilbakestående.
Han var en jævla klovn. Alt han sier.
Han presset kineserne til å senke seg selv.
Ja, ikke sant? Det gir null mening. Det gir null mening at han presset de når de fikk det som de ville. In the total night today, Post drops import duties from 145% to 30% on Chinese goods. In Chinese tariffs on US goods from 125% to 10%. De vant jo både på hjemmebane og på bortebane. US goods på 10%. Og import fra USA fra 145. Kineserne har pisset opp i USA her nå. Chinese social media user Chen Fengren posted, our ancestors didn't cave in. Why would we give up what we have? The comment now have thousands of likes. Beijing is using the trap. Han er en helt idiot. Vi går opp på at han kapitulerte. Han presset de ned fra 150. Det er akkurat så teit. NJ han har sagt det at han skal sende tariffene rett opp hvis ikke det blir en enighet med kineserne. Men det er kinesere som vant den runden her. Det er bare tull at det... Bare tull. Kineserne vant den runden her. Ja, kineserne vant den runden her. Ikke Trump.
Du burde gått ned på det, for det er faen en ræva de.
Ja,
egentlig, i forhold til det han
jo,
skulle...
det burde gått ned på det. Men det er derfor...
Men folk tenker, en deal er bedre enn ingen deal.
Ja, så tenker de at det blir ordnet seg i fremtiden, men det gjør ikke det. Kineserne gir seg faen ikke. Gjør ikke det.
Der var Nils Rask, altså, han endret nettsiden min på 1, 2, 3. Jeg kan ikke bruke ordet Botox lenger i prislisten.
Kan du ikke? Så teit.
Andreas hadde sagt det til Leila, men så sier han det ikke til meg.
Vi har faen meg gått dritmye i dag på bare tull. We will resolutely safeguard our legitimate interest in uphold international fairness and justice, Foreign Ministry spokesman Lin Jin said before the trade talks. The Commerce Minister on Monday called the trade deal important step, but took a jab at the Trump administration, saying US should completely correct its unaffiliated tariff practice. De ba USA kutte ut tariffen. Det har ikke Trump sagt. Han sa at han hadde kontroll. Trump administration officials for the part are also characterizing the deal as historic trade win for the United States. Ja, riktig. Fra 145 til 30, og det var historisk vinn. Piss. The two sides are expected to meet again at some point over the next few weeks to negotiate a more fuelsome agreement. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said Monday on CNBC Squawk Box. Ja. Bare piss alt sammen. Det var interessant. Sendte du noe til meg nå, Stig?
Oi, har du sånn der Friends? Hva er det for noe egentlig? Jeg har aldri skaffet meg det.
Nei,
er det bra?
Jeg tror det er bare tull.
Nå kan du sjekke snappen din.
Meg eller han?
Meg? Hvorfor faen skal jeg sende noe til deg,
ja? Jeg vil også se.
Fy faen, og nerd. Han lagde en sånn der Stormtrooper, sånn der
det var dritkult,
Star Wars-jentekatten sin.
Helt rått. Men hvordan kjennes den greia ut? Er den hard? Er det plastikk, liksom?
Ja.
Den er kul, den kan du ha på bikkja også, da.
Det var dritfett.
Mindre hadde flyttet rundt med den.
Nei, jeg må ha noe mer jentete til. Jeg må...
Nei.
Kan ikke gå rundt med Star Wars-maske, og det er en jentehund.
Kan du gjøre det?
Nei.
Det kan ikke? Kan du gjøre det?
Stakkars, det er type.
Skal se meg gå og se om jeg finner katta, skal jeg ta på siden til.
Ta på katta for å se bildet.
Det der er sjukt.
Ja.
Ja, skal man gå long I natt, liksom? Hvor stor sannsynlighet det at det går opp 300 poeng til I natt? Jeg bare spør.
Liten også.
Fordi det gikk opp 300 I natt, og så gikk det videre opp 900 poeng. Kan det da gå opp 300 til, det jeg lurer på?
Nei, jeg tror ikke noe på.
Over natta, liksom?
Nei, men Stig.
Nils, Stig.
Stig ser bare på teknisk.
For det sånn, må jeg hedge meg? Eller kan det være shorts?
Har du sendt bilder, eller?
Ja, det 2 sekunder. Det kommer straks her nå. Bare editere litt.
Hva det som knekker seg av?
Det bak meg, jeg vet ikke.
Sender du, Stig?
Ja, bare 2 sekunder. Jeg finner passende lyd først. Jeg bare på det døde av latter baklig.
Sendte du nå, eller?
Snart. Bare finne musikk. Sånn, nå sender jeg.
Faen, det tok tid, ass. Han bryr seg ikke noe om det da.
Ja, etter det han kastet han av seg.
Hva faen. Nei, hva skal jeg si teknisk da? Ser det ikke ut som det kommer til å holde seg på de nivåene her da, som pluss minus?
Jo, det gjør egentlig det. Og at vi eventuelt kan fortsette opp, så at den bryter opp.
Ja, den har ikke brutt helt opp da.
Nei. Men da, altså neste motstandsnivå jo på 21.365-ish.
Ja. Jeg tenker liksom, hva det som skal dra markedet videre oppover liksom? Hva for noe annet det han kameraten kan si? Det det jeg lurer på. Hva mer kan han si? CPI-tallene blir sikkert litt sterkere enn forventet. Fed kommer ikke til å kutte ned renta, det ikke bra for Donald Trump. Tariffkjørene vil også øke inflasjonen videre, det ikke bra for Donald Trump. Du kommer til å få svake arbeidsmarkedsrapporter nå neste uke og uka for deg, tenker jeg. Du kommer til å få svakere consumer confidence. Du kommer til å få en sterkere dollar for det blir ikke noe rentekutt. Liksom, ingenting av makro ligger til rette for at det skal oppnå. Og den tariffkjøren han driver nå, det ikke ferdig for om lenge. Så det liksom ikke noe sånne sinnssyke, grassale, ville, sånne pompøse meldinger som kommer nå som jeg kan se for meg. Og hvis ikke det teknisk heller ser sånn der helt sinnssykt ut, så kanskje det har gått det det skal gå da. Vi har faktisk opp 2% mer enn det vi var fra Liberation Day, eller fra den der, når han startet den tariffkrigen sin. 2% opp fra det vi. For de som interessert i makro nå. Ja, faen. Nei, da legger jeg meg. Da går jeg på, hvis noen vil prate piss, går jeg på klokka 12. Så legger jeg det.
Ja, vi sitter helt sikkert, tror jeg.
Ok, jeg snakkes litt på da. Ha det.
Hei bra.